La présidence souhaite faire.
The chair wishes to make a brief statement on the manner in which the secret ballot vote will be conducted on the designation of Bill C-421, an act to amend the Citizenship Act, adequate knowledge of French in Quebec. To ensure that proceedings will be conducted in an orderly fashion, the chair wishes to clarify some of the procedures. Members may obtain their ballot from the table officer seated on the side of their chamber. However, during routine proceedings, statements by members and question period, ballots will be distributed from the corridor behind the Speaker's chair.
Be able to mark their ballots in secret at the two voting stations situated in the corridor behind the Speaker's chair. Completed ballots are to be deposited in the ballot box, which will be placed at the foot of the table. During routine proceedings, statements by members and oral questions, the ballot box will be placed behind the Speaker's chair so as not to disrupt the proceedings in the chamber. I trust that this now clearly explains to all honourable members how proceedings will be conducted. Therefore, pursuant to Standing Order 92-4, I now direct that the vote on the designation of Bill C-421 commence.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm would like to speak on this subject. Yes, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising today to speak not about the method that we'll be using for the upcoming secret ballot to determine whether we can vote on Bill C-421 presented by the member for Pointe-de-l'Île, but so that the results of the secret ballot be disclosed at the same time as the results of the vote. We are thus asking the Speaker not to only say that Bill C-421 is whether it's votable or not, but also for him to announce the number of votes for and against. Subsections 92-4A and B of the Standing Order have only been used once in the past. At that time, we proceeded according to established practices to elect a Speaker. We only announced the results without disclosing the votes for each party. On November 28, 2017, my colleague from Westminster Burnaby from the NDP clearly identified one of the challenges in disclosing secret votes, and I quote him, "The House follows precedent and previous practices, and electing a Speaker is the only other occasion when we have used a secret ballot. This procedure is prescribed under Articles 2 to 7 of the Standing Orders, and they are designed to ensure the importance of following the rules." End of quote. It's ironic here that we're comparing the election of a Speaker at the House of Commons that found in sections 44 to 49 of the Constitutional Act of 1867 and the votability of Bill C-421, which should be based on the regular legislative work of the House. We understand perfectly well why it's important not to weaken a new Speaker and to protect them by not disclosing the number of votes they received. This is to avoid any challenges during their mandate. But for Bill C-421, what are we trying to protect here? Who are we trying to protect? Secret ballots under subsection 92-4B of the Standing Order allows MPs to vote freely without their party whip knowing how they voted. So how can we evaluate the opposite here? I think the member opposite has something to say. If he does, he should rise and speak. Otherwise, he should let me speak. The government here is trying to muzzle the opposition by stating that this bill is unconstitutional, and this may not be the case. We're not calling into question secret ballot here, but we believe that it is crucial to disclose the number of people who voted for and against, and so that we do not muzzle the government. Mr. Speaker, the criteria to reject a bill is that it's clearly unconstitutional. The procedures and usage of the House of Commons in the 3rd edition 2017 is very clear, and I quote it. Bills and motions must not clearly transgress constitutional acts of 1867 to 1982, including the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. There was a specialist who appeared before a committee, and he said that C-421 was not clearly unconstitutional because there are arguments for and against its constitutionality. Unfortunately, the Liberal majority decided not something else. Not that the bill was clearly unconstitutional, but rather that for clearly partisan reasons it made a decision. In the next 2 days, MPs will decide whether C-421, a parliamentary initiative, will be voted at the House or not. And this question should be based on the legislative process that applies to parliamentary initiatives, as this was the case 1,000 times before the last election. Mr. Speaker, it is rare for a subcommittee on procedure and reach a balance between parliamentary democracy and partisanship. The government can use its majority to defeat a bill at the House of Commons. That's one thing, but they shouldn't try to prevent debate from being held. Otherwise, we'd have some type of parliamentary dictatorship, would we not? We should disclose the results of the vote while respecting secret votes for each MP in a desire for transparency and democracy, which I believe this Parliament should try to achieve as we enter the 21st century. For the same reasons mentioned by the member for New Westminster Burnaby, and for new reasons that I would like to mention in the spirit of the standing orders that were written, and for the reasons that I would like to mention in terms of transparency and the health of our Parliament, we are therefore asking for results of the vote to be public in terms of who voted for and against in order to allow vote in this House. I'd like to thank the honourable member for Montcalm. I will consider this question. I think we'll need the unanimous consent of the House, but this is an interesting question. I understand that the honourable member for Saint-Michel has a question of a point of privilege. Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on November 13th, 2018, during the last sitting of the House, before we adjourned for the holidays, the member for Siskina-Bulkley Valley raised a point of privilege concerning me. The NDP member at the time had the following information. He knew, therefore, one, that on April, I sent a press release saying that I plan to step down for personal and family reasons. And in the meantime, I would continue to fulfill my functions. Two, that he knew that I was Speaker until the House adjourned in June. And then on June 12, 2018, I intervened in the House to thank my constituents and to pay tribute to my colleagues. Three, on November 6, 2018, I shared publicly the date when I would leave, namely January 22nd, 2018. Then I announced that I would receive my salary as an MP. As soon as I announced my departure, 2 days later, the NDP member submitted a request for an investigation to the Commissioner. The member alleged that I contravened the ethics code. When I received my salary, because I received my salary and I did not show up to the House at that period. On January 26th, he made a point of privilege. At the same time, he filed an investigation complaint. So I rose in the House afterwards to respond to this question of privilege. He acknowledged that he was aware of what I said, and he knew that I would not keep my salary until the House resumed. On November 11th, 2018, a decision was made. You made a decision about the point of privilege that was raised.
Saint-Michel provided the House with his reasons for his absence. Vous ajoutez, the chair,
You added
that there is no prima facie question of privilege. Je porte à l'attention de la Chambre.
I'd like to bring other facts to the attention of the House. On January 11th, 2018, the Ethics Commissioner, rendered his decision about the NDP's request for an investigation. Prior, I had submitted all the necessary information and answers to the questions that the Commissioner asked me. The Commissioner concluded, in terms of the investigation request that was submitted by the NDP member, the following, and I quote, "Given your statements and the information that you provided me, and that you continue to fulfill your parliamentary functions, and even though you participated in extra parliamentary activities, I decided that investigation was not necessary." And he named the member for the NDP that was involved. Even though this member for the NDP decided to tarnish my good reputation, and even though this member tried through various procedures to tarnish my good reputation, his complaints were rejected by the authorities in question. Therefore, I would like to mention that no one else made any reproaches on my subject about me. Since he waited for December 13th, 2018, before the adjournment of the House to present the new question of privilege, we mentioned that it would be dealt with when Parliament resumed. On January 22nd, I had planned to step down. On that same day, I received correspondence from you stating that if I would like to respond to the question of privilege, I could do this at the House when the House resumed. Even though the letter is dated on January 21st, I was only aware of it on the next day due to a computer issue. Under protocol, today is my first opportunity to be able to respond to this question of privilege. Here is my response to the question of privilege. It was presented in French. I wrote it myself. I included, when this member presented his question of privilege, he made a very surprising choice. He wrote it in English, and I did not participate in this, and the NDP member decided to ignore French, and he only relied on the translation. Never, I will never apologize to anyone, and in any circumstances, for using French to express myself. French is a language of this country, of my country. French is the very origin of Canada. And if I cannot force anyone to learn it, I can say that I can insist to respect French at the very least. So, of course, I do instinctively speak in both English and French, and also in Italian when I speak to my colleagues. But let us agree that it's up to everyone to make their own choice. Quebec, in general, and in other provinces, people are allowed to speak in the language they choose. But when I rise here in the House to speak, I express myself first and foremost in my first language that I learned at school after Italian, which is my mother tongue, which I speak every day, like my entire family does. The NDP member ignored my statements in French, and he should recognize that I did not make any improper statements. I said that I'm not receiving a salary. If he had just checked the statement, one of the terms that was unclear. And I said in the same statement that I would not keep my salary as an MP for the period in the fall that I was not in the House. And the NDP member knew that I was not receiving my salary at that time. But he decided to declare at the House that I was absent for 8 months, although he knew full well that this was incorrect. And he heard a statement that I had made in the House in June of 2018 when we adjourned for the summer. And this is a false statement, and he knew this was the case. Based on what happened in my personal life, I was unable to fulfill my mandate, and till the very end, I have worked to serve my constituents. In doing so, I was absent from the House. Although I maintained my work as an MP, I also had to defend a cause very close to my heart. I decided at the very beginning of my absence to not collect my salary as an MP. I was very clear with people. I've made charitable contributions throughout my career.
Order. I would like to ask the member, how long does he think he would like to speak? Because I would like him to be able to wrap up his comments. We need to move on. I appreciate that he has something to say, but we need to be able to continue. On the 11th of December, you said the following.
It's largely a function of politics, not procedure or law.
Now, obviously, at all times, I worked and fought to serve and protect the interests of my fellow citizens. I believe in this country and in my obligation to not back down before any threats. I announced in January that I was contributing $100,000 to something that is dear to my heart, that is the fight against impaired driving. And that was superior to any money I would have received during that time. Now, obviously, I continued to exercise my parliamentary duties. Since the very beginning, I was here, and when I wasn't, I had to attend activities outside Ottawa. I also was absent at times for health reasons. Now, I did not want to draw attention to the fact that I was working without remuneration. I wanted the attention to be on the works that I was supporting. I worked during Impaired Driving Week under M248, and this was something that was supported by all colleagues in this House, and our government also committed to supporting this. Now, we are all in the first months of the legalization of cannabis. This will also affect driving, and we all have to be aware of the fact that prevention saves lives. Now, if I cannot fulfill or continue my mandate, regardless of the amount of time I have left, I will spend my energy on supporting this cause that is so dear to my heart. In conclusion, I extend my hand to the member for Skeena-Balcla Valley, who was the one who was making public comments and who has also commented on his own intentions or not to continue in this House. I would like to point out that there's more that unites us than separates us. I look at the issues that he holds dear, and I would just like to point out that I am the first member in history that I was the first member, rather, to drive an electric car to work. And I also want to point out to him that I support his issues as well. I think it is very important to not be cynical in terms of questions of privilege. What could I have done better? I was trying to serve my constituents and also be loyal to my caucus order. I appreciate the comments of the member, but I have given him a significant amount of time to be able to speak to various aspects of the question of privilege. I did ask him how many minutes he thought he would need. But I think now he is speaking to other matters, so perhaps he could wrap up within 1 minute. I continued my work. I fought for my constituents. I fought to save lives. I made a $100,000 donation. If anyone can do better than that, in my current circumstances, I would invite them to put that into practice. I would like to thank you for listening. I'd like to thank the honourable member, and I will be coming back to the House with a decision. And now we will move on and examine the box.
Let's do this. Let's turn it upside down. Well, I looked for the rabbit. I don't see it there, so if it's there, it's well hidden. Now, these go in, yes, on the two sides. Tabling of documents, introduction of government bills, statements by members, reports from inter-parliamentary delegations. The honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's a proud occasion to get a chance to speak in this new chamber for the very first time. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34-1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages 3 reports of the Canadian section of Parliamericas respecting its participation at 1 bilateral visit to Panama and 3rd gathering of the Parliamentary Network on Climate Change at Panama City, Panama, from October 1st to the 5th, 2018. The second is the 40th Annual Forum of Parliamentarians for Global Action in Kiev, Ukraine on November 16th and 17th, 2018. And the third, Parliamerica's meeting in Transformational Leadership for Gender Equality in the Caribbean, Bridgetown, Barbados on November 19th and 20th, 2018. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member, presenting reports from committees, honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, it is my honour to present in both official languages the report of the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage entitled Gender Parity on the Boards and Senior Leadership Levels of Canadian Artistic and Cultural Organizations. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee is requesting a government response to the report. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is also a great honor for me to speak in this new House of Commons for the first time, and pursuant to its mandate under Standing Orders 104 and 115, it is my pleasure to table in both official languages the report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs on changes to membership of standing and standing joint committees. If the House consents, I will propose the adoption of this report later today. Introduction of private members' bills, first reading of Senate public bills, motions. The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore. Mr. Speaker, with the House's consent, I would like to move that the 81st report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented today be adopted. Does the honourable member have the consent of the House to move that motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Adopted. Presenting petitions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition in support of Bill S-240 on organ harvesting. Thank you.
Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure, Mr. Speaker, to table a petition from more than 600 Canadians on e-petition E1825, and that petition states that the Canadian government has publicly committed itself to the defense of human rights, and a federal law, the Magnitsky Act, was passed, whereby the government has the power to take action against foreign nationals responsible for gross violations of internationally recognized human rights. The petitioners are concerned that the government hasn't taken action against Oleh Sentsov, Alexander Shimko, and Volodymyr Baluk, and they call on the government to take action to protect the 60 Ukrainians who are in prison in Russia, and to take action against those Russian entities. Thank you.
The member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise for the first time in our new facilities. Still, all of us, as we struggle to get used to them, but petitions are pretty straightforward. As briefly as I can, two petitions, Mr. Speaker. The first is from numerous residents of Nova Scotia, particularly Pictou County. They draw the attention of this House to the ongoing threats from the Kraft mill at Abercrombie, Nova Scotia. It has a long history of pollution and concerns locally. Now, to deal with a pollution problem that for decades was handled by the Nova Scotia Department of Environment, handled completely inadequately, the proposal the petitioners draw our attention to is to put a pipe out into the Gulf of St. Lawrence to pump the effluent directly into the Gulf of St. Lawrence untreated. The petitioners call on the House of Commons to call on the Government of Canada to insist on a full environmental review under the Canadian Environmental Assessment Agency. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is one referenced already in the House this morning, which is to address the completely horrific problem of organ harvesting and of trafficking in human organs. The petitioners are from throughout the GTA on this particular petition that I submit to the House today to end this abominable practice.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. questions on the order papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply, consideration of an opposition motion on a plan to eliminate the deficit, standing in the name of Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Brassard, moves that given the Prime Minister broke his promise to eliminate the deficit this year and that perpetual and growing deficits lead to massive tax increases, the House call on the Prime Minister to table a plan in Budget 2019 to eliminate the deficit quickly with a written commitment that he will never raise taxes of any kind. Debate. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is an honor to rise in this new chamber for my first speech here, and may it always remain faithful to the principles and practices of its predecessor. That is our inheritance as parliamentarians and as Canadians. Speaking of inheritances, the Prime Minister inherited a massive family fortune. He's bragged about it. He's called it a family fortune. And because he's never had to worry about money, he doesn't worry much about Canadians' money. He believes budgets balance themselves. Well, if you inherit a family fortune, I suppose they do. He believes you can borrow your way out of debt. I guess if you've always made other people pay for your mistakes, that might make sense. But for ordinary, everyday Canadians who get up in the morning and earn a living and pay their bills with their own money, none of those things make sense at all. The problem with this mindset is not just that it dances riddles in the Prime Minister's brain, it's that it plays out in real consequences for Canadians, consequences that they feel in their everyday lives. Canadians are paying for his mistakes. Now, political life has only grown the Prime Minister's fortune. He forces taxpayers to fund his nannies. All the while, working Canadians pay for their own child care expenses. He was found guilty of breaking ethics laws by accepting hundreds of thousands of dollars in free vacations from someone seeking a grant from his government. He accepted thousands of dollars of speaking fees from charities and school boards while he was being paid to work here in the House of the Commons, at the time having the third worst attendance record of any of the then 308 members of Parliament. Wow. He even forced Canadians to pay the tax-paying expense for him to clown around India with a terrorist and a celebrity chef in tow until that great country laughed him out of town. Now, Canadians work hard and they pinch their pennies. So they laugh when the Prime Minister says that the budget will balance itself. And many of them, though, believed him when he put his hand on his heart and he promised that the budget would be balanced this year. He looked them straight in the eye and he said it'll be 3 modest deficits, followed by a balanced budget this year. But now we know, not only did this Prime Minister inherit a fortune, he's costing Canadians a fortune. The debt is growing 4 times as much as he said. And the budget, far from being balanced this year, will not be balanced according to Finance Canada until the year 2040. Now, we know what this means, Mr. Speaker, and that is the purpose of this debate. We know that this Prime Minister's out-of-control and growing deficit today will lead, if he is re-elected, to higher taxes tomorrow. Now, before we get into the case to prove that reality, let's just point out that not everybody is doing worse. The wealthiest Canadians are doing much better. The Prime Minister and people like him who have family fortunes, the Trust Fund Finance Minister himself as well, are in the class of the 1%. And according to CRA, the wealthiest 1% is actually paying $4.6 billion less in income taxes than they were in the final year of the previous Conservative government. This, of course, runs contrary to the Prime Minister's promise, but it is the factual reality that his own Department of Tax Collection has publicly reported and has been printed in the Globe and Mail. Now, for everyone else, unfortunately, those people without a family fortune, life, of course, is getting more expensive. And let's just recap why it's getting more expensive. Government, when it becomes costly, makes life more costly. Deficits drive up interest rates and inflation in the present, and they drive up taxes in the future. And Canadians, that's why Canadians are consistently telling us that they can't make ends meet. A half of Canadians now say they are $200 away from insolvency, not able to pay their monthly bills. Wow. And I have an unfortunate message for all Canadians, a warning, and it is this. Yes, taxes have gone up under this Prime Minister, but you ain't seen nothing yet. And let me give the evidence for that claim. First, he broke his promise and raised taxes once before. The average middle-class family is paying $800 more taxes than when he took office. This is because he took away the children's fitness tax credit, the transit tax credit, the textbook tax credit from students, the education tax credit from those same students. That is in addition to the increases in payroll taxes that take effect this year and the carbon tax that takes effect on April the 1st. Now, he took in all of the extra revenue from these taxes, and you'd think that that would have helped the budgetary balance. But instead, the $20 billion windfall that resulted from higher taxes and a booming world economy has vanished because the Prime Minister blew every penny. That brings us to the second point, and that is he not only raised taxes, he got caught trying to raise others. He attempted to impose a 73% tax on small business investment. He imposed new tax penalties on, he attempted to impose new tax penalties on family businesses that transfer the company or the farm from father to son or mother to daughter. He tried to tax health and dental benefits. He even tried to put in a new tax on what are called employee discounts, like when the waitress who's at 1 in the morning has a chicken salad sandwich on her 10-minute break, her employer was going to have to put that on her T4 slip and force her to pay income tax on it at the end of the year. Thank God we caught him and forced him to put that plan on ice. He attempted to take away the disability tax credit from diabetics. These tax hikes will all be back if he is reelected, when he no longer needs voters, but still needs their money. And then we have the carbon tax cover-up. It starts with the blacking out of documents that I ATIP'd, asking for the real cost to average families of the Liberal carbon tax. Now, they claim that this tax makes people better off. If that were true, surely they would be determined to release every single government document they have to prove it. But instead, there are dozens of pages covered, ironically, with black ink, which is, of course, a carbon-based product itself. And that they have not revealed how much carbon went into that ink, Mr. Speaker, either, another part of this cover-up. But that is the first part of the costs that they refused to reveal. The second part is that documents that they did release, which were not blacked out, indicated that they will not be able to meet their climate change goals with a $50 a ton carbon tax that they now admit, that it will require a $300 carbon tax. Wow. 6 times higher than they admit, and 15 times higher than the tax is expected to be this year. So rather than, as the government claims, costing the Ontario families about $600 when the carbon tax is implemented, it will cost them over $3,000. Rather than costing the average Saskatchewan family about $900, it will cost that same family well over $5,000. Wow. Now again, that is based on documents the government released, and the numbers are calculated based on the government's own figures. These are not the opposition's calculations. They come directly out of the government documents. So in reality, if Canadians re-elect this Prime Minister, they will pay carbon taxes in excess of $3,000 per year in Ontario and $5,000 a year in Saskatchewan. Now, he'll say, don't worry, I'll send you a rebate for $150 a year. Big deal. You know, trading $3,000 for $150 might make sense if you've inherited a family fortune. But for everyone else, for the folks who pinch their pennies in order to get by, that is a financial disaster. For families who are $200 away from failing to pay their monthly bills, that is a mathematical impossibility. They recognize that they are already paying for this Prime Minister's mistakes, and they cannot afford to pay a fortune more. Next, Mr. Speaker, next proof point that this government will impose massive tax increases if the Prime Minister is re-elected: the deficit. Now, the Prime Minister promised we'd have a balanced budget. He broke that promise. He broke his promise on deficits. He will break his promise on taxes. It is a mathematical fact that runaway and growing permanent deficits must eventually lead to tax increases. The only way to avoid that is to set in place a plan starting this year to phase out that deficit over a reasonable time frame so that we can avoid the higher taxes that the Prime Minister is setting Canadians up to pay. Now, this is an unavoidable fact. We've seen it before. Back in the 80s and 90s, the deficit grew and grew and grew until, of course, debt interest was consuming $1 out of every $3 that Canadians spent on their federal taxes. And now we see the same trend. The deficit is growing, and so is the debt interest. According to the Parliamentary Budget Office, by the year 2023, only 4 years from now, we will be spending $40 billion a year on debt interest. That is an increase of 2/3 from last year. We will be spending more on debt interest than the government currently spends on health transfers. In other words, money for bankers and bondholders rather than for doctors and nurses. And of course, when that happens, the Prime Minister will come back here and he will say that circumstances have changed and he can no longer keep his promises. And yes, he denied and denied and denied during the 2019 election that he was going to raise taxes, just like he had denied and denied and denied that he would run long-term deficits in the election before. But unfortunately, he's going to have to make Canadians pay more. We can almost imagine him giving the speech now, a tear rolling down his cheek.
Blaming everybody.
Blaming everyone but himself. It's the world's fault. It's Stephen Harper's fault. It's John A. Macdonald's fault. It's Wilfrid Laurier's fault. You know, he could go further back into history, I'm sure. There is no one who is more skilled at externalizing blame for his own failures than this Prime Minister. And we can count on him to do it again when he, in the future, if, God forbid, he is reelected, imposes massive taxes. It's a common characteristic of those who've never had to pay for their own mistakes. Right? If you inherit a family fortune, you just pass on your mistakes to someone else and let them pay for it. And that's how he has lived his life, and that's how he has governed the country. But Canadians can no longer afford to pay for his mistakes. And that brings us to the fifth and final proof point. And that is because he inherited a fortune, he costs one. He costs Canadians a fortune. Now, most people understand the basic principle of scarcity. When they're raising their kids, they say, you can do skiing this winter, or you can do hockey, but you can't do both. Or we can have a great vacation over at the cottage or Disneyland, but we can't do both. Yes, we're going to go out and buy groceries, but we're going to make sure we get the best price for those groceries so our dollar goes as far as possible. That's right. Someone who inherits a family fortune doesn't have any appreciation for that sense of scarcity because there's always someone else's money to spend. And so it's yes, 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 and get me the most expensive one you can find. And that is exactly how he's run the government. Yeah. Do you know the government of Canada is 25% more expensive today than when this Prime Minister took office? Shame. Does anybody out there in the real world believe they're getting 25% better services or products from the government of Canada? I can't find a constituent who can identify a 25% increase in the benefit. You know, if you go to a grocery store and they overcharge by 25% versus the competition, and they say, well, just trust us, it's worth the money, and you look at the product, it's exactly the same product as you were getting more. In fact, it was probably worse. Really, all you're asking, that grocery store is asking the consumer to do is pay for the brand name. And doesn't that remind you of someone? Yeah. Exactly. Pay for the brand name, even though it's way more expensive and it's worse in quality, it costs more and does less, pay 25% more for the brand name. That's Prime Minister's choice, someone says, not President's choice. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Madam Chair, I do want to thank the member for her very helpful intervention. And so there it is, the case that Canadians need to hear, that if this Liberal government is elected with this Liberal Prime Minister at its head, they will raise taxes, and those tax hikes will cost Canadians a fortune. We know this because he raised taxes before. He got caught trying to raise them again. He covered up the true cost of the carbon tax. And we'll have to pay for his never-ending and growing deficits. And of course, he inherited a fortune, he spends a fortune, and therefore he will cost a fortune. Now, I don't want it all to be bad news because in a democracy there is always an alternative. And we have a good one. We have, as our leader, the son of a working class family who grew up with the same struggles as ordinary Canadians, who worked at a local restaurant in order to pay his bills and get through university, he had a driver too. It was just that his driver was a bus driver. He talks fondly about trying to convince a girl, how hard it is to convince a girl to go on a date when you have to meet at a bus station. He worked in insurance briefly before he got elected into Parliament, and has raised his 5 children with the same values he inherited from his working class family. And those values were that you have to work for everything you have. You have to live within your means, that you can't make others pay for your mistakes. Amen. And that we need to empower individuals and their families to get ahead through their own ambitions and hard work. That it's not about us, it's not about him, it's not even about our leader, it's about everyday Canadians achieving their dreams through their own hard work. It's about putting people before government. And under our leader, we will make government live within its means, so life is more affordable and Canadians can achieve their dreams. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thanks to the honourable colleague for his speech, but I find it interesting that once again, my honourable colleague is quoting the Fraser Institute's numbers. He stopped for a while when he realized that it didn't include the Canada Child Benefit or CPP changes that our government implemented. Why is the member so scared to put up their Conservative Party's own economic plan and instead have to use false numbers, fake facts to try and scare Canadians into voting for them? Right. Why won't the honourable member speak the truth and demonstrate the real numbers instead of using the Fraser Institute's numbers that leave out a lot of the equation?
The honourable member for Carleton.
Madam Speaker, let me just list for the member all of the tax increases that she voted for. and that this Prime Minister implemented, breaking his promise to the middle class. One, he took away the children's fitness tax credit.
Same.
His justification, he said soccer moms and hockey dads are too rich. They don't deserve a tax credit, according to him. He took away the tuition and education tax credits, making working students, particularly low-income ones who have earned income, pay higher taxes.
Shameful.
He took away the transit tax credit, which again targets lower-income people who are disproportionately likely to take public transit. Those are just some of the tax credits that he took away from everyday families. You know, the other one was really interesting. He imposed new taxes on charities. It used to be that if a business person gave private shares to a business, to a charity, that transaction would be exempt from capital gains tax, meaning more money for charities like food banks and hospitals and dramatic arts centers and other things. He put a tax on that too. So these are the tax increases that he has imposed on Canadians, and we work out to about $800 for the average Canadian family. Those are the facts.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'd like to wish the member a very happy New Year. I enjoy working with him in the Finance Committee, and will enjoy working with him going forward. But we don't always agree, Madam Speaker, and we don't agree, I don't think, on the rampant tax evasion that we're seeing from the wealthiest Canadians. Now, as you know, Madam Speaker, offshore tax havens and the exclusion from having to pay any sort of income tax or taxes of any sort by the web giants cost Canadians billions of dollars, tens of billions of dollars a year. And this means less money for housing, less money to support a national pharmacare program, less resources to make investments in Canadians. Now, Madam Speaker, as you know, the Parliamentary Budgetary Officer tried to get a handle on this and had to fight for 5.5 years, first with the former Harper government, and then after that with the current government, to finally get information that would allow it gap, the difference between revenues that should be coming in to make investments in Canadians and available to the federal government. So my question very simply is this: why did this member's government stop for 3 years, stonewall for 3 years, the Parliamentary Budgetary Office attempt to get the real information on the growing tax gap in Canada?
The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, of course, we did no such thing, but the member is correct in pointing out that the wealthiest Canadians are paying less tax under this government. The wealthiest 1% are paying $4.6 billion less in tax under this government. Now, that breaks another campaign promise, but it is a reality, and it comes from CRA data, and it was reported on in the Globe and Mail. And in a very informative front-page piece by Bill Curry, a respected Ottawa-based journalist. So that is a fact. But you know what else is a fact, and this socialist parties don't like to hear this fact, is whenever government gets big and expensive, it's always the working class that pays. Because the rich guys always find a loophole. They move their money out of the country, they hire the best accountants, they go to the black market, or they just make the decision that they have enough money already, they don't need to earn more, and therefore they don't have additional taxable income to declare and pay on. And so the reality is big government always falls heaviest on those with the least. That is why we need to limit government and expand the scope of economic freedom so everybody, not just the wealthy and well-connected who have their hands in government pockets, but everybody can get ahead.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be supporting the motion because one of the things I wonder about is what have we gotten for all this spending? And when you look at the facts, we haven't gotten much. Here are 4 facts, Madam Speaker, that prove that we have gotten very little for all of this out-of-control spending. The Liberals like to talk about the fact that Canada, under their watch, has improved its standing in the world. Well, here's a fact. Canada's overseas development assistance goals is 0.7% of GDP. This Liberal government, 0.25%. 1/3 of what our international commitment is. Canada's NATO commitment is 2%. In fact, when President Barack Obama was in that very chair, everybody on the opposite side applauded when he said that Canada needs to meet its 2% commitment. Well, Canada spends less than half of that commitment on national defense each and every year. Canada's climate change commitment is not going to be met. We are going to blow through the Copenhagen targets. We're going to blow through the Paris targets. And Canada's most important daily activity for millions of Canadians, some 15 million Canadians, is commuting. And commute times under this government have gone up. In the GTA alone, it now takes over an hour for Canadians to commute each and every day, a 4% increase over the previous census. So what have we gotten for all of this out-of-control spending?
The honourable member for Carleton.
I'm afraid I can't answer that question, although it was a good one. What have we gotten for all of this spending? It's funny that the member, well-informed, hardworking member from Ontario, would ask the same question my constituents ask me over and over again. They say, I'm paying more, my government is up to its eyeballs in debt, and what do we have to show for it? A big, embarrassing trip to India? Legalized weed? What else? A 25% increase in the cost of government? And what is there to show for it? We just have a more expensive government that's spending a fortune, led by someone who inherited a fortune, who's going to pass on a massive debt that to future generations will cost a fortune.
Comments? The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Madam Speaker, it's such a pleasure to be here in the new chamber. My first opportunity to speak, and I couldn't help but stand to talk about the member across the way, his motion to look for a rapid reduction of the deficit. I'm going to just point out that $16.5 billion of the expenditures announced in the fall economic statement were directed on business. My question to the member, if you looked at aggressive tax cuts, would he first slash the housing program for the poor? Maybe he would go after single mothers and the child benefit. Maybe it's seniors that would feel the wrath of the Conservative plan. Or how about veterans? Let's not forget infrastructure, and we need so much more. Maybe it's the program of pay equity that would be the first to go. Or is it finally our efforts on reconciliation with Indigenous people? I look forward to the Conservative plan to see who's going to be hurt first.
Honourable member for Carleton has just less than a minute to respond.
Well, the government has achieved nothing on any of those areas. It's true. It's true that they are more expensive. It's true that everything they do is more expensive. But the only thing this government uses as a success metric is how much money they've shoveled out the door. You ask them, how are you doing on, let's just say, roads? Well, our road program cost 3 times as much as the previous government. Therefore, it must be good. Are you filling any potholes? No, not filling potholes, just costing a lot of money. No other business, no other sector in the world would judge its success by how deliberately and exorbitantly expensive it can be. No one but this government.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to be able to participate in a discussion with honourable members about our government's record on good fiscal management. Madam Speaker, our government has strengthened the middle class, we have provided real help to those who need it, and we have grown the economy with more good, well-paying jobs for Canadians. By investing in people and in their communities, we have created hope and opportunities for success. Hardworking Canadians are seizing these opportunities, building better lives for themselves and their families. Over the course of the past 3 years, Canadians have created over 800,000 jobs. The unemployment rate is at an historic 40-year low, and the share of working-age Canadians with jobs is also at an historic high. Our economy grew at the fastest pace among our G7 peers in 2017, and we are expected to remain among the leaders in growth this year and next year. And most importantly, Madam Speaker, the benefits of this economic growth are being widely shared among Canadians. Groups who have been underrepresented in the labour force, young Canadians, new Canadians, women, and Indigenous peoples are seizing the new opportunities we are creating, joining the workforce or improving their position within it, and contributing to a stronger, growing middle class. Madam Speaker, our government came in determined to help hardworking Canadians have more opportunities to share in the benefits that come from a strong and growing economy. And that's exactly what we've done. We've taken decisive and effective action based on the shared values that define us as a country and make Canadians' priorities a reality. We asked the wealthiest 1% of Canadians to pay a little bit more so that we could cut taxes for the middle class. And the middle class tax cut is benefiting over 9 million Canadians. We created the Canada Child Benefit. Compared to the previous system of child benefits, the CCB is simpler, more generous, and better targeted to those families who need it the most. It is also entirely tax-free. With the CCB, 9 out of 10 Canadian families are getting more in benefits than they did under the previous system. And Canadian children are better off as a result. The CCB has already helped lift hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. The extra support it gives makes a big difference for those working hard to make ends meet. This additional support from the CCB helps pay for things that can make a real difference in a child's future, like nutritious food, sports activities, or music lessons. Thanks to the middle class tax cut and the Canada Child Benefit, a typical middle class family of 4 receives on average about $2,000 more each year to help with the costs of raising their children, save for their future, and help grow the economy for the benefit of everyone. With our middle class tax cut and the Canada Child Benefit, one earning the average wage and the other earning 2/3 of this wage with 2 children now keep nearly 85% of their gross income. For a single parent of 2 children earning the average wage, or for families with 2 children where only one parent is working at the average wage, the benefits are even more significant. According to the OECD, when the CCB and other benefits are added to family income, those families effectively pay personal tax rates of just 1.8% and 1.2% respectively. This means that they keep more than 98% of what they earn. I am proud to be able to say that Canada is truly a global leader. And we have gone even further to ensure the benefits of economic growth are widely shared. In our 2018 budget, we introduced the Canada Workers Benefit. The CWB will put more money in the pockets of low-income workers, encouraging more people to join and stay in the workforce, and offering real help to more than 2 million Canadians who are working hard to join the middle class. Beginning this year, the CWB replaces the Working Income Tax Benefit. The CWB will provide for a benefit that's more generous and more accessible. To give you a sense of what this will mean for Canadians, a low-income worker earning $15,000 could receive up to almost $500 more from the Canada Workers Benefit in 2019 than they would have under the previous system. That money can be used to support their priorities to get ahead, making a real difference for Canadians who are working hard to join the middle class. With these incentives in Canadians and a growing economy, we are proving what Canadians already know. A country can't cut its way to prosperity. A different approach, one that includes smart investments and fair choices, is what keeps us strong, united, and growing together. And that's especially the case when it comes to Canada's most vulnerable. Rather than cutting services for the most vulnerable, we are supporting them while responsibly managing our fiscal track. For Canada's most vulnerable seniors, we increased the Guaranteed Income Supplement top-up, which is providing greater income security for close to 900,000 seniors, 70% of whom are women, while helping to lift 57,000 vulnerable seniors out of poverty. We also introduced Canada's first ever national housing strategy. This 10-year, $40 billion plan will give more Canadians a safe and affordable place to call home, lifting 530,000 households out of housing need and reducing chronic homelessness by 50%. Investments in infrastructure, including public transit, roads, and bridges, and ports that support trade, water, wastewater facilities, cultural, recreational infrastructure, and affordable housing, are helping to improve the quality of life for people across the country, while setting the stage for sustained economic growth and the creation of well-paying jobs over the long term. In addition to support for Canadian scientists, researchers, innovators, and new trade agreements, including the new NAFTA, the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement with Europe, with the European Union, and the Comprehensive Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, will mean even greater economic opportunities for Canadians in the years ahead. Madam Speaker, our government also recognized the importance of competitive tax environment for small businesses. Lower tax rates for small businesses allow them to keep more of their hard-earned money so that it can be reinvested to support growth and create jobs. That is why we have reduced the small business tax rate first to 10% effective January 1st, 2018, and then to 9% effective January 1st, 2019. The combined federal, provincial, territorial average income tax rate for small business is 12.2% in 2019, the lowest in the G7 and the fourth lowest among members of the OECD. For small businesses compared to 2017, our actions mean up to $7,500 in federal tax savings per year. For the average small business, they mean an average $1,600 per year to reinvest in new equipment and growth and job creation. Small businesses is a key driver of Canada's economy, accounting for 70% of all private sector jobs. The small business tax reductions introduced by our government will support jobs and growth in small businesses and create new opportunities in communities right across this country. We are taking action to ensure that all Canadians benefit from the opportunities we are creating and continue to benefit from our actions in their retirement years. We have worked in collaboration with our provincial and territorial partners to enhance the Canada Pension Plan so Canadians can enjoy a dignified retirement. The CPP enhancement will be phased in starting this month. It means more money for Canadians when they retire so that they can worry less about their savings and focus more on enjoying time with their families. Over time, this enhancement will raise the maximum CPP retirement benefit by up to 50%. This translates into an increase in the current maximum retirement benefit of nearly $7,300, from $13,855 to more than $21,100 in today's dollars. To conclude, Madam Speaker, we have accomplished all of this, creating jobs and economic growth, investing in new opportunities in the future, and supporting our most vulnerable, while carefully managing our fiscal track. We are being fully responsible in safeguarding the advantages that Canada enjoys as a result of its approach to financial management. Canada's strong fiscal position has allowed our government to invest in Canadians while keeping the debt to GDP ratio on a downward track and protecting the long-term fiscal sustainability of Canada's economy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member spoke about many things that I disagree with. I'm flabbergasted that she still contends that the USMCA, for example, was in any way an improvement on the previous situation we had under NAFTA. Canada made nothing but concessions in the context of those deals, and the triumphs they pointed to were merely concessions they didn't make. But I want to ask, particularly pertaining to the topic of the motion that was proposed. The government talks about all their spending. Do they, at a basic level, acknowledge that when you take on debt, you have to pay interest on that debt, and the interest on that debt ends up costing Canadians more over the long term? In other words, If you don't have a plan to balance the budget, if you fail to develop such a plan, that failure has significant costs to Canadians in terms of higher taxes. Because what ends up happening then is we pay taxes not for social programs, not for the vital needs of Canadians, but we simply end up paying more and more taxes to fund interest on debt, to pay bondholders more money. Surely that isn't in the public interest. Does the member accept, as a point of basic principle, that we should be, as much as possible, using our taxes to fund things for Canadians and not interest on debt that is continually being accumulated as a result of the failure of this government?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, what I'll first say is that I would take absolutely zero lessons on how to manage a stable economy from the Conservatives. That was a Conservative government that for 10 years added $150 billion to the debt. So they speak about the debt, yet they added $150 billion. And what did that get Canadians? Tax cuts for the wealthiest, low growth rates, high unemployment rates, and cuts to things like veterans and services for Canadians. They did nothing to support seniors and to establish that Canadians have a dignified retirement. So no, I don't accept the Conservative member's premise on how to manage an economy that grows for everybody, because that is what Canadians elected us to do, and that's exactly what we are delivering on.
And comments, the honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, and I wish the member Happy New Year. Look forward to working with her on the Finance Committee. But I found her speech absolutely unbelievable. At a time when there is the greatest housing crisis in our country, at a time when the family debt crisis is not only the worst in our history, it's the worst in the industrialized world. Families struggling under record debt levels, unable to pay for their medication, unable to pay for their housing, unable to pay for their kids' schooling. In the midst of all that, the Liberals say, hey, everything's just fine. It is not, Madam Speaker, and the misplaced sense of priorities could not have been more evident than last fall in the mini-budget when the Liberal government handed out $14 billion to Bay Street so that they can write off their corporate luxuries even more quickly. So if you buy a private jet, if you buy a stretch limousine, you get to write it off more quickly on the taxpayer's tab. This is a misplaced sense of priorities. So I'd just like to ask the member, when are the actual Canadians who are struggling under these family debt loads and struggling in the worst housing crisis in our history, when are they going to get the same priority from this government that Bay Street always seems to get?
The honourable member, Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we agreed that after 10 years of fiscal mismanagement of the Conservatives, families were struggling. That's why they elected our government that was focused on them, focused on lowering taxes for middle-class Canadians, focused on creating a more generous Canada Child benefit. And that's precisely what we've been focused on and delivered on. To those families, as I said in my speech, and a typical Canadian family on average will be $2,000 better off under our plan than the Conservatives. And Madam Speaker, it's tough to hear the criticism from the NDP given the fact that in the last election they agreed with the Conservatives' fiscal plan, which was austerity and cuts and balancing the budget at all costs. We knew that we had to make investments to support Canadians, and as a result they've created over 800,000 jobs. Our plan is working and we're focused on Canadians.
Commentaire, l'honorable député de Hull.
The honourable member. I was very interested in the speech that my honourable colleague made, and I have the honour to sit on the Finance Committee. Madam Speaker, through you, I would like to ask my honourable colleague, when we decided to invest in Canadians in 2015, one of the things that we did when we created the Child Benefit, Canada Child Benefit. In my riding, I know that this has started to resolve existing problems. some people had a lot of money and some people had very little. And to help low-income families, this has really made a difference for thousands of young people in my riding. And I would like to know their opinion about the Canada Child Benefit and the benefits that this benefit has had for Canadian families. The parliamentary secretary.
My honourable colleague for his question and the work he does on the Finance Committee. The Canada Child Benefit has been transformational, and hearing stories like the ones that the member speaks of in his riding and how it's helping families is precisely the intention of why we knew that this type of investment was important. And hearing the Conservatives' motion today, as well as a press conference done by the member from Carleton earlier, it's very concerning to me because it indicates that the Conservatives, if they were to form government, are going to make significant cuts. And I suspect, since they never supported lowering taxes for the middle class, or they didn't support the Canada Child Benefit, that that's precisely what they're going to cut. They're going to cut the Canada Child Benefit. They're going to hurt the families across this country, and in particular in the members opposite, or the members who asked the question, in his riding. Thousands of families are not going to be better off, and the hundreds of thousands of children we lifted out of poverty, the Conservatives don't care about. They just want to cut it.
And comments, the honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's really important that we make an accurate comparison today. When the previous government and our Prime Minister was in power, we faced the most difficult, yes, it was dark days for the entire world. And our government was the envy of the world for the way that we dealt with the issues that we were facing as Canadians. And Canadians came out of that recession in better shape than any other country in the world. And on top of, yes, having to go into deficit numbers for a good reason, we were able to then turn around and have a plan to balance that budget to lower taxes for Canadians. This government is spending carelessly at a time when they should realize that we are in a good position, and they are wasting Canadian tax dollars with no plan to balance their budget. So tell me, do you have a plan to balance the budget if you are so fiscally responsible?
Do you want to remind the member she's to address the questions and comments to the chair and not to the individual members? The honourable member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's interesting, if we're going to speak of a history lesson, maybe we should talk about the fact that the Conservatives blew through the Liberal surplus that was left to them long before the economic situation changed, global economic changes. So let's talk about that for 1 second. And then, in addition to that, I love how the member opposite actually refers to the investments we've made in Canadians, things like the Canada Child Benefit lifting hundreds of thousands of kids out of poverty, investments in transit, investments in seniors, investments in veterans that they cut. They refer to it as wasting money. These are investments in Canadians that, after the dark days of the Harper Conservatives, said we wanted a change and we want a government that's working for us and not their Conservative millionaire friends. And that's exactly what we've been doing, Madam Speaker.
Before I go to resuming debate, as members know, we have been trying very hard to improve decorum in the House. We have some repeat offenders here, and I just would hope that just like they are afforded an opportunity to speak, they would like to ensure that there is no rhetoric being thrown back and forth. And so I do want to remind the member for Kingston and the Islands, the member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan, the member for Yorkton Melville, to please refrain from having other discussions across the way or making comments while someone is speaking, because I'm sure that they would appreciate having that respect as well. And I know that the member for Yorkton Melville actually experienced that a while ago when she was making her speech, where people were making comments during that speech. And so I would again ask people to refrain. If they wish to partake in the discussion, then they should ask to be put on the speakers list, or they can wait till questions and comments. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député de New Westminster Burnaby.
The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
By referencing this Opposition Day motion from the Conservatives, which starts to talk about deficits and ends up with the commitment that the government should never raise taxes of any kind. And I'll start with the issue of deficits, Madam Speaker, because for those who have been following the political debates around the issue of deficits and debt, you could always ask, because every party seems to be raising this issue in the House of Commons, who can you trust when it comes to issues of deficit and debt? And Madam Speaker, the best way to find out who is actually credible on this issue is to consult the fiscal period returns of the Minister of Finance. Now, over years, every year, the Ministry of Finance in Canada actually tracks how governments of all types actually manage the fiscal pie that is available for investments in Canadians. And of course, NDP governments have the reputation of investing in people. We don't tend to give massive subsidies to business. We don't tend to give a lot of giveaways to Bay Street. In fact, quite the opposite. We decry this because we think it's bad practice. But what we do is we make sure that education and healthcare are taken care of first. We make sure that those investments go to Canadians who need it most. When you have an NDP government, you can, of course, trust, Madam Speaker, that their seniors are going to have their pensions taken care of, that it's going to go beyond the cost of living, that we do not believe that seniors should be living in poverty in our wealthy land. We take the principle that every Canadian should have a roof over their heads, and NDP governments have historically been the best at creating housing and making sure that housing is affordable. So with those kinds of investments, you'd have to ask yourself, who has been best at managing deficits? And what the Ministry of Finance fiscal period returns tell us year after year, we're not talking about a 3-year snapshot or a 10-year snapshot, we're talking about the last 40 years. What it shows is that Liberal governments historically are not very good at handling deficits. In fact, they have the worst record. The second worst record, Madam Speaker, belongs to Conservative Party administrations. And the reality is, Madam Speaker, even though we don't put that forward as our #1 issue, NDP governments historically, according to the Ministry of Finance, have been the best at balancing budgets and paying down debt. Now, Madam Speaker, that is not something that we carry forward because we believe primarily the business of government is to make sure that those investments are made for those who need it, that we have an education system that is accessible to everyone. Our healthcare system, of course, Madam Speaker, comes from Tommy Douglas, the father of Canadian Medicare, who had the courage to stand forward and build the modern healthcare system, the public single-payer healthcare system that we enjoy in Canada. And, Madam Speaker, the NDP will be relentless in continuing to push for that next stage in Tommy Douglas's dream, which is to have universal single-payer pharmacare in this country so that every Canadian can make sure that they can take the medication that they need. That continues to be a priority, Madam Speaker. So, if we talk about deficits generally, the NDP has the best track record, but we do it by eliminating these massive subsidies and handouts to big business. We do it by eliminating the kind of pet project financing that we see from both Liberal and Conservative governments. We do this by making sure the investments are made in people. So I was very interested in seeing the member from Carleton stand up on behalf of the Conservative Party and point to his finger at the Liberal Party and say, well, the Liberal Party, for the cost of government, has increased 25% over the term of their mandate. The cost of government. Now, we know a lot of that cost of government has gone to Bay Street, massive subsidies to fossil fuel companies, massive subsidies to corporate CEOs. Most recently, the $14 billion that was handed out to Bay Street in the fall mini-budget. Now, the priority wasn't housing. The priority wasn't universal single-payer pharmacare. The priority for this government last fall was to give $14 billion to Bay Street. So it's not surprising to me that we've seen a cost of government increase of 25%. But we just ran the figures, because the member from Carleton surely would have also seen or tested what the Conservative Party increase in the cost of government had been. I mean, he wouldn't be pointing the finger at the Liberals unless he'd actually done his homework and come forward and had another figure. Well, Madam Speaker, surprising to me, and this undermines everything that Conservative members are going to say for the rest of the day, the cost of government under Stephen Harper went up 34%. Wow. Worse than the Liberals. So incredible, Madam Speaker, incredible to me that the Conservatives did not do their financial homework, that they came forward with a motion, and their key point is, well, the Liberals increased the cost of government by 25% with handouts to Bay Street and giving all those giveaways, and he's absolutely right, but he didn't do the homework to find out what the increase was. Under the Conservatives, cost of government went up 34%. Again, because of these massive subsidies to Bay Street, the massive subsidies to the very wealthy and largely foreign-owned fossil fuel sector, just handing out money left, right, and center to banks, to corporate CEOs, Conservatives and Liberals love to do this. But a pox on both their houses, Madam Speaker. Both of them, neither of them, know how to manage money effectively. Neither of them seem to understand how to invest in people. Neither of them seem to understand how to run government in the interests of Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Now, Madam Speaker, it is true, the member from Carleton, when he pointed out that Canadians are living tough times, that they're actually experiencing some of the toughest times we've seen in a number of generations. And I completely disagree with my Liberal colleague's point of view that just everything is fine. Prime Minister said this yesterday in the House. I'm getting compliments, said the Prime Minister, so it doesn't matter that so many Canadians are struggling with the cost of housing. But the figure that came out last week is indicative of how poor the approach of this Liberal government has been. 46% of Canadians, nearly half of our population, is $200 away from financial insolvency in the course of every month. $200. And that's half our population struggling with this. Madam Speaker, if this figure does not give a cause for the Liberal government to change what has been an incredibly irresponsible and mean-spirited direction that they have taken, I don't know what could be. After 3 years of Liberal government, half of the Canadian population is a scant $200 away from financial insolvency each and every month. Madam Speaker, I'm going to mention 3 people that I know personally that experience firsthand that desperation that comes from every month just trying to make it through the month. I mentioned yesterday in the House of Commons in question period, didn't get a response from the Prime Minister, the case of Sarah. And Sarah is indicative of so many other Canadians across the country. She's struggling to find affordable housing for herself and her 3 children. She works full-time as a nurse. She contributes to our healthcare system. She's dedicated. She works night and day. In fact, she works night shifts. But to get affordable housing in Burnaby, British Columbia, and I've knocked on thousands of doors over the course of the last few months and heard these stories so many times. In her case, Sarah's case, in the case of her 3 children, the only affordable housing she can get will take her entire monthly salary. She will have no money for food. She will have no money for clothes, no money for school, no money for transportation, no money for heat. Madam Speaker, for Liberals to say, hey, everything is fine, when half the country is just a scant few dollars away from financial insolvency, they need to consider the case of Sarah. Sarah is struggling, Madam Speaker, and $14 billion for Bay Street in the budget that came out, the mini budget that came out in November, is simply disrespectful to her situation. Let me tell you about Heather, Madam Speaker. I've raised her name in the House before as well. Heather lives with her mother and her disabled daughter. And what she is trying to do is get by every month in a one-bedroom apartment. It's a family of 3, Madam Speaker. And she is struggling every month to get through the month and keep that apartment. Now, Madam Speaker, this is not a story that is rare in any way. Right across the Lower Mainland, in parts of Toronto, in many of the big cities in the country, we're now seeing families coming together in single apartments, sometimes in bachelor suites, just to get through the month. And in the North, it is even worse and more chronic, Madam Speaker. You hear about families up to a dozen or 15 people living in a one-bedroom home because there is simply no affordable accommodation to be available. The case of Heather should give this Liberal government pause and have them change direction as well. And let me tell you about Jim, Madam Speaker. And Jim I have referenced in the House of Commons before. And Jim is very indicative of the crisis that so many Canadians are living through while Liberals hand out billions to Bay Street. They just hand out billions of dollars while Jim, that they pass every day, every Liberal MP would pass him. He is on the bridge between the Chateau Laurier and the East Block. He's in a wheelchair. You can see him, Madam Speaker, when you walk by. And if you talk to Jim, he will say, I am here because I need to get money for my medication. He lives on social assistance. But his medication costs him $540 a month. $540 a month that he has to pay out of pocket. And the only way to do that, whether it's minus 30 or whether it's pouring rain, he is out on that bridge begging so he can take his medication that keeps him alive. And Madam Speaker, the Liberals say, no, everything's fine. Everything's great. Let's just hand out more money to Bay Street and everybody will be fine. Jim is not fine. Heather's not fine. Sarah is not fine. People are suffering in this country while the out-of-touch Liberals make the worst policy decisions you can imagine.
Yes.
Handing out $14 billion to Bay Street, handing out $15 billion on the Trans Mountain Pipeline. Not only did they pay twice the asset value, not only is it a money-losing pipeline, but the construction costs are escalating. And the impact of that project on the possible loss of jobs in the fisheries industry and the tourism industry in British Columbia is uncountable. That's where Liberal priorities seem to be. To hand out billions of dollars and to not think of the consequences at all. Alors, Madame la Présidente,
so, Madam Speaker, we now have to look at how we can resolve this situation. We believe that what we need is a fair tax system. We have the most unequal tax system within all countries that use one. It's about 9%. And if we look at all first world industrialized countries, the effective tax rate is 9%. And we believe in the opposite of what the Conservatives are suggesting. They're saying we shouldn't change anything. We should just fossilize this unequal system. But under that system, unfortunately, we can't make appropriate investments at that rate for people like Jim and Sarah. And other countries are taking steps. In European countries, for example, they're now making web giants pay taxes. Now, in France, perhaps they pay an effective tax rate of 9%, but that's better than in Canada for businesses. However, in France, they've decided to bring in a fair tax system. So the web giants and corporate web giants are going to have to pay their fair share. And they'll be able to help people like Jim and Sarah. Now, there's also the issue of tax havens, because that also contributes to the fact that we only have an effective tax rate of 9%. Madam Speaker, when you look at people like Sarah, they're actually paying a much higher rate than the 9% that the Liberals are requiring of corporations. But fortunately, we do have a hero. That's the Parliamentary Budget Officer. He has said, and his office has said, that we're going to have to figure out what the gap is between what corporations should pay in Canada and what they're actually paying. And 5.5 years ago, the PBO started taking steps. It started with the Harper government. It called on the Harper government to disclose the amounts that are actually being paid by corporations, because we know that everyday people are paying their fair share, but he wanted to know what corporations were actually paying. And what did Harper's government say? And all the Conservative MPs, they said, no, that information can't be provided. It's confidential. So for 3 years, the PBO was taking those steps, but the Conservatives refused to be transparent when it came to taxes. That's disgusting, Madam Speaker. They prevented Canadians from knowing what the real tax rate of corporations was, what that gap was between the rich and everyday people who do pay their fair share. But now we got a new government in 2015, and what happened? The same thing. For 2.5 years, that information wasn't disclosed, and finally the PBO said, enough is enough. We'll bring you to court. And finally, Madam Speaker, the Liberals had to provide that information. And so the PBO is now working very, very hard in order to figure out what all these numbers mean. And in a few months, their office will announce exactly what that gap is. That is to say, the gap between what big corporations are supposed to pay, but what they're actually paying because of their tax havens, and that will make a difference, Madam Speaker. The last point I'd like to make is this. The member for Carleton earlier on said that, well, if we eliminate a tax credit, that's increasing the taxes. But now we have these big oil companies who are benefiting from billions of dollars in subsidies. It doesn't really make sense. We're talking about a sector that makes enormous profits. But it's Canadian taxpayers who are contributing to those oil companies that are often foreign-owned, and there are billions of dollars in subsidies. And the Conservatives feel that should be maintained, and the Liberals believe the same. They say, well, we'll do something eventually. But we can't necessarily rely on the Liberals for acting.
Madam Speaker, that climate change is already costing the Canadian economy and Canadians billions of dollars a year. Billions of dollars in insurance payouts, billions of dollars as these catastrophic climatic events occur. And so, for the Liberals and Conservatives to say, hey, we're just going to continue to subsidize wealthy, very profitable fossil fuel companies, doesn't make any sense at all. But effectively, that's what this Conservative motion does. Eliminating the tax credit is, according to the member from Carleton, a tax hike. So obviously, Canadians have to continue to subsidize, according to the Conservative logic, a sector that makes enormous profits. So my conclusion is this, Madam Speaker. Liberals and Conservatives have been running this country for decades. They have been running the tax system for decades, and they've been running it into the ground. What they have created is a monster, the most unequal, inequitable tax system in the industrialized world. And what we believe in the NDP is that we actually need a fair tax system. A tax system that actually makes sure that everybody pays, as we say in French, leur juste part. And by creating that system, we can have the resources to make the investments that make a meaningful difference in the lives of regular Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Rivière-des-Mille.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to listen to my colleague. He is extremely eloquent. In 2015, the NDP promised that it would bring in an austerity budget. So where would they have cut? Where would they have cut among our tax measures, the tax cut for small business or the Canada Child Benefit? Would they have cut there? Or would they have pushed the age of retirement to 67? Or would they have done away with our tax cuts for the middle class? Can my colleague across the way say how he would have arrived at an austerity budget?
Mais là, les libéraux parlent d'un budget de
Well, the Liberals are talking about a fantasy budget. In 2015, they promised all kinds of things. And here in 2019, what's been accomplished? Not much. They say, we'll deal with housing. Don't worry about it. We are going to make sure there is affordable housing. But here today, people like Sarah and Heather are still waiting. In 2015, they said, we are going to make all kinds of reforms of the electoral system. There will never be another election using that old method. That was a fantasy electoral program, a fantasy platform. And here we are in 2019. Life is getting worse for most Canadians. Family debt is at a record level, and not only in Canada. It's at a record level for industrialized Canadas. I think in Canada, when the Liberals go to the people, I think they're going to look at all these broken promises.
It's entertaining to watch these two parties argue over who can be more expensive to Canadian taxpayers. No, we'll spend more. No, they'll spend more. It's really impressive to see how quickly they can run up the cost for Canadian taxpayers, and that they measure their success by how costly they can be. And we'll let them continue to carry on this bidding war. We'll stand on the side of the people who earned the money in the first place, hardworking Canadian taxpayers. But Madam Chair, this member is debating a motion related to gradually eliminating the deficit and balancing the budget. He claims always to be against handing fortunes to wealthy people, on Bay Street in particular. Well, there's no mechanism that more readily hands money to the wealthy on Bay Street than interest on our national debt. Who does he think the lenders are that collect the interest? Or does he think they just hand over the money out of the generosity of their hearts, all of these investment banks and private equity fund managers? Does he really believe they expect nothing in return? I don't think he does. He accepts that we pay interest on that debt, that interest comes from the working class, and that it goes to the super rich, that it is a transfer from the have-nots to the have-yachts. Does he not, therefore, support our view that we should limit public debt?
Honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Oh, Madame President. The member for Carleton is really hilarious on this, because he asked the question just a few minutes ago, who's going to increase the cost of government most? And he should already know the answer if he was listening to the debate. The answer is the Conservatives. Yes, the Liberals increased the cost of government 25% over the terms of their mandate, and the member raised those figures quite rightfully in the House of Commons. What he forgot to do in not doing his homework was check what the comparative figures were for the Conservatives. So 25% increase for the Liberals. What happened under the Conservative mandate? A 34% increase in the cost of government. 34%, far worse than the Liberals. Now, the Conservatives love giving money to Bay Street, love giving money to have yachts, love giving money to anybody who is rich, and with this motion today, they will permanently fossilize any attempt to actually build a fair tax system. So the web giants who don't have to pay a thing, well, according to this member, will never have to pay a single dollar of income tax in Canada. And all of those offshore tax havens, well, they'll just continue under the Conservatives. That's why we're voting against this motion, Madam Speaker. The Conservatives didn't do their homework. They actually win the gold medal for increasing the cost of government from 2006 to 2015.
Comments, l'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Madam Speaker, I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his speech. It shows the difference between us and them. It shows the lack of vision on the part of Liberals and Conservatives. Madam Speaker, I just invented a new word. It might be facilitatory, that's my new word, to help look at people who have economic activities and don't pay taxes. The simple idea of collecting sales tax from the big web giants would really help us. Doesn't he think so? The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I know he's working flat out to change this situation of the web giants. It's not just a question of taxes. It's a question of unfair competition. We have our businesses who pay their tax. They are good citizens, but here, these digital giants, these web giants, don't have to deal with any of these obligations. So I want to thank my colleague for asking a very important question. What do they do in Europe, in the United Kingdom, and in France? They tell the web giants, you pay your fair share, because they have to compete on the same playing ground as French businesses, as British businesses. It's only in Canada where we tell them, no, look, digital giants will give you this huge advantage. Madam Speaker, with a new Democratic government, with Jagmeet Singh, we would change that, and we would implement a system where web giants pay their fair share.
Yellen has 1 minute to pose his question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it's very fascinating to be in this room today and to listen to the Conservatives lecture us about fiscal responsibility when in reality, the Conservatives, out of the last 19 budgets they introduced into this House, 16 of them ran deficits. And now we're also hearing from the NDP about balancing budgets and making sure that we, are fiscally responsible. Yet in the last election, the NDP committed to balancing the budget. So I'm not going to ask the question that we seem to ask a lot, which is why did you commit to balancing the budget? This is just a straightforward question for the why did they, Madam Speaker? This is a straightforward question for this particular member. Did he agree with the position that his party took in 2015? And if he didn't, is he regretful of the fact that their party did take that position to balance the budget when they did in 2015?
The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby has just a little over a minute to respond.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I agreed with the NDP position that we should have universal single-payer pharmacare in this country, and most Canadians agree with us too. And that's why Liberal promises that have been broken and shattered, they're left in the centre block, and we're seeing more broken promises even as we started here, Madam Speaker. The NDP's commitment on universal single-payer pharmacare has never wavered, and we will continue to push for that. The NDP principle and the NDP commitment to making sure every Canadian has a roof over their head at night, that is a commitment from which we have never wavered and we will never change. Madam Speaker, we believe in making investments in Canadians. We don't believe in handing out $14 billion to Bay Street like the Liberals did this fall, and next October 21st, Canadians will be the judge of who is more true to the principles of putting in place a government that actually works in everybody's interest.
Resuming debate. Reprise débat. The honourable member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to support the motion before this House, and I'll be sharing my time with the member for St. Albert, Edmonton. You may recall, Madam Speaker, that in the last election campaign in 2015, the then leader of the third party promised modest deficits, if elected, leading to a balanced budget by the end of a Liberal term. He said that the promised balanced budget in 2019 was, quote, very cast in stone. Not very grammatical, but that's what he said. Conservatives warned the brash new leader that in times of modest growth, responsible governments don't run the country into deficits. And I'm sure you'll recall, Madam Speaker, Canada in 2015 was in modest growth mode, that after guiding the country through the 2008-2009 recession, Canada, remember, was hailed by economists around the world for being the last country to go into recession and the first to emerge, and to emerge strongly, that after guiding the country, Madam Speaker, through the 2008-9 recession, our Conservative government raised infrastructure spending by 3 times, and we did it while balancing budgets and lowering taxes on Canadians. In short, Madam Speaker, our previous government's Building Canada plan was the largest long-term infrastructure plan in Canadian history that was itself structured to keep the country out of a structural deficit. Now, we know, Madam Speaker, Canadians, for a variety of reasons, made a fateful choice at the ballot box in 2015. And almost immediately, buyer's remorse began setting in as the new Liberal government began breaking promises. They broke promises, Madam Speaker, across the policy spectrum. There isn't time to list all of those broken promises again today, but the biggest, the most damaging broken promise was the very cast-in-stone promise to run 3 modest deficits of $10 billion a year, returning to balance in the final year of the mandate this year, 2019. Instead, and despite a $20 billion windfall of a booming world economy, this Liberal government blew it all and has run huge budget deficits, leading to today when the Parliamentary Budget Office tells us the deficit is more than $21 billion this year alone. And according to Finance Canada, the budget will not be balanced until at least 2040, when by then Canada will be looking at an additional $271 billion in debt. Madam Speaker, it's abundantly clear that as this Liberal government, as this misguided Liberal Prime Minister runs now chronic deficits, he is borrowing money, not only from our children, but from our grandchildren, in fact, from our great-grandchildren. Today's deficits, Madam Speaker, are tomorrow's taxes. And as much as taxes have been raised by this Liberal government and continue to be raised based on their past, current, and future spending plans, the worst is yet to come. As the leader of the official opposition, the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada, warned Canadians on the weekend, Madam Speaker, if this Prime Minister is re-elected, your taxes will go up. Now, those taxes will go up in many areas and for a variety of reasons. My colleagues have spoken and will speak about the results of misguided policy mistakes and ineffective spending. But I'd like to discuss another example of irresponsible deficit spending with regards to the almost $650 million committed to the ill-considered commitment to bail out the Canadian news industry, widely seen as a cynical election year attempt to co-opt, to buy off media owners and publishers. $50 million, you'll recall, was allotted in the 2018 budget. Another $595 million promised in the 2018 fall economic statement. There's a stark disagreement between the owners and shareholders and those who actually generate news content on the worthiness and acceptability of the bailout, and I'll address that in a moment. Madam Speaker, I grew up and was blessed to develop a career in the golden age of 20th century conventional media. After arriving in Canada from England near the end of the Second World War, I was born in a Canadian Army hospital in Sussex to Albertans serving in the Army and the Army Medical Corps. My father went to work for the southern newspapers here in Canada, the Ottawa Citizen, the Medicine Hat News, the Calgary Herald, and so forth. I enjoyed many happy days with my dad at the various papers, captivated by the smell of hot lead, clanking linotype machines, and the wonderful roar of the presses. And that led me to a wonderful career in journalism, more than 4 decades in radio, television, and newspapers, working for CTV, Global, CBC, NBC, and Monitor Television. I was honored to host CBC's The National for a couple of years in the mid-70s, before being assigned, actually exiled abroad, for successfully challenging Trudeau government interference in CBC editorial decision-making during the time of the Parti Québécois government in Quebec. I participated in the ultimately ill-fated attempt to converge the Global Television Network with the former Southern newspapers to adapt to the rapidly changing media changes at the turn of the century. I saw far too many colleagues deal with the harsh downsizing of newsrooms as fragmented advertising budgets and audiences took a destructive toll on the gathering and the generation of Canadian news content, local, national, and international. So, Madam Speaker, back now to the stark disagreement over the almost $750 million news industry bailout I mentioned earlier between boardroom and newsroom. News organizations, CEOs, and publishers who draw multi-million-dollar salaries and equally outsized bonuses as their newsrooms are depleted are delighted. The then Postmedia CEO Paul Godfrey enthusiastically welcomed the finance minister's fall economic statement announcement. Mr. Godfrey recommended that everyone in journalism should be doing a victory lap around their buildings right now. But I agree passionately with a host of Canada's most respected journalists who immediately rejected the Liberals' proposed bailout as an unacceptable intervention that will compromise the independence of their craft. I share their opposition to the Liberal proposal of a panel of news experts who will distribute the election year beneficence by deciding which newsrooms are credible and worthy and which newsrooms aren't. Madam Speaker, the Canadian news industry isn't disappearing, it is being transformed from conventional print and broadcast forms to digital platforms. To my mind, struggling conventional organizations will survive only with public policy adjustments that will reset and level the playing field for private sector newsrooms. Madam Speaker, the Finance Minister can't justify the Liberals' $600 million plus election year bailout because he has no idea, absolutely no idea, what will happen after his subsidized transition period. That's unacceptable. Intervention should have a goal before short-term survival and dependence. Now, Mr. Speaker, I will save discussion of the public policy remedies the government should be considering for another day. I offer the misguided attempt to bail out the Canadian news industry as just another example of the out-of-control deficit spending by these Liberals. So, Mr. Speaker, I will conclude by returning to the ask of today's worthy motion that the House call on the Prime Minister to table a plan in Budget 2019 to eliminate the deficit quickly with a written commitment that he will never raise taxes of any kind. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Commentaires? The Honourable Member for Esquimalt Saanich Sooke.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's with great pleasure. It's the first time I rise in this new chamber. It's always a privilege to sit here. My question to the Conservatives, which I'll get to in just a second, revolves around this whole questions of how we pay for the things that we need in our society. We've had the Liberals throwing the old canard at the NDP that somehow in the last election we suggested a deficit budget when nothing, or sorry, an austerity budget when nothing could be further from the truth. We suggested a budget that served the interest of ordinary working Canadians and where everybody, including corporations and especially the big web giants, paid their fair share of taxes. But what I've just heard from my honourable friend is that the Conservatives are asking for no new taxes ever. So my question is fairly simple. Are you actually telling us that we never ever place any new taxes on those great web giants like Google or Netflix, that they should continue not paying their fair share for the services that ordinary working families need in this country?
Well, member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question. I certainly agree with him that the Liberals they grossly misspoke in describing their last budget as an austerity budget, which required stimulation to an economy that was in growth, although through no credit of their own. They've been riding a worldwide economic revival. And they are spending money when they should have been putting money aside for the next economic downturn. When it comes to the digital mega giants, the dataopolies, in fact, that is one of the public policy adjustments that I would like to see considered. It is being considered by our Ethics Committee today with regards to the Canadian advertising dollars who are going untaxed to American digital platforms, where if they were advertising in American conventional media, they would be paying taxes and supporting the Canadian advertising industry.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Toronto, Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And one of the issues, I've been listening to the debate today, and what I have heard from Conservative members is talk about, things such as getting rid of the child fitness tax credit. And one of the things that stands out to me from before the election was a conversation I had with someone who was telling me that she couldn't afford to actually sign her daughter up for soccer because she couldn't afford the cleats. She couldn't afford the registration fees. So this was something that was just outside of her means. What she needed was help to be able to even afford that initial cost. And I was looking at an article in the CBC which reported that actually when the tax savings were analyzed from this tax credit, the credits begin to look more like a windfall for rich families who could likely afford the activities regardless than something that helped pay for what lower income parents couldn't otherwise afford. So I put that there because what I think everyone wants to see from government is that we are smart about the decisions we make with a budget and with our spending. And I would ask, would the member from Thornhill not agree that doing something like the Canada Child Benefit, which gives money to families in need so that they can actually sign up their children to participate in those sports, isn't that a better decision than having a tax credit available so that wealthy people can sign off on something that they were already able to afford?
Member for Thornhill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I do agree with my Liberal colleague that too many Canadians are simply getting by. They are not getting ahead. And it comes back to the basic motion that is before this House today, that these tax and ineffectively spend Liberals sending billions of dollars out of the country because they bought the Trans Mountain Pipeline, sending billions of dollars to the Asian Development Bank to develop infrastructure in Asia and not in Canada, by raising taxes on hard-working Canadian families with a carbon tax that is a revenue plan, not an environmental plan. They are contributing to the economic pressures on hard-working Canadians who are struggling to not only get ahead, not only get by, but to get ahead. And I would suggest and remind my colleague, as we remind today during this Opposition Day debate on this motion, that these deficits will only be translated permanently into continuing tax increases. If we re-elect this Liberal government, as we were told by the official leader of the opposition on the weekend, Canadians' taxes will certainly go up.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a privilege to rise for the first time in this new chamber, and it is a privilege to rise to speak to this Conservative Opposition Day motion. We, as the official opposition, by bringing forward this motion, are fulfilling our duty as the official opposition to hold this government to account. And what we have before this House today is a relatively straightforward motion. It's a motion that, quite frankly, I would hope that the government would support, because after all we are asking the government to do is fulfill the promise that it made to Canadians to balance the budget. When the Prime Minister was elected in 2015, he inherited a Conservative balanced budget. Indeed, it was a surplus budget. And very quickly, the Prime Minister turned the Conservative surplus into a Liberal deficit. Now, one could say that that was not entirely surprising, given that the Prime Minister, during the 2015 election campaign, campaigned on what he called short-term small deficits. And so, to be fair to the Prime Minister, by turning a Conservative surplus into a Liberal deficit, one could say that it was consistent with the promise that he made to Canadians. But aside from turning a Conservative surplus into a deficit, when it comes to keeping promises made to Canadians with respect to the fiscal management of this country, it's been all downhill from there. Because I think it's important to remind members of this government about what the Prime Minister said in 2015 when he was talking about, again, what he characterized as short-term small deficits. What the Prime Minister meant by that was that in the first year of a Liberal government, the deficit would be no more than $10 billion. What happened to that promise, Mr. Speaker? It turns out that it was a Liberal promise made and a Liberal promise broken. Because instead of running a $10 billion deficit, in the first year this government managed to run a deficit of $19 billion, 92% higher than what the Prime Minister promised Canadians. When the Prime Minister talked about short-term small deficits, what the Prime Minister said was that in a second year of a Liberal government, the deficit would be, again, no more than $10 billion. What happened to that commitment? What happened to that promise? Well, once again, Mr. Speaker, it was another Liberal promise made and another Liberal promise broken. And then the Prime Minister said that in the third year, the deficit would be no more than $5.7 billion. What happened to that promise, Mr. Speaker? Well, you guessed it, another Liberal promise made, another Liberal promise broken. We're beginning to see a pattern here of Liberal promises made and Liberal promises broken. And then the Prime Minister made, quite famously, in the 2015 campaign, the commitment that in fiscal year 2019-2020, Canada would be back in the black. The budget would be balanced. What happened, Mr. Speaker, to that promise? Well, again, another Liberal promise made, another Liberal promise broken. Instead of balancing the budget, this government is projected to run yet another massive deficit in 2019-2020, and another massive deficit in fiscal year 2021, and another massive deficit in fiscal year 21-22, and on and on and on, Mr. Speaker. It's quite interesting that given how specific this government was about balancing the budget in 2019, that when the member for Carleton rises in this House and asks the finance minister a very straightforward question, namely, in what year will the budget be balanced, the finance minister refuses to say. He won't answer that very simple, straightforward question, in what year will the budget be balanced? And it's no wonder that the finance minister refuses to answer that question, because the true answer to that question is that the budget will never be balanced with these Liberals. Indeed, according to the Department of Finance, at the current rate of spending, the budget will be balanced in 2040, in 31 years. I'm 34. In 31 years, the Liberals will maybe get around to balancing the budget. So, Mr. Speaker, instead of 3 years of what the Prime Minister characterized as small, short-term deficits, what this government instead is delivering is more than 3 decades of red ink. And you know, Mr. Speaker, what is quite remarkable about all of this is that this government has managed to run rather large deficits that are 2 and 3 times larger than what they promised Canadians in times of modest economic growth. It begs the question, what would the fiscal situation look like in the not so unlikely event of an economic downturn? Well, Mr. Speaker, according to the Fraser Institute, if the economic conditions were the same as 2008 and 2009, the last time that this country saw a major economic downturn, instead of running a $20 billion deficit, the deficit would balloon to $120 billion, Mr. Speaker. And if the member for Kingston doesn't like the Fraser Institute, I think he would agree, any reasonable person would agree, that the deficit will increase substantially in an economic downturn, because 2 things happen immediately without any change in policy when you have an economic downturn. Number 1, revenues decrease and government program spending increases. So the fact is that this government has set Canada on a very slippery course. It is unsustainable, and it comes with a price. It comes with a price in the form of higher taxes. And we've seen this from this government. This is a government that rolled back tax credits for public transit users. This is a government that canceled tax credits for students, a government that canceled tax credits for families, a government that has shaken down diabetics and the most vulnerable in our society to try to take away disability tax credits. This is a government that tried to get away with taxing employee discounts and health and dental benefits. This is a government that has increased taxes on the average Canadian family by nearly $1,000, and this is a government that is now prepared to impose the mother of all taxes, the tax on everything, a massive and unfair carbon tax, Mr. Speaker. So, quite frankly, it's time that this government did what it said and said what it did, keep its commitment to Canadians, and table in this House a plan to do what the Prime Minister said he would do all along, and that is to balance the budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. La députée de Rivière-des-Mille.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Mr. Speaker, I listened to what my colleague has said, but does he know that the number of payments that are not taxable represents a large amount, an average of $6,000 and some dollars per year per person? I would like to know, what is the Conservative plan? What are they going to cut? Are they going to promise to balance the budget in 2020? I'd like to hear what he has to say about that. The Honourable Member from Edmonton.
It becomes more and more difficult because this government keeps digging a hole, and they keep digging it bigger and bigger and bigger, Mr. Speaker, and it is completely unsustainable. So what a Conservative government will do is ensure that government lives within its means, that government spends no more and puts more money back in the pockets of hard-working Canadians.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I always think it's interesting when the Conservatives who express their concern about the influence of foreign money in politics then turn around and cite the Fraser Institute, which receives enormous donations from the Koch brothers in the United States. But my question to the motion today really goes back to this question, the last part of the motion, which says there never should be any tax increases ever and no new taxes ever. So I want to ask the member for St. Albert Edmonton whether he really agrees that the web giants should continue to pay no taxes, even though profiting greatly upon their activities that take place in Canada. Does he really believe that the super rich in this country, who've seen their marginal tax rates go down, should never pay their fair share for the benefits they've achieved for their economic activity in Canada? So is he really fully in support of this motion that would allow those people to continue to avoid paying their fair share of taxes?
For St. Albert Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, what we are committed to doing is making life easier for everyday Canadians by putting more money in their pocket, scrapping the carbon tax. And I will say this, that we have seen many examples of when governments cut taxes, not only does it put money back in the pockets of hard-working people, it helps stimulate the economy, it helps stimulate growth, and that results in increased revenue, not decreased revenue over the long term.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, I find it very perplexing to hear the Conservatives lecture this side of the House on fiscal responsibility and in particular balancing budgets, when in reality the last 19 budgets that were introduced into this House by Conservative governments 16 of them ran deficits, and the 3 that ran surpluses, 2 of them came on the heels of Paul Martin's $13 billion surplus, and the other one happened in 2015 when they slashed veterans' services, when they sold off shares of GM at bargain prices just so they could produce this budget, quote unquote, this phony budget, so that they could take that into the 2015 election. My question to the member specifically is, what would they cut in order to do what they're proposing? I want to hear specifically what they're going to start cutting out and what services they're going to take away from Canadians in order to get to the desired place that he wants to be. And in fact, will they actually commit today to being able to do that in 2020 if they were given the opportunity to govern?
Well, member for St. Albert Edmonton.
You know, Mr. Speaker, we wouldn't have spent $4.5 billion to buy a pipeline that can't be built.
Right.
We wouldn't spend hundreds of millions of dollars to build pipelines in places like Azerbaijan instead of getting our product to Tidewater here in Canada. And, Mr. Speaker, with respect to the fiscal record of the previous Conservative government, let the record show that under the previous Conservative government, a historic amount of money was repaid in terms of debt, more than $40 billion. The government guided Canada through the biggest economic downturn since the Great Depression, creating more than 1 million jobs, the best economic growth rate in the G7, and a balanced budget that this government blew.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's wonderful to rise in this new year in this new chamber. It's not wonderful to rise to speak to an opposition motion brought forth by the member from Carleton that is, in my opinion, useless, if I can be so direct. It's an opposition motion that doesn't speak to the needs of everyday hardworking Canadians, to middle-class Canadians at home, and their concerns, ensuring that they have a bright future for themselves, for their kids, ensuring that we make life more affordable for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. It does nothing to that. The priorities and reading this text on this motion does nothing. Let's speak to the record. We as a government in the last 3.5 years have cut taxes for 9 million middle-class Canadians. The opposition party, the Conservatives, have voted against that. We as a government raised the guaranteed income supplement by 10% for our most vulnerable seniors. They as an opposition party voted against that measure. We as a government brought in the Canada Child Benefit, which makes 9 out of 10 families in Canada better off by $2,300 on average. They as an opposition party voted against that. We expanded or enhanced the Canada Pension Plan. That'll benefit generations of hard-working middle-class Canadians. They, as an opposition party, voted against that. We asked the wealthy to pay a little bit more. They've done well. We all know that. We asked the wealthy to pay a little bit more. They, as an opposition party, voted against that. We cut the small business tax rate to 9%, a saving of $7,500 for SMEs from coast to coast to coast to coast, and they voted against that. We've created 800,000 new jobs, a majority of full-time, majority of private sector, the lowest unemployment rate in 44 years. And they, what do they say? Nothing. Do they have a plan? No. What services will they cut? We know what Doug Ford is doing, cutting services for university students, making education less affordable for hardworking families in Ontario. That is the Conservative philosophy. That is what we have. Shame on the Conservatives. Shame for not bringing out any ideas. We are growing our economy in 2017. We led the G7 in 3% growth. This year we'll come in at 2% and change. Where's your plan? No plan. On our fiscal finances, the finance minister met with the rating agencies. They affirmed our AAA credit rating here in Canada. They said our fiscal finances, I think the word was solid. Solid. Canada's finances are in great shape. We're doing things to benefit Canadians. For hardworking, low-income Canadians, the ones that we really want to help, the ones that we really want to pull and get into the middle class, we introduced the Canada Workers' Benefit. What did they vote? They voted against it. Mr. Speaker, we need to speak about records. And our record on the economy, as someone who's worked in the financial markets for 23 years, both in New York and in Toronto, but someone who grew up working at a McDonald's and a donut factory and at Zeller's and a pulp mill and grain elevator, who comes from the middle class, or I would say even the low middle class, because my parents were immigrants. We are doing things that are lifting people, children, families out of poverty. And the Conservatives, what did they do? They voted against everything. Everything helping families in my riding. Over 15,000 kids and their families receive the Canada Child Benefit in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge. Over almost $5 million a month. The Conservatives, what do they do? They voted against it. Now I'll go to my text, or a speech that I like to submit today. But, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to leadership on the economy, leadership on the environment, we're doing and we're acting. And that is what Canadians want. They don't want platitudes. They don't want hot air. They want us folks here that have been elected and have the privilege of serving to demonstrate leadership, that we leave a better environment for our kids and a stronger economy and a stronger future for all Canadians. So, Mr. Speaker, I welcome all opportunities to remind this House and all Canadians of the work this government is doing, because we are very proud of it. We are building a stronger Canada, a better Canada, while continuing to reduce the federal debt to GDP ratio. In fact, the work our government is doing is attracting praise from all around the world. The IMF has hailed Canada as an economic model for the world, with the IMF's managing director, Christine Lagarde, saying that the world needs more Canada. Now, I know the opposition party likes to comment and state facts of the Fraser Institute, but how about this? How about we just listen to the residents of our ridings and what they're saying? Why don't you go back and speak to them instead of some think tank?
They don't want a carbon tax.
Okay? Why don't you ask them what they want to do on the environment? They would like us to put a price on pollution. And they would like us to make life more affordable for our residents, and that's exactly what we're doing. So let's talk to our residents. Let's talk to them about our tax cut for 9 million Canadians. Let's talk to them about the Canada Pension Plan enhancement. Let's talk to them about rolling back the age of eligibility from 67 to 65 that the Conservatives brought in. Let's talk to them about that. Just last year, the OECD gave us positive recognition to the government's historic investments in infrastructure and its first ever national housing strategy, as well as the expected positive impacts of the new employment insurance parental sharing benefit. Just last week, US News and World's Report 2019 Best Country Rankings put Canada at #1 for quality of life, something we should all be proud of. That's because a strong economy is about people and ensuring that all Canadians have the tools to succeed. From the beginning, this government has put people at the heart of its plan for economic growth. It's one thing to grow the economy, but we must grow it in an inclusive manner, and that's what we're doing. That's why we've lifted 300,000 kids out of poverty. That's why our national housing strategy, which again the Conservatives voted against, is lifting hundreds of thousands of people out of poverty and giving them a secure place to stay and to live. And we're doing that. In my riding alone, in 2019, we will open a new building, 162 units of low affordable housing for our residents. And there's much work to be done, and we'll do it.
We came to government determined to help Canadians who are working hard to better benefit from a strong, growing economy, and that's exactly what we did. That is why the first step this government took was to call on the wealthiest of Canadians to pay a little more in order to bring down taxes for the middle class.
Hardworking Canadians at home today, maybe some in Ontario are home today because it snowed so much, but most of them are out working.
Through the middle class tax decrease, more than 9 million Canadians now can save more or invest or buy what they need. To help parents raise their children, the government created the Canada Child Benefit, a more generous benefit, a non-taxable benefit for those families who need it the most. Thanks to the CCB, 9 Canadian families out of 10 will receive a more generous benefit than in the past. Mr. Speaker, this benefit has lifted thousands of children out of poverty through tax decreases and steps like the CCP. A typical four-member family will receive approximately $2,000 more per year to help raise their children, save for the future, and contribute to the growth of the economy. These funds are changing the lives of families. For example, it helps them provide nutritious food for their children or buy new winter boots.
Canada Child Benefit is transformational. We brought it in. It's helping families every month in ridings across Canada, including the ridings of the opposition parties. And we have to acknowledge that. It's lifting hundreds of thousands of kids out of poverty. It's helping families. And that's something we all need to be proud of. And I wonder, are the Conservatives going to cut the Canada Child Benefit? When they talk about, are they going to do what Doug Ford's doing? Cutting services to hardworking Ontario families? I hope not. And they won't. Cet argent change la vie de ces familles.
Furthermore, in the fall of 2017, the government took steps to help low-income workers and brought in the Canada Workers Benefit in the 2018 budget. The CWB is an improved, enhanced, more generous, and more accessible benefit than the working income benefit. Since January 1st, the CWB has put more money in the pockets of workers. It will also encourage a greater number of people to obtain and maintain employment while providing real assistance to more than 2 million Canadians who are working hard to join the middle class.
We're working hard, and these low-income Canadians, we're going to help them with the Canada Workers Benefit. If you're earning about $15,000 right now, you'll get, I think, roughly about $500 more when you file your income taxes. We will lift them and have them join the middle class. We will ensure that we take care of all Canadians and our most vulnerable Canadians. That's why when we brought in the 10% increase to the GIS, in my riding alone, over 2,000 seniors received the increase to the 10% GIS. Almost $847 on average. It's real and it's helping. Our measures have helped Canadians from coast to coast to coast, and we're going to continue to build a strong, inclusive economy for today and tomorrow.
After many years of work, retirement can be a reward. Yet in Canada, for many seniors, especially for women, oftentimes retirement involves financial difficulty. We believe that that is unacceptable. That is why we increased the guaranteed income supplement for single low-income seniors, which will provide these seniors, the most vulnerable seniors, greater financial security and peace of mind. We also enhanced the Canada Pension Plan, an historic step. Through an enhanced CPP, which will be phased in this year, Canadians will have more money when they retire, and they will be less worried about their future, and they will be able to spend more time with their family.
Ensuring Canadians have a secure and dignified retirement is something we ran on in 2015. And Mr. Speaker, we did several things. First, we reversed, which was a badly planned in Switzerland, when the former Prime Minister, raised the eligibility age for OAS to GIS from 65 to 67. Now, if you're a middle-class Canadian, you're a bricklayer or a carpenter, and you've worked all your life, and you're looking forward to retirement, and your body's got a little bit of wear and tear, well, going from 65 to 67, that's asking a lot. And that was unfair. That was unfair what the Conservatives did, and we reversed it. That would have been putting people into poverty. That would have actually been dumping it onto the provinces if you actually looked at the way the system worked. And we reversed it. We enhanced the CPP for future generations. Something great. We increased the GIS. Again, we said we would do that, and we did, and we acted.
Through cooperation with the provinces and territories to enhance the CPP, and thanks to the government's decision to bring the GIS eligibility age back down to 65 years instead of 67, more Canadians will be able to spend their retirement in better conditions. Mr. Speaker, thanks to the some 30,000 infrastructure projects that have been approved since 2016, we are also building strong and resilient communities. Most of these infrastructures are already underway, which is creating good, well-paying, quality jobs for the middle class. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, through many of these economic measures, consumer confidence now is at historic levels. With more money at their disposal, Canadian consumers can be confident in their financial situation in the future. And that is also true of businesses. Since 2015, net profits after tax for Canadian businesses has almost doubled, which means that businesses and Canadians now have more resources to invest, stimulate economic growth, and create good jobs. We recognize that small businesses are the driver of our economy. Out of all private sector jobs, 70% are in small businesses, and that is why we reduced their taxes last year. In January 2018, the government reduced the tax rate for small businesses from 10% to 10% rather, and this year we brought it down to 9%.
Woodbridge in the city of Vaughan, we have over 12,000 small businesses employing over 200,000 workers, hardworking Canadians. And yes, we've reduced the small business tax rate from 11% to 9%. Yes, we brought in the fall economic statement, which I know the NDP doesn't like. I'm not sure what it likes these days, to be honest with you, which is going to help firms invest in capital, invest in machinery to make their firms more productive, more competitive. Just like when I visited Alps Welding in my riding, which is building components for pipelines in Kazakhstan, building components for pipelines in Canada, building components for pipelines in Ontario. That, Mr. Speaker, that is building components worldwide, building components for Alberta. I'd like to take any of my opposition members, come to Vaughan Woodbridge and I'll take you there. The great work being done. And you know what, Mr. Speaker, their biggest complaint to me was, their biggest issue, they can't find enough welders. Their order book is full, they're hiring, they're expanding, and they can't find enough skilled labor. Okay? They're exporting to Alberta, to South Central Asia, to the United States, Ontario, Quebec, and they're a Canadian success story owned by a Canadian immigrant family. And that's something we need to be proud of. My honorable colleagues can taunt and tease, but you know what? This family's built something I'm proud of and they're proud of, and they worked hard doing it. And I don't think that's a laughing matter, and nor should my colleagues taunt and tease, especially from the opposition side. We use the word with my kids that are 6 and 8 to grow up sometimes, and sometimes I think the opposition members need to grow up. C'est pourquoi nous le taux des impositions combien.
The combined federal, provincial, territorial tax rate is 12.2%, by far the lowest of all G7 countries. The results of these steps are clear. The Canadian economy is strong and growing, and it is one of the strongest in the G7. There are more good, well-paying jobs for Canadians. Over the past 3 years, Canadians have created more than 800,000 new jobs, which has pushed unemployment to the lowest level in more than 40 years. Consumer confidence remains high, and corporate profit margins are solid.
Well, Canadian workers are doing well, but we know that anybody that's looking for work in Canada, that we want to make sure that they can find that job. So investing in skills training, investing in better data collection. I understand that the former party cut Stats Canada, cut the long-form census. But we brought it back. Why? Because we want to ensure when Canadians are looking for work, we have that information that we can give to them so they can find it. So we want to make sure that the programs that the government entered into with the provinces are working well. It's too bad that the Conservatives don't believe in science and data collection and information.
Consumer confidence remains high, and corporate profit margins are solid, which paves the way to other investments, which can then create more interesting and better paying jobs for Canadians.
Economics took for granted. 2018 was a challenging year, especially with regard to the recent tax changes in the United States and concerns about what ongoing global trade disputes might mean for Canadian businesses. Last summer, the government heard from a number of business owners and business leaders that there is strong interest in making investments of the kind that can position businesses for long-term growth and create good, well-paying jobs for Canadian workers. We heard from many businesses who expressed relief when we announced our new trade deal with the United States and Mexico, because securing that deal really does help when it comes to being able to confidently invest for the future. La coopération entre le Canada et les États-Unis.
The cooperation between Canada and the United States is not new. We have a long-standing relationship, and it's a very constructive one. The whole world envies us this relationship. The ties between our people, our governments, and our economies have produced positive results. We know how to work together, and we will continue to offer real results to people over the coming years. The agreement we have just signed with the United States and Mexico reaffirms the importance of our trading relationship with our neighbors.
Because we know it will help support good, well-paying middle-class jobs right across the country. At the same time, we know that we need to do more to protect and maintain Canada's competitive advantage. And that, Mr. Speaker, we did that in the fall economic statement with the accelerated investment incentive, a measure that will now allow firms to make investments in Canada at a lower marginal tax rate than firms investing in the United States. Yes, call it the Canadian advantage, but it's there. It's 4 points lower. It's going to encourage more investment, more creation of good, middle-class jobs in this country. We've created 800,000 jobs since we came into power in October 2015, majority full-time, majority private sector, and we're going to continue doing the job that Canadians sent us here to do. And thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to ask the member, he talked about so many different issues, and there's so much I could pick off on that. But does he believe that the budget should be balanced at some point? Not necessarily this year like he promised in the last election, but does he think it should be balanced at some point? And if so, when?
Honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I thank my honourable colleague from Alberta for the question. What I will say is this. The debt to GDP ratio, the deficit to GDP are both on a declining trend, and that is what is important. As long as we continue to reduce that deficit continually over time, continue to grow the economy, and continue to invest in Canadians, we are on the right path. And as someone who worked in the financial markets, again, for 23 years of my career, I know that that path is sustainable, it's fiscally prudent, and that is why Standard & Poor's and Moody's recently reaffirmed our AAA credit rating. And if you read the reports, which I've actually read, they're quite glowing to our government's record and quite glowing to the strong financial figures and path that we are taking this country on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton, Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciated hearing the speech about how everything's just hunky-dory and everybody's doing great. Unfortunately, from what we're seeing, is that the big city mayors are not in agreement with what the Prime Minister reported to us yesterday. And in fact, they are very dissatisfied. Big city mayor chair is Mayor Don Iveson from my city, and he advised the Prime Minister a number of things. One of the things that the municipalities want is they want delivery now of money to deal with housing and homelessness. They are not happy with the delivery of the monies on housing. They want permanent funding for public transit because it's an ongoing issue. The Liberals promise they're going to resolve climate change by investment in public transit, but where's the long-term commitment? They want big monies to municipalities because they're dealing with the major impacts of climate change, and they want a new intergovernmental forum that would give them a voice in federal decision-making. So I'm wondering if the member could respond to apparently what the big city mayors actually asked for.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I thank my honourable colleague from Alberta again for that question. What I would say, we are at the table with the municipalities. We've been at the table since 2015 in rolling out PTIF 1, which was the first plan for infrastructure, PTIF 2, which was our second plan for infrastructure. There's money on the table for cities. It's being invested in thousands of projects across the country. We do know, and the honourable member does know, that in terms of the agreements, the federal government is there in partnership with the provinces and the cities. We need full cooperation on that front. The honourable member also knows that the cities in Canada constitutionally do not have a role. It's between the provinces and the cities. And we're not going to do what the province of Ontario did, where they jammed down changes to Toronto City Council without consultation. Okay? We're not going to do any of those things. So we are at the table. We're working cooperatively with our provincial partners, with our municipal folks, and we'll continue to do as such. The money is there. It's funding. The programs are laid out, and we should be proud of the amount of infrastructure that is happening in Canada, and that will continue to happening under a $180 billion plan over 12 years. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And a couple of things that really interested me in the member's speech. Number one, about listening to his residents. And I would suggest that he does listen to his residents, because in the last provincial election, Michael Tobolo was elected as a Conservative MPP in his riding, while the Liberal cabinet minister was running on the very same things that this Liberal government is running on: higher debts, higher deficits, structural deficits that were going to impact the economy. But it's what he said at the beginning that really piqued my curiosity, and that he felt that this motion today, which calls for reducing deficits and a balanced budget, was a useless exercise. Does this member actually believe that lowering taxes for Canadians, balancing budgets, and receiving and lowering deficits is actually a useless exercise?
For Vaughan Woodbridge.
Well, first, I'd like to thank the honourable member from Barrie for acknowledging the fact that we've reduced taxes for 9 million Canadians. So I say thank you very much for acknowledging the fact in your comments that the deficit is going down on an absolute basis year after year, and it's also going down on a percentage or relative basis year after year on a debt to GDP or deficit to GDP, whichever number you want to say. Look, the United States is running about a 5% deficit to GDP basis. We're well below 1%. We're trending lower. We're going the right direction. And we're making the right investments in Vaughan Woodbridge, in your riding, Canada Child Benefit. Now I ask you this, what services would you cut? What taxes would you increase? Because you're saying you want to go to budget right away. You got to cut something or you got to raise something. What is it? What choice will you make?
We're getting a lot of the U word in play there. I just ask honourable members to direct their speech to the chair and keep it in the third person. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hull Aylmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened to my colleague's speech with a great deal of attention. And the question I have for him is this. I know that it's important when you make investments that there are results at the end of the process. You don't invest money to waste it. We want there to be something concrete at the end. Now, something that is very concrete, and my honourable colleague mentioned it, and that is the Canada Child Benefit. Mr. Speaker, this is a remarkable program where in 1 year, in an historic year, we cut the rate of poverty of children by more than 30%. This is truly remarkable. Was that a good investment with respect to the government's platform? I'd like to thank my colleague for his question.
In Barrie Innisfil receive the Canada Child Benefit. Over 10,000, 10, 11,000 every month their families receive. Are you going to cut that? Okay. The Canada Child Benefit, receive that. Tax-free, simple, every month they receive it. They depend on it. It helps them enjoy a good quality of life. That is what our government is about. Lifting children out of poverty, helping families, helping middle-class Canadians. That's why we've created 800,000 jobs. Ensuring good services for families. That's why our unemployment rate's at a 44-year low. That's the record. That's what we need to speak about, Mr. Speaker. As for, we will continue to reduce and maintain a strong fiscal situation as our debt to GDP ratio declines, and we'll do it in a prudent manner, one that ensures our services are kept, one that ensures we continue to maintain a low tax jurisdiction, both on the personal side and on the business side. That is what Canadians expect of us. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to salute the use of French in my colleague's speech. It's greatly appreciated. I'd also like to say that for us in the Bloc Québécois, it's important to have a plan that would rapidly eliminate the deficit. No, there is nothing that justifies that we spend more than what we're getting in revenue, especially in the present economy. We're concerned that the government's solution will be to cut transfers to Quebec and other provinces in health, for example. Nevertheless, a party that says that the government should commit to never raise taxes in any form whatsoever, well, we can't accept that. The 1% of the richest in the public, I think they could have higher taxes, and we could also go and find money in tax havens. I'd like to ask my colleague if he agrees that we could do more to find money in these tax havens. The honourable member for Vaughan Oakbridge. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I'd like to answer in French, but it's quite difficult for me, so excuse me.
Conservatives did and undertake austerity measures where we cut. That is not something any government wants to do or should do, but they decided to do that, and it hurt our economy. In 2015 and 2014, job growth was very anemic and very weak. The question on tax evasion, tax avoidance, our government has invested $1 billion into CRA. We've invested a lot of funds in beefing up measures. Base erosion, profit shifting is another measure that we've undertaken and agree with our international partners. Obviously, that is a big issue for us. It's been a big issue since we came to power. It's something very important because we want to ensure hardworking Canadians that are paying their taxes receive the services they received, and any high net worth individuals or corporations that are avoiding paying their fair share, pay their fair share. That's what Canadians expect us to do, and hardworking Canadians every day demand that. Thank you for your question. Merci beaucoup.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, and it's a real pleasure to rise today in this new interim House of Commons, representing the good people of Barrie Innisfil. And history will certainly be made in this place over the course of the next 10 years and or more, and it'll be nice to know that we're going to get back to center block before the balanced budget is even expected in this country. And so, it's kind of interesting. Last year, Mr. Speaker, just before Christmas on December 21st, 4 days before Christmas, the Finance Department came out with a report where we learned that the budget won't be balanced until at least the year 2040. Now think about that. My son, who is now 14 years old, will be 35 years old before the budget is balanced. I don't even want to begin to think how much in taxes he'll have to pay and those of his age will have to pay. And Mr. Speaker, like many Canadians, I'm worried about my children and their children. With this current government's record on spending, I want to know what tomorrow's Canadians are going to have to pay, whether they'll be able to buy a house, whether they'll be able to have a good quality of life because of this government's spending. And I'm also worried, quite frankly, for those residents in Barrie Innisfil, Mr. Speaker, who are heading into retirement, our seniors, who will be affected profoundly by this fiscally irresponsible government. And that's why I'm happy today to speak on this motion from the member of Carleton. And I'll remind the House again what the motion says. And it says that given that the Prime Minister broke his promise to eliminate the deficit this year and that perpetual and growing deficits lead to massive tax increases, the House call on the Prime Minister to table a plan in Budget 2019 in a few short months to eliminate the deficit quickly with a written commitment that he will never raise taxes of any kind. And it stands to reason, Mr. Speaker, that when a country is faced with debt and deficits, the inevitability of raising taxes is going to happen. There's no question about that. And I don't think Canadians should be questioning that. This is a government who ran on the fact that the budget will be balanced this year, and we're finding out, Mr. Speaker, that the deficit this year will be $20 billion. In fact, the budget won't be balanced until the year 2040. Think about that. Think about the impact that that's going to have on everyday working Canadians who quite simply can't afford it. There was a report that came out last week that said that 46% of Canadians are $200 away from insolvency. $200, Mr. Speaker. And it's a very fine line that Canadians are walking right now with respect to the level of debt and deficit that they're facing, not to mention the fact that this government is putting it on. And I'm also very pleased and honoured, Mr. Speaker, to be sharing my time today with the member from Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Now, this is a Prime Minister who doesn't have to worry about household debt. He doesn't have to worry about incurring deficits. In fact, he's inherited a family fortune, Mr. Speaker. So he has no worries at all, like those families who are from Barrie and Innisfil who have to worry on a day in and day out basis of their financial situation. Now, the other thing is that, the Prime Minister got caught trying to impose some tax hikes as well. He tried to put a 73% tax hike on small businesses. And it wasn't until the opposition brought that forward and spoke to businesses across the country that backlash occurred, and the Prime Minister and the Liberal government backed down on those tax hikes. But don't think for a second, Mr. Speaker, that those tax hikes won't come if the Prime Minister is re-elected. He also tried to impose a tax on health and dental benefits, a tax on employee discounts. Waitresses or waiters who get free meals as part of their working condition were going to be taxed on those things, and it was, again, the opposition. He also tried to impose taxes on a disability tax credit for diabetics. And these tax hikes, make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, will be on the table, again, if this Prime Minister is re-elected. He's also, as I mentioned earlier, broken his promise on higher deficits. Higher deficits today mean higher taxes tomorrow. Somebody has to pay for this, Mr. Speaker. And I know that living in Ontario, we saw 15 years of Liberal mismanagement, structural debt, the largest sub-sovereign nation debt in the world, Mr. Speaker, billions of dollars in debt. Billions of dollars that were being paid towards interest payments that could have gone to government services to help those who are vulnerable, help those who were in need. But instead, the provincial Liberal government ended up incurring debt and deficits, and we're on the same path. In fact, Mr. Speaker, during the last election, I spoke often in all candidates' debates, and as I was touring around talking to my constituents about the fact that we were on the same path, the same trajectory federally, as we were provincially in Ontario. And that path was one of structural debt and deficits to which it will be very difficult to recover. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, this election in 2019 becomes one of the most critical elections in this country's history. We can't allow this federal Liberal government to do what the Ontario Liberal government did in Ontario. We have to stop it now, because as we've seen from Finance Department reports, Mr. Speaker, the budget will not be balanced until another 31 years. And we know that it's the Prime Minister's plan. There's no reason to believe him, Mr. Speaker, on a lot of things that he promises. He promised that the deficit was going to be low. He promised that the budget will be balanced this year. The only thing that's sure as a result of what this government's fiscal policy has shown is that taxes will rise after the 2019 election once he's given that further mandate, and that is not what Canadians can afford. They can't afford a carbon tax either, Mr. Speaker. We've heard that the carbon tax is going to cost $20 a ton. Well, there's Finance Department projections that it could cost upwards of $300 a ton. And what will that mean, Mr. Speaker, for families in Ontario? $3,000 extra a year in carbon taxes. And when they're already struggling, and when they're already on a razor-thin line of insolvency, how is this going to help them go through their economic needs, Mr. Speaker? It's not. And we also heard that families in Saskatchewan will be up to $5,000 in a carbon tax. And it's really interesting, Mr. Speaker, when the government talks about taking from one pocket and giving to another, they're talking about giving a rebate. If the purpose of a carbon tax is to change people's habits, what incentive and what motivation is there for the government to tax them and then give them a rebate back? How is that going to help families in Barrie Innisfil who are required to drive to work, Mr. Speaker, and go up and down that 400 every single day to get to Mississauga or to get to Vaughan to go to work? Those soccer moms who have to drive their kids to soccer, those hockey families who drive all over Ontario, and we were one of them, Mr. Speaker, who would drive from Barrie to Peterborough to Kingston so our kids could play hockey. Why are they going to be penalized with a carbon tax that the Prime Minister even admitted on a Quebec television show will have no difference in this country at all in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So the government's own documents say that they have to raise that carbon tax by $300 a ton, 15 times more than what it's going to cost now, Mr. Speaker. And the only way that they're going to do that is if they raise it after their election, and if they're elected again. And just like Ontario, Mr. Speaker, we cannot let this gain root. We as Canadians have to stop this now. If we allow this Liberal government 4 more years or more, we will be in a structural deficit and debt situation that will profoundly impact the lives of Canadians in a negative way. And we as an opposition are here to stand for Canadians. We're here to stand for them and their dreams, not what the government wants to impose on them, Mr. Speaker, and we'll continue to fight, and our leader will continue to fight to stand up for what's right for Canadians and make sure that we balance the budget and that Canadians pay lower taxes so that they can achieve their dreams for their family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Mr. Speaker, I listened carefully to what my colleague had to say, and it was interesting. I would like to know what commitments will they make. I'd also would like to know if my honourable colleague knows that if in his riding there are 11,600 non-taxable child benefit payments, and this covers many children. In Ontario, this is one of the highest amounts per family on average of over $11,000. I would like to know what plans do they have if they come to power in 2020?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to advise the honourable member that one of the things that we're going to cut are things that are most important to the Prime Minister and not necessarily the things that are important to Canadians. And this Prime Minister has spent billions of dollars to send money outside of this country when he should be spending that money inside of this country. So we're going to find ways without affecting and impacting people's lives in a negative way. Now, the honourable member brought up the child tax benefit, the child care benefit. And I think the other side forgets that it's income tested. And in Barrie Innisfil, the median average household income for families is roughly around $80,000. So what those families were receiving before as a universal benefit to help their children, they're now actually in many cases receiving less. In fact, I had a phone call last week from a family who were quite concerned because they were making $47 a month on the child care benefit when in fact they were making more before. Why? Because it's income tested. That's why this child care benefit is actually a lot less than what the Liberals purport it to be. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Barrie Innisfil for his speech. And, we're here debating a Conservative motion on balancing budgets and ultimately on part of the motion is about no new taxes. And I think what Canadians want is a fair tax system. And to get a fair tax system, we hear every year inequality in Canada is growing. The rich get richer, the poor get poorer. Most Canadians don't feel like they're getting ahead. And yet we hear stories such as the mining company in Vancouver has a mine in Mongolia. It's supposed to pay $600 million in Canadian taxes, $200 million in Mongolian taxes. But because they opened a post box in Luxembourg, they pay no tax at all here or in Mongolia. Mongolia is taking them to court, fighting back. And here in Canada, the CRA said, that's okay. They even asked them, got a letter, that's fine. I just wondered if you could comment on that.
For Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And one of the things that is important to understand within the motion is that we get a written commitment that the Prime Minister will never raise taxes of any kind. When I spoke specifically about the carbon tax issue, The government's own documents show that the carbon tax has to increase to $300 per ton. That is a tax, Mr. Speaker, and what we're trying to do is get the Prime Minister to commit not only to balance the budget and to reduce the deficit, but also to make sure that he doesn't commit to any new taxes. And so let the Prime Minister and let this Liberal government say to Canadians that we will not raise taxes. Let them say that so Canadians can be sure as we head towards the 2019 election. Because as I said earlier, the one thing that's going to happen as a result of the debt and deficit situation that's going on in this country, taxes will have to go up. Let the government tell us they won't.
Time for just a short question and response. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my friend from Barrie Innisfil, let me try to explain carbon taxes in this brief moment. We had 5 serious national experts before the Environment Committee yesterday who explained it. The reason that a carbon tax works, even if a consumer gets a rebate, is that as the price goes up, people try to avoid paying it. So they'll economize within their own home, and they benefit then even more when they get a rebate. This is the essence of what the Green Party's been proposing, which is carbon fee and dividend, which has recently been endorsed by 2 prominent Republicans in the United States, George Shultz and James Baker. I wonder if the honourable member recognizes that carbon taxation was developed by Republicans.
For Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, the problem with the carbon tax in the area that I represent is that if it's intended to change people's habits, as the honourable member says, there's no way that that's going to happen. They have to heat their homes. They have to drive their cars. They're involved in all kinds of things. And so what this carbon tax represents, Mr. Speaker, is a tax on the necessities of life.
The honourable member for Pont-Neuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, first I'd like to thank my colleague from Barrie Innisfil. I hope I pronounced that well. He made a speech that respects our philosophy as Conservatives, and I'd like to benefit from this opportunity to say that this is the first time I rise in this new chamber, and I'd like to thank all those who built this wonderful chamber. They also include modern aspects and historical aspects, and this is something very extraordinary. I would invite all Canadians to visit this new chamber and to discover it, because we'll be here for at least 10 years, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising today, Mr. Speaker, as the current government is not keeping its promises. In 2015, it was elected and it said that there would be a small $10 billion deficit in 2016, and then that they would balance the books in 2019. And now it's quite legitimate on behalf of all Canadians to wonder about the future of Canada, to ask questions about it. And the motion that was tabled is relevant. And I'll read it to you. That, given the Prime Minister broke his promise to eliminate the deficit this year, and that perpetual and growing deficits lead to massive tax increases, the House call on the Prime Minister to table a plan in Budget 2019, which is coming up in a few weeks, April at the latest, maybe in March, to eliminate the deficit quickly with a written commitment that he will never raise taxes of any kind. That is the wording of the motion, Mr. Speaker, and I think this is responsible. I would just like to remind people that when the Liberals ran in 2015, they made a whole bunch of promises that they haven't kept. I'd like to give you a few of these provinces, but the list is very long and I only have 10 minutes to speak, so I had to make the list shorter. I'd just like to say that in the Quebec region, I represent a riding in this region. I represent the beautiful region of Pont-Neuf-Jacques-Cartier. And no one forced the Liberals to make this commitment, but they committed to paint the Bridge of Quebec before June 30th, 2016. And now it's January 29th, 2019, and people can draw their own conclusions. This is rather a small promise on the scale of our country, but they also promised mail service to homes Canada Post. Did they do this, Mr. Speaker? Unfortunately, I have to say no, they did not reestablish this service. In 2015, they said that this will be the last election under the first-past-the-post system. And this is an election year. And did you hear, Mr. Speaker, anyone talking about a new voting system? I don't think this is the case. Elections Canada said that they have been giving training, but people involved in the election system have not been involved in a new voting system. So once again, this is a promise that the Liberals have not kept. They said, we're going to change the standing order of the House to prevent omnibus bills that hinder debate here in the House. And they muzzled us, Mr. Speaker. They also grouped many bills together. And I'd like to remind you of the most important election promise that the Liberals made in 2015, that the Liberal government would have only small deficits at the beginning of their term, and that they would also balance the books. They're saying that our motion is not serious today, but this is unacceptable on their behalf. 80 billion in deficit. That's extraordinary, Mr. Speaker. We just want this government to be responsible. We want this government to take concrete action. How will they be able to meet their constituents throughout the country and look them in the eyes? How can they say, vote for me and trust me because I'm going to deliver the goods? How can they say that they'll keep their promises and respect their word? So we ask them to table a plan to balance the budget, and they should commit to not to leave heavy burden for our children and our grandchildren. This is irresponsible. But let's talk about children. I'd like to talk about a fable from La Fontaine. The stork sang all summer, and then there was no fly. It wasn't even a little piece of fly to eat, and there was a famine. And then they gave him a few morsels of food to last until spring. The ant did not want to loan any food to the stork. He said to him, what will you do when it's warm outside? Well, I have to loan you. You used to sing. And now you sang, and now you should dance, said the ant. So we have this image, and obviously the stork, that's our prime minister right now. And the ant, who represents workers and people who are working hard, who are responsible, that's the ant, that's our conservative leader, and the whole conservative team, which is in the official opposition right now. And also like to remind you of the moral of this story. We have to work hard and not just dream. As the ant shows, he works hard and he keeps his provisions for the work, but the stork, who did nothing but sing, was in a difficult situation because he didn't have any food stored for winter. So in Canada, for the past 3 years, we have seen economic prosperity. Any good manager of our country has to make sure that they fill our coffers, because one day, then this is mathematical, Mr. Speaker, there will be a recession. This always happens. I don't want to worry people, but we have to be responsible. We don't know what the future holds. And we know over the past 3 years, our country has been prosperous. What is the current government doing? It's spending and spending. It doesn't keep its commitments, and it doesn't deliver the goods for Canadians, and it has not improved the lives of Canadians who are working very hard and who are paying higher taxes and who will pay even higher taxes tomorrow and in the future, as will their children and their grandchildren. They will also have to foot the bill for the irresponsible Liberal government. Mr. Speaker, I am not a prophet. I'm not an economic specialist. I just want to tell you that we have resources, and then I've done some research, and many indicators and specialists tell us that there is a risk of an economic slowdown in the future. And, Mr. Speaker, it's important to plan ahead so that when we're in a more unstable situation, we should take necessary measures so that we'll be able to get by. Well, yes, they ran deficits, but we have to look at the context. The bigger economic crisis took place under a conservative government, and we invested in infrastructure. We took means to sustain the economy, and we were applauded by the international economic community. The international community congratulated us. They said we did a good job in this situation, and we were responsible at the time. Mr. Speaker, once again, I don't have much time left, but I would like to say, in my riding, there's a pilot project to find workers for private companies to promote economic growth. We're not asking any money for this program. These are entrepreneurial initiatives. And once again, it's January 29th, 2019. I'm not asking for funding, but we have to take care of these regions. Can you govern? Can you think about the interest of Canadians? And can you give us a clear commitment that we'll be able to balance budgets once again and that we won't foot the bill and leave our children and our grandchildren to pay for our deficits? Questions and comments?
For Toronto, Danforth.
I'd like to thank my colleague, and I'd like to ask my honourable colleague. Well, I hear him talk about our grandchildren a lot. I'm happy to hear that. But I hear Conservatives talking about the price of pollution, and they're against it. But when I think of my grandchildren, I think about what we're going to leave them as a future, and it's very important to think about climate change. I'm a mother. My children play soccer. They're involved in artistic activities. I have to take them around as other mothers do. They always say soccer mothers don't want a price on pollution. It's not true. I always hear people in my community say that they want to see that we're taking care of our children and our grandchildren and that climate change is important. What I would like to ask him, because he said we have to cut this and that, will it not cost us a lot if we don't do anything to fight climate change? Insurance will cost more. There'll be disasters and costs that we'll have to cover for those. Infrastructure will be destroyed. It will cost us a lot if we don't do anything. So what plan does he have to fight climate change? The Honourable Member for Pont-Neuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her relevant question. I'm very happy that she asked me this type of question because yesterday I was at the Environment Committee. I sit on this committee. And once again, I'm happy to say that the Conservatives don't get up in the morning to destroy the planet. We are responsible. We don't agree with the carbon tax. No, we don't agree with it. But we want to find means. I'd like to say that at yesterday's committee, I asked a question. There were 5 witnesses on the panel, and they said, because I asked them a question, I asked them, is the carbon tax the only solution? And their answer, Mr. Speaker, do you know what it was? It was no. So let's be responsible. Let's stop taking money out of the pockets of taxpayers and out of the money of workers. We don't want our grandchildren to have to foot the bill. So we have an environment plan, and when the Prime Minister will drop the writ, until we're in the government, we haven't proposed a plan yet. We will be tabling our plan once the election period has started. We are going to protect the environment for the sake of our children and our grandchildren, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought my colleague's speech was very interesting. Now, it sort of sounds like the La Fontaine fable. Anyone who flatters does so at the expense of the person who's listening to them, Mr. Speaker. Does the member opposite knows how many payments were made in his riding, and that on average, the amount paid to families, non-taxable, was over $5,000? I was listening to what he said earlier. 800,000 new jobs in Canada. We've had the lowest unemployment level in 40 years. I just want to make sure, I'm saying this properly, Mr. Speaker. Our debt to the GDP is perfect, Mr. Speaker, is in the right place. Earlier, you said you didn't want to tell us what your plan was, but are you going to commit at some point in time? All you do is criticize, but what is your plan exactly? The Honourable Member from Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Well, Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'd like to thank my colleague from Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. And here's what I'll say. Our past testifies to what we will do in the future. We left government with a budget surplus. Mr. Speaker, can I speak? Can I speak? So my answer is this. My response to what my colleague has just asked is that we left a clean house. They wasted for 3 years. It was irresponsible. It was blatant waste. And we know that the next government is going to have to be a responsible one. We know that the current Liberal government has not delivered. So, Mr. Speaker, I trust in Canadians, and I trust in their ability to make the right choice on the 21st of October 2019. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Colleagues from Kingston and the island. And then, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes I wonder what newspaper my colleague from Carleton is reading. Perhaps he just doesn't read all the news. Perhaps he just wants to make Canadians feel more uncertain. Canadians made a choice in 2015. They chose a plan whose purpose is to invest in the economy, strengthen the middle class, ensure its growth, and provide real assistance to those individuals who are working hard to join the middle class. Since 2015, the government has continued to focus on the middle class and to help make life more affordable for those Canadian families working hard, to give Canadians more money in order to save, invest, and contribute to economic growth. The government has cut taxes for the middle class and has increased taxes for the wealthiest. And to help families cover the cost of raising children, the government brought in the Canada Child Benefit, the CCB, in 2016. This is been indexed to the cost of living as well, Mr. Speaker, 2 years earlier than forecast. That's over 10,000 payments in my riding, almost $6 million per year, for an average of over $6,000 per family. And that makes a huge difference to the families in my riding. And I even have a story of a family from Boisbriand. The mother has three wonderful children. She works in retail, and per month they are receiving $1,300 plus per month. And that helps pay for their children's activities. It also helps pay for school supplies, and it helps invest in their family. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to stress the importance that our government attaches to fiscal responsibility and to a good fiscal position for the government. Just allow me to recall to the member that before we came to power, the Canadian economy was struggling. And when I was knocking on doors in 2015, the economy really was in trouble. In my riding, 1 out of 2 of the doors I knocked on led to families who weren't employed, Mr. Speaker. At the end of 2015, the beginning of 2016, the national and global economic situation suggested that Canada was at risk once again of a deep recession. Canadians were worried about their future, and that's why the government took decisive and immediate steps to deal with growth problems and respond to Canadians' concerns. by doing what had to be done. That is, invest in Canadians, in communities, in the economy, and in the future of Canada. In 2016, in its first budget, the government tackled head-on the challenges that Canadians and the Canadian economy were facing. We focused on some key principles in order to strengthen the middle class and Canada's economy. First, we took advantage of an historically low interest rate in order to make focused and targeted and responsible investments to stimulate the economy. The purpose of these investments was to stimulate strong growth, increase employment, and create more opportunities for Canadians throughout the country. And this led to real results. For example, over the last 3 years, thanks to their hard work, Canadians have created more than 800,000 new jobs, which has brought the unemployment level to its lowest level in 40 years. This year, it is expected that Canada will be one of the most buoyant economies of the G7. The government also committed to gender equality to stimulate the Canadian economy's growth. We brought down the small business tax rate to 10% and then down to 9% as of the 1st of January 2019. We reached new trade agreements, modern trade agreements that will lead to more economic opportunities for Canadians. The Comprehensive and Progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership and the USMCA. Canada also made historic infrastructure investments in innovation, science, research, as well as into skills development and training. However, Mr. Speaker, in order to maintain this growth and be competitive in a complex global environment, Canada has to be more innovative. We have to work more on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Today, we have to work together in a cooperative manner to go even further in order to achieve even greater results. That's why the government launched its Innovation and Skills Plan in the 2017 budget in order to build an economy that would benefit everyone, an economy where Canadians would have access to quality jobs, where Canadian businesses would be well positioned in order to be competitive in an evolving global market. Over the past 18 months, this plan has led to the Pan-Canadian strategy in artificial intelligence, again, so that Canada will remain a global leader in the artificial intelligence sector. As you know, Mr. Speaker, in the Montreal region, we have a supercluster for AI, and in my riding, there are many businesses that are benefiting from this supercluster. For example, Kinova, that makes robotic arms. These are very good jobs, and many people in my region have been able to fulfill those positions. We also want our businesses to have the best employees. Our plan has also led to 6 sector economic strategy tables in order to begin a new model for collaboration amongst industry and government, and 5 superclusters, innovation superclusters. In order to benefit from this plan, we have to focus more on the foundation of innovation, which is science. And this was a sector that was completely abandoned by the previous government. A strong scientific sector is one of the pillars for discovery and innovation that will lead to improvement globally. New medical therapy, new quantic, informatics, new agricultural methods, etc. We hope that these investments will lead to even further success for all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, all these policies reflect the promises that we made to Canadians throughout our mandate. We have achieved these investments because that was the right thing to do for Canadians, that is, to create new jobs for the middle class and build a strong economy. And as we've seen, Mr. Speaker, when you invest in Canadians, when you give them the tools they need to succeed, Canadians work hard and they produce economic results that are some of the best. Together, we can strengthen the middle class and ensure its growth, and we can provide concrete assistance to people who are working hard to join it. We are giving Canadians the assistance that they need to succeed by making targeted investments in our economy so that it will grow in the long run, while keeping our debt ratio, the ratio of our debt to our economy, on a downward slope. That is what Canadians expected, that's what we promised, and that's exactly what we're doing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
A great deal of very specific information about the Liberals' plan for Canadians. So I'm hoping that the member will respond to my question with as much detail in regards to the actual motion put forward today. Could she tell me specifically what was the Liberal plan in regard to deficits and balancing the budget?
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Our plan is working. We've created 800,000 new jobs, which has brought unemployment to its lowest level in 40 years, and which has led to some of the strongest economic growth in G7 countries. Our debt to GDP ratio is on a downward slope. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. I'd like to thank my colleague for her remarks. Now, the Conservatives want to know today whether the government will commit to no new taxes. Well, let's talk about taxes. The member opposite knows the retail sector very well. She knows that SMEs and retail stores have to deal with the GST when throughout their transactions. They have to collect that tax. So what I'd like to know is, why is this government stubbornly being the last government to not apply destination taxes and taxes to web giants? The honourable member for Mille-Îles. Thank you very much. Here, if we're going to talk about SMEs, well, I'll tell you this. We brought the tax rate down to 10% as of the 1st of January 2018, and this year, as of January 1st, 2019, it was brought down to 9%. So yes, we are working for SMEs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you. I believe my colleague from Longueuil would have liked to have an answer on the Netflix tax. Now, we are for the principle of the motion. We want there to be a plan for fiscal balance. However, in the Bloc Québécois, we're against the last part that says that there has to be a commitment to never raise taxes of any kind. We are for there being a carbon tax or its equivalent. We want there to be income tax increases over the wealthiest to reduce the tax burden for the middle class. But there are many Canadian companies, large companies, who put their money in tax havens, and we think they should have to declare that money. That would bring money in. So I think that should be illegal, and I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about that. Why not make what's immoral illegal and stop allowing these corporations to put their money in tax havens? The honourable member. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm going to bring my colleague back to our plan. We've brought in budgets. The Bloc Québécois voted against our budget. So that means that the member opposite voted against the CCB. He lives in Quebec, as I do. And this is a non-taxable benefit that has helped many families, like all those in my riding and his.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member down the way for her presentation. I hear the Conservatives continuing to talk about investments as if everything happens on the general ledger and everything has to have immediate response, where really the investments are coming from Canada's balance sheet, looking at investing in our economy to create growth and to show the positive results that we're showing. Could the honourable member maybe comment, as a small business person, how investments from the balance sheet actually help to create growth within the general ledger?
The honourable member for Mille-Île. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague. Like myself, this is someone who believes in investment in science. He believes that innovation can make a difference. And yes, Mr. Speaker, it does make a difference. Since 2015, we've created 800,000 jobs. That's a huge amount. The unemployment rate has fallen to its lowest in more than 40 years. It has worked. We have to invest in SMEs. We have to invest in training, in innovation, and in superclusters. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise today to speak to this opposition motion as it's been presented by from the member from Carleton, and to provide some insight and my perspective on it. I'll start by saying that, as usual, Mr. Speaker, I'm perplexed by the fact that the Conservatives somehow have this moral high ground to stand on in order to judge this side of the House when it comes to fiscal responsibility. For some reason, there's this notion out there, and I would say it goes far beyond just our borders, that somehow conservative and alt-right governments somehow are fiscally responsible. But in reality, when you actually stop and look at it, Mr. Speaker, what we see, and this one's really easy to prove, anybody can go out there, get on Google and see this one. If you look back at the last 19 budgets that were introduced by conservative governments in the House of Commons of Canada, 16 of them ran deficits. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, this one, it takes a little bit more work, but with the help from the Library of Parliament, I was able to do it. If you actually dig back and look at the debt that's been created by governments throughout the past 151 years, you'll find out that the Conservatives have been in power for 36% of the time, yet they've racked up well over 50% of the debt. And so for some reason, there's this conception out there that Conservatives are somehow fiscally responsible. But the proof in the last 151 years of this experiment that we call Canada has not produced any results to actually substantiate that claim. So we come to today's motion that's been presented by the member from Carleton, and he specifically is trying to drill down, in various different rhetorical ways that he's done it many times in the past in this House, commitments from this government. But I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, what we have been able to see, and the results from this government over the last 3 years plus, Mr. Speaker, is we've seen now the lowest rate in unemployment since we started recording it. Over 40 years ago, when we started recording what the rate of unemployment was in Canada, we are now sitting at the lowest rate. That's what this government has produced. The debt to GDP ratio, which is extremely relevant, but of course the Conservatives never want to talk about it because it's pretty amazing as well, is at the lowest rate that it has been in Canada, and more importantly, amongst the lowest rate in the G7 countries. We currently have amongst the best, especially when you compare ourselves to the neighbors to our neighbors to the south, the best GDP to debt ratio. We're also one of the leaders. One of the national leaders when it comes to growth in the G7 countries, Mr. Speaker. And this is as a result of investing. This is as a result of investing in Canadians. This is as a result of investing in their potential. This is as a result of investing in businesses in Canada. That's what this government is doing. And that's why we're seeing the results that we are, Mr. Speaker. So let's talk about the first thing that this government did when it came into power, Mr. Speaker. The first thing that it did was reduce taxes for the middle class and raise them on the 1%. Because we recognize, Mr. Speaker, unlike the Conservatives, that in order to have a successful economy, you need to have people out there in the marketplace, engaging in the marketplace. You're not going to have a successful economy, Mr. Speaker, if all of the wealth and all of the income is among the top 1%. And you would think, and I mean, from a business perspective, you would think that the Conservatives would get this. You need people to spend money. How are people going to make money in their businesses if we don't have people spending money? And that's exactly what the reduction or the tax cut for the middle class was all about. It's also about creating equality and equal opportunities. It's about seeing the potential in marginalized segments of our population and how they can contribute to our economy. You know, whether that is an issue that I'm extremely passionate about as it relates to gender equality and putting more women into the workforce in less traditional jobs that women had been in this country. You know, this is about creating opportunities, putting the necessary pieces of the puzzle in place so that we can see the success that continues to see our country grow. And that's exactly what we did. But we also recognize that we have to take care of some of the most vulnerable in our community. And that's why this government put in place a $40 billion 10-year plan with respect to a national affordable housing strategy. How are we going to assist people? Because if somebody doesn't have the most basic requirement of housing, how can they possibly be expected to perform and to be working in our societies and our economies and generating wealth and opportunities if they don't have that most basic need? And that's what we saw, and that's why we're delivering on that. But at the same time that we made sure that we put the social elements in place, we also looked at strengthening the private sector and strengthening the business sector. That's why, Mr. Speaker, this particular government decided to go ahead and reduce the small business corporate tax rate from 11% to 9%. Now, I will note, Mr. Speaker, that this was introduced in the budget of last year, and the Conservatives voted against it. And I challenged them on this many times, saying, well, why would you possibly vote against a reduction from 11% to 9%? And the answer, to be fair, the answer was, well, we had to vote against the entire budget, so we couldn't vote for that. Fair enough. But not once did I hear a Conservative member stand up, Mr. Speaker, and say, despite the fact that I'm going to be voting against this budget, I would like to say that I'm really happy with seeing the corporate tax rate for small businesses reduced from 9% to 11%. I may stand corrected, and I would love to see the excerpt from Hansard to prove that I'm wrong. But I spend a lot of time in this House, Mr. Speaker, and through the various different debates, whether it's come from this side of the House or the opposition putting forward motions, I have yet to hear that. And so, Mr. Speaker, as we put these different mechanisms in place to strengthen the social aspects of our communities and our country and to strengthen the business, we're seeing the results of what's coming out on the other end of it. We have new free trade agreements that we have engaged with various different countries in the world. 14 free trade agreements covering 26 countries, Mr. Speaker. We are the only G7 nation with free trade access to the Americas, Europe, and the Asia-Pacific region. This government understands the benefits to actually putting policy in place that gives us the opportunity to start trading and to start collaboratively working with other economies so that we can see the win-win scenarios that come out of those. And we're going to continue doing that, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to work on making sure that we strengthen our economy and strengthen, more importantly than just the economy, the people that contribute to that economy and that make the economy a reality. And we're going to do this by making sure that we put those elements in place. And so I end up, wondering quite often when I listen to the debate from the other side of the House, as I have this morning and into the afternoon, about what exactly the Conservatives will cut. The Conservatives talk about austerity and we have to cut. And we look, and one of the things that's come up a number of times in this debate is the Canada Child Benefit. Well, the member who introduced this motion might be interested to know that 16,400 children in Carleton receive the Canada Child Benefit, which equates to an average of $5,400 per month per family. The member from Carleton might want to start having a conversation with those members of his community as to what he plans to do with the CCB should he ever be put in a position to have the ability to do something with it. The only reference point that we have, because they refuse to tell us what austerity measures they will take, is to look to see what Doug Ford has done in Ontario. We know that the Leader of the Opposition and Doug Ford are pretty tight. We've seen the pictures of them hanging out. They've had several meetings. So I can only assume that the Leader of the Opposition is taking his direction from Doug Ford. And if that's the case, Ontarians and Canadians should be extremely worried. Look at what Doug Ford's done. Stripping education, removing free education for the poorest families in Ontario. Doug Ford has eliminated repairs to school buildings, health care coverage, removed the youth pharmacare plan. These are some of the things that he's done. Doug Ford eliminated the Indigenous Culture Fund, Mr. Speaker. He scrapped social assistance increases. He scrapped the minimum wage. And he put an end to the Roundtable on Violence Against Women. Like, who does that? How much could that possibly have cost, Mr. Speaker? But Doug Ford did that. And so I think, since the opposition, Mr. Speaker, refuses to say what they plan to do in terms of austerity, Canada should look to Doug Ford, which is a leader of the opposition's best friend these days, to see what direction they will head in, because that's the direction this country would head in if the people of Canada gave the leader of the opposition the opportunity to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker. Well, I enjoyed that speech, Mr. Speaker, and through you, I would like to put through to the member. He likes to go on about the things that Conservatives cut, but what he's failed to mention is this government severely cut back the environmental measures in their new trade deal with Mexico and the United States. Why do I know that? I actually worked for the Secretariat under the former trade deal, and it was a very strong entity, and it actually gave citizens the right to file a petition alleging failed enforcement. They took all of that away. So much for the Liberals saying we work hard to make sure that we balance economic development and environmental protection. They do absolutely the opposite when they get to the bargaining table.
Well, member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would, disagree with the outcome of what the member is saying. The Liberals, and this government in particular, Mr. Speaker, recognize the fact that there is a balance. And it was no more telling than in the debate we had yesterday, Mr. Speaker, from the Senate bill, or the bill coming back from the Senate, in which you saw the Conservatives only talk about the economy. That's the only thing that mattered. They never mentioned the environment. And then you jump over to the NDP and they're only talking about the environment and never mentioning the economy. You have to respect the fact, Mr. Speaker, that in order for us to be prosperous, in order for us to be able to promote and encourage and make sure that we have strong environmental protection, we have to have a strong economy. And that is probably, the thing that puts the NDP in the position that they're in never being able to comprehend this fact, and unfortunately, has led to the current status that they're sitting in the House.
Questions and comments. The honourable member, l'honorable député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette. Well, in Quebec, we're able to develop our economy into green energies. But here, when people buy a pipeline, they promote tar sands, and yet they say they're champions of the environment. That just doesn't work for us. We'd like to see the deficit rapidly eliminated. One way they could do it would be to raise taxes on the Bay Street banks. Why does the government not envisage this option? The banks make huge profits. It could tax the profits of these banks, which are set off to tax havens. Why couldn't they make this illegal? And that would go quite a way to helping us get to zero deficit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In response to the question, I'm going to say that, you have to look at the options. And if it's not the Liberals in government, you're going to have the Conservatives. And let's look at what the Conservatives do. Let's look at what the Conservatives do, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to, in particular, renewable energy and green energy. They'll copy the playbook of Doug Ford, who ripped out electric vehicle charging stations out of the GO stations. Ripping them out of the GO stations for what? For what purpose? Spite? That could only be the reason. Or the fact that they canceled renewable energy contracts throughout the province of Ontario. That's what you're going to get if God forbid, Mr. Speaker, this country ever goes down the road of having the Conservatives in power.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to be sharing my time with the honourable member from Durham. Our Conservative Party of Canada official opposition motion of the day states that given the Prime Minister broke his promise to eliminate the deficit this year and that perpetual and growing deficits lead to massive increases in taxes, the House calls on the Prime Minister to table a plan in Budget 2019 to eliminate the deficit quickly, with a written commitment that he will never raise taxes of any kind. Today's official opposition motion contains 2 facts followed by 2 requirements. I know the facts resonate with Canadians across the country and reflect the frustration and anger of Saskatchewan constituents who can hardly sleep. They are so motivated to see this be a one-and-it's-done disastrous blip in our country's history. As for the 2 requirements, we're simply asking the Prime Minister today to table a plan to eliminate the deficit, like he promised, without any tax increases. This government has one more opportunity before the door hits them on the way out to stop spending foolishly while insisting veterans are asking for more than they can give, to live within their means instead of crippling the life out of our economy. When the election is over and Canadians breathe a common sigh of relief, there will be no rewriting of this history of the Liberal damage done. The ghost of Pierre Elliott Trudeau still haunts this country, and now the son that thought he could follow in those footsteps will be making his own footprints in the snow, contemplating with incredulity that budgets actually do not balance themselves after all. The first fact is that the Prime Minister broke his promise to eliminate the deficit this year. Canadians laughed when he said the budget will balance itself. They are no longer amused. He promised he'd balance the budget in 2019. Instead, he continues to spend, and the PBO confirmed the deficit is more than $21 billion this year alone. He clearly thinks you can borrow your way out of debt. According to Finance Canada, the budget will not be balanced until at least 2040. By then, racking up an additional $271 billion of debt. When trying desperately to change the channel, the Prime Minister sings the praises of his only 2 claims to fame. He claims to have lowered taxes for the middle class while raising them on the wealthiest 1% of Canadians. He claimed the loss of revenue to the government from the temporary gift of tax relief to middle-class Canadians would be offset by the increase on the wealthy. Well, on December 8th, 2015, just weeks after winning the election, the Financial Post reported that although the Prime Minister campaigned, claiming the increased taxes on the wealthiest 1% would raise $2.8 billion in fiscal 2016, well, the Liberals already had to change their prediction, i.e. break their promise. It would only raise $2 billion. The artificial stimulus to rejuvenate the middle class was forecast in their platform to cost $2.9 billion in fiscal 2016. That prediction also fell short. The new forecasted cost, weeks into governing, $3.4 billion. And so, directly quoting the Financial Post article on December 8, 2015, just weeks into this new government, in other words, the middle class tax cut and corresponding increase on high earners was pitched as roughly revenue neutral and will now cost Canadians $1.4 billion. And we know it's not costing the wealthy because, in fact, they are actually paying over $4 billion less in taxes. So here's the thing. Somehow the costing was not accurate, whether due to poor fiscal advisement or simply devious spin to win votes at any cost. Lo and behold, the scheme was not revenue neutral, but instead left a gaping hole of $1.4 billion. And I think we can safely say that trend of $1.4 billion gap continues on at the very least annually to the current day. Clearly, right from the get-go, this Prime Minister had no understanding or capability to cost or to administer anything with the term revenue neutral attached. Need more proof? I'll get to the carbon tax in a minute. His second claim to fame is the Canada Child Benefit, saying he's putting more money in the pockets of 9 out of 10 Canadians. Well, I was speaking with a young father of 4 children last week who was really concerned and represents what I hear throughout my riding. He and his wife are both full-time students. He is working full-time and his wife is homeschooling their children. Yes, of course, they can always use the extra money. It helps out. But he said that every month he can't help but think his kids are going to suffer in the future because by 2040, they will have been starting to pay this debt off and they will be starting to raise their families and they will continue to be burdened with this huge debt that they didn't agree to. It's not right to do this on the backs of the next generation. Every year that this Prime Minister runs deficits, he is borrowing money from future generations. Maybe not from his kids and grandkids, but definitely from the children and grandchildren of today's middle-class parents. Today's deficits are tomorrow's tax hikes. His failure to balance the budget means higher taxes down the road and less protection against the next economic turndown. Mr. Speaker, finally, let's examine tomorrow's taxes with the fake revenue-neutral spin attached to this government's carbon tax. For New Brunswick, Ontario, Manitoba, and Saskatchewan, the Liberal carbon tax will increase the cost of gas, home heating, everyday essentials. This will impact the everyday lives of families in those provinces. It will do nothing for the planet other than continue to destroy Canada's economy and force us to use resources from lesser environmentally concerned countries. It's compounding the uncertainty that is sending investment, bright leaders, and capable, competent workers out of Canada and thus devastating businesses all over this country. Worse still, it is going to get even more expensive. In 2019, the federal carbon tax starts at $20 a ton, going up to $50 in 3 years. But internal government documents confirm the Liberals are already planning for a carbon tax of $300 a ton. That is 15 times larger than it will be on April 1st when it kicks in, and this is no April Fool's joke. A special carbon tax side deal with Canada's largest emitters means that they will not be impacted, while families and small business owners get hit with the full force of this tax. For wealthy Liberals, like our Prime Minister, an extra $100 a month for groceries or for an electrical bill may not be a big deal. But it matters a lot to a family trying to make their household budget last to the end of the month. And then there's the silent killer, the additional GST being charged on the carbon tax. Nothing to see here, right? Intended all along as another way to make up for the poor fiscal management of this Liberal government. A government that thinks it knows better and can provide better from a post-national ideology that destroys the rights of individuals to create their own wealth, grow their own families, and enjoy a life where government doesn't dictate values and make demands or punish the very people it is there to serve. In 2019, Canadians will have a clear choice between a leader who knows their challenges because he has lived the same challenges and his family is his plumb line, versus a leader who has never known what it feels like to go without so that his kids can have more, or work every day to earn what he has. Canadians deserve a government made up of talented, passionate, motivated men and women who fight every day to help Canadians realize their dreams. And that is what our Conservative team is offering. We'll lower taxes, put people first, and enable Canadians to be proud on the world stage once again. Conservatives will continue to expose the Prime Minister's many failures and expose how Canadians will be paying for more of those failures if he is re-elected, while presenting our own vision for creating opportunity to help Canadians get ahead. Mr. Speaker, I can imagine the Prime Minister would love to get his hands on our Conservative platform for the 2019 election. He has asked for it almost every day. What's your plan? What's your plan? What's your plan? Well, he's just going to have to be patient.
We want to show it to Canadians first.
Order. Order. Alors, il est de mon devoir.
It is my duty. Order. It is my duty to inform the House of the following vacancy. Mr. Nicolas Diorio, member for the electoral riding of Saint-Laurent-Saint-Loire, Saint-Michel, has resigned earlier today. Pursuant to Standing Order 25.1 of the Parliament of Canada Act, I have asked the Chief Electoral Officer to issue the paperwork regarding this.
Statements by members. L'honorable député de la Pointe-Élide.
Statements by members. The Honourable Member for La Pointe-Élide. Mr. Speaker, today we will recall that 6 people lost their lives and 19 others died because of their religion. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I want to once again offer my condolences to the loved ones of the victims of the attack in the Quebec City Mosque. Today, let us honor the memory of these 6 Quebecers who lost their lives on January 29, 2017 because of hatred. Let us reiterate, hate of Muslims has no place at home, and all Quebecers must, if they so desire, practice their religion peacefully. I also want to tell the survivors, the families and the orphans, and to the entire Muslim community in Quebec that our support is unwavering. To all of those whose lives have been forever changed and for whom life goes on, know that we will always be with you.
The Honourable Member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Named after the world-famous Golden Hawks precision flight team of the Royal Canadian Air Force, Oakville's 540 Golden Hawk Squadron has been serving the youth of Oakville since 1951. With 240 cadets, it's one of the largest air cadet squadrons in Canada. Cadets are encouraged to become active, responsible members of our community and contribute to society in terms of environmental, citizenship, and community activities. Their band has been a staple at the Oakville Santa Claus Parade for years. Cadets are trained in drill, first aid, instructional techniques, leadership, marksmanship, meteorology, navigation, principles of flight, survival training, and much more. Recently, the 540 Golden Hawks invited me to tour and inspect their squadron. It was inspiring to speak to these young leaders about why they chose to become cadets and what they are doing to make Canada a better place for us all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the 2019 New Holland Canadian Junior Curling Championships took place in the city of Prince Albert. At the tournament, Alberta's Selma Sturmay guided her undefeated team to a 9-6 win over BC's Sarah Daniels in the women's gold medal game. Only 6 other women's teams have run the table since the inaugural event in 1971. On the men's side, British Columbia's Tyler Tardy won a record-setting 3rd straight junior title. The BC Skip defeated Manitoba's JT Ryan 7-5 in the men's final. In the junior curling history, this has never been done before, Mr. Speaker. Both winning teams will represent Canada at the World's Junior Championships in Liverpool, Nova Scotia in February of this year. To both teams, good luck. I would personally like to congratulate Chair Brian Rindo and over the 300 event volunteers and all the event sponsors who devoted so much of their personal time and effort and money to make this event a great success. Well done, Prince Albert.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Speaker, January 21st was Lincoln Alexander Day in Canada. The first black member of Parliament, federal cabinet minister, and Lieutenant Governor of Ontario. I covered Link's first election victory in 1968 as a young radio reporter, and he became a good friend and mentor. When I first ran for public office, his advice to me was, don't spend any of your own money and campaign in elevators. Nobody stays too long, and there's always new faces. After the 9/11 attack, Hamilton suffered a retaliatory hate crime when arsonists burned our Hindu Samaj temple. The community rallied to assist and arranged a fundraising gala highlighted by an address by Lincoln Alexander. Few of us could have delivered Link's message with the conviction he had when he told the Hindu community in his remarkable voice, with a tear in his eye, "I feel your pain." Those of us who knew the Honorable Lincoln Alexander will never forget him.
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to pay tribute today to two men who truly made a difference in their community and in this country. Milton Orris grew up in Grand Forks, where his family owned the Grand Forks Gazette. He began his working career at that newspaper and then went on to teach healthcare administration at the University of Toronto. As a dean at Ryerson College, he helped define what continuing education could be in an urban environment. He retired back to the BC Interior and was totally involved in his community through his passions for peace, education, youth, and the environment. Murray Swales was another pillar of the South Okanagan community who helped many local groups through his expertise in financial organization. He was that busy person you could always count on to do more. I particularly appreciated his role in creating the Dream Cafe Co-op, which allowed Canada's best live music venue to go on and thrive. Both Milton and Murray passed away before Christmas. They will be missed by their families, their friends, and their communities.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mark the 75th anniversary of Canada-Mexico bilateral relations. Relations between Canada and Mexico began as allies in World War II. Since then, Canada and Mexico have made major strides to increase trade and strengthen diplomatic relations, including the signing of the NAFTA agreement in 1994, and as well as the updated version, CUSMA, late last year. Canada and Mexico are each other's third largest trading partners, and we're working hard and creatively to increase our trade moving forward to our mutual benefit. In late 2016, our government lifted the visa requirement for Mexican visitors to Canada. This has increased the flow of travelers, ideas, and businesses between both countries. We also cooperate in the areas of environmental, indigenous, immigration, and bilateral security and defense. Canada y México entienden la importancia de tener una relación productiva y respetuosa. Esperamos muchos años más de relaciones productivas entre nuestros dos países. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. This year, we're celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Official Languages Act. As you know, that it's not an ordinary act, nor a simple guideline for developing policy. On the contrary, it is something that reflects our Canadian identity and is a reflection of our times and must respond to minority language communities. That's why across the country, Anglophones and Francophones expect that their legislators commit to the implementation of it. The Official Languages Act is a commitment to continuity that has existed since Confederation. It permits the peaceful coexistence of all in our federation. That is why the Conservative Party of Canada and our leader are committed to modernizing the Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Eglinton Lawrence. Eglinton Lawrence.
You're naked.
I remember him smelling like
Eglinton. Terrible.
Next. The honourable member for Pickering Uxbridge.
Speaker, 2 years ago today, Canada witnessed one of its deadliest mass shootings, a terrorist attack at a mosque in St. Foy, Quebec, that killed 6 Canadians as they worshipped. Make no mistake, this was an attack not only on those gathered at CCIQ that evening, but on our values and the very ideals that have shaped our country, the values of pluralism, friendship, and diversity. Martin Luther King once said that darkness cannot drive out darkness, only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate, only love can do that. It is in this spirit that a Pickering resident, Ryan Slobojan, began Push Back the Darkness, an initiative meant to combat Islamophobia. Tonight, people across Canada will be placing a light in their windows to symbolize their commitment to pushing back the darkness. Ryan is here today with his daughter Elizabeth and members of the Muslim community across Durham Region to remember the lives lost and to encourage us all to fight back against hatred and intolerance.
The Honourable Member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert.
Official bilateral relationship with Peru. Canada and Peru have a long-standing commitment to multilateral cooperation and democratic institutions. Most recently, our country's leadership on the crisis in Venezuela through the Lima Group. Throughout the years, Canada maintained a very close relationship with Peru. In 2017, over $250 million was invested in strong development assistance programming focused on support for women and girls, Indigenous youth and girls, and supporting small agribusiness.
Peru is Canada's third largest bilateral trading partner in Central and South America. Canadian exports to Peru reached $710 million in 2017, while imports from Peru were $1.8 billion. Direct Canadian investments by Canada and Peru were $11.1 billion in 2017, mainly in mining, oil and gas, but also in the financial sector. Canada also promotes opportunities for education and scholarships with Peruvian institutions. Let's celebrate the 75th anniversary of bilateral relations with this major player in South America. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, one thing is for certain, the Liberals will raise your taxes and make life more expensive for everyone. The Liberals love to laud the BC carbon tax, but let me tell you a different story. It was designed to be revenue neutral, but with a stroke of a pen, the NDP government betrayed British Columbians by turning it into just another tax grab. I suspect that the federal carbon rebate checks will also quickly disappear in order to pay for the Prime Minister's out-of-control spending. Experts agree, if it's going to work, it has to be 15 times larger. So the carbon tax is not an environmental plan, it is a tax plan. The results for rural communities is that families will pay at every turn. Yep. They have no alternative. They will be unfairly punished when they're driving their kids to hockey, when they're commuting to work, when they're buying groceries and heating their homes. Everyday Canadians cannot afford another 4 years of this Liberal government spending and mismanagement.
The Honourable Member for Ville-Marie, Sud-Est, Île-des-Sœurs. Mr. Speaker, this month, Action Réfugiés Montreal is celebrating its 25th anniversary. It's an opportunity to highlight the important work of this association for enhanced social justice for asylum seekers and refugees. With their 3 awareness programs, Action Réfugiés has proved essential to Montreal.
Montreal has helped private groups sponsor over 1,200 people from countries such as Afghanistan, Burundi, and Syria, just to name a few. And through their twinning program, which matches newly arrived refugee women with women already living in Montreal, they are helping create social support systems to break the isolation that many newcomers feel. When many countries are turning inward, and there are a record number of displaced people around the world, the work of organizations like Action Réfugiés needs to be celebrated and supported more than ever. Ensemble, continuons à appuyer ces programmes.
Let's continue to support these programs to promote inclusion and enrich the diversity of Canadian society. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mark the 2nd anniversary of the attack at Le Centre Culturel Islamique de Quebec. Mahmouda Tanu Berry, Azzedine Soufiane, Abdul Karim Hassan, Ibrahimi Berry, Abubakar Tabti, Khalid Belkacemi. These fathers, husbands, brothers, and sons were killed while praying at a mosque. Today is a day to recommit to fighting Islamophobia and all other forms of hate and discrimination in Canada and around the world. We're truly enriched by the diversity of this country, but in order to preserve this way of life, we must challenge those who divide us. We must work towards building a more inclusive society, one in which we treat each and every person with respect, dignity, and equality. In doing so, we will forever remember and honor these men, their families, and their friends. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Khaled Belkacemi,
Aboubaker Tabti, Adelkrim Hassan, Mamadou Tanou Bari, Irabrahim Bari.
Our names forever inscribed in the memory of the people of Quebec and all Canadians. On January 29, 2017, 2 years ago today, a criminal shot them coldly. These men, fathers of families, these brothers were gathered at the Great Mosque of Quebec City, gathered by faith. They were the target of human cruelty. The whole country remembers and must remember that the freedom to practice one's religion is sacred and that intolerance must be condemned at all levels. Let us not turn a blind eye to the actions that lead to these horrors. Every year, January 29th must become the National Day of Solidarity with victims of intolerance and anti-religious violence. These 6 men will always remain in our hearts.
Jahal Wahal, Kara Iya, Saou Fa, Taku Nov, Daye Manfi, Kulu Bina. Nous nous souviendrons, Monsieur le Président.
We will remember, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's an honor to be the first to rise in this new chamber to speak to the issue of mental health in Canada. This afternoon, I was pleased to welcome Samuel Bro from the Bell Let's Talk initiative to discuss how members of Parliament can be a part of the conversation, to raise their voices, and to fight to end stigma around the mental illness. This initiative effort has raised nearly $100 million for the cause. Seeing him speak on this issue in person from the heart never fails to inspire and impress. Each year on Bell Let's Talk Day, Canadians can use the hashtag Bell Let's Talk to support mental health initiatives across the country. Awareness of the impact of the mental health and illness has never been higher, and we must all continue to raise awareness and learn to be open and accepting of our struggles. Tomorrow, I invite all my colleagues and my neighbors in my community to do their part and join the conversation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, on January 29, 2017, in the evening, 17 children became orphans because their fathers were targeted because of their beliefs. 17 children became orphans because of hate. Since that cold winter night, 6 families and an entire community has had to live with the consequences of this act of terrorism. Our thoughts also extend out to the first responders who were affected by what they saw and went through. All too often, these men and women, these heroes working in the shadows, experience distress.
Because 2 years ago, a gunman opened fire during evening prayers at the Centre Culturel Islamique de Québec. Today, we stand in solidarity with the survivors who are still struggling with the repercussions of this act of terror. Aujourd'hui, aidons les survivantes et les survivants
Today,
à relever la tête vers
we
l'avenir.
need to help these survivors
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today humbled and grateful at the mandate given to me by the electors in the greatest riding in Canada, Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes. My constituents know that my door is always open to them. I thank them for their trust in me and promise I will represent them here in Ottawa and fight for what's important to them each and every day. Standing up for our farmers, reducing the burdens on small businesses, advocating for infrastructure money, fighting the backdoor gun registry and the ineffective carbon tax. My election comes out of sad events. The passing of my mentor and friend, Gord Brown. He worked hard for his constituents, and he was a great Canadian. I'll continue that legacy of hard work. One final note is to acknowledge and thank my wonderful family, my wife Amanda, and my children, Luke, Emma, Michaela, and James. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member There's already getting some debate about what the nicest riding is, but his is very nice, no question.
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. 2 years ago today, 6 men who were praying in the Quebec City Mosque lost their lives.
Mamadou Bari, Khaled Belkacemi, Abu Bakr Tabti, Abdelkrim Hassani et Azadine Soufiani ont tous été tués.
All were killed. A father, a son, a brother, a husband, a friend, a work colleague. They were all victims of hatred. Following the massacre, vigils were organized across Quebec and Canada. Many people came together to form a united front.
Today, we stand in solidarity with our Muslim brothers and sisters. We condemn this hateful act as an attack on all Canadians. Together, we remember the victims, and we strive to see the humanity in our fellow citizens. No matter our race, or the color of our skin, or our religion, we are all Canadians.
Following discussions among the parties, I believe that you will find unanimous consent to observe a moment of silence in memory of the victims at the Centre Culturel Islamique 2 years ago. I invite all honourable members to rise.
Merci beaucoup. Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, Vice Admiral Mark Norman served his country with distinction and deserves every opportunity to defend himself, and the Liberals have done everything they can to deny this right. The Prime Minister has refused to release documents needed for the defense case, and now we know that code names were being used to evade access to information laws within the ministry. And today now we've learned, Mr. Speaker, that the former president of the Treasury Board has withheld personal emails from Mr. Norman's lawyers. My question for the Prime Minister is, when did the Prime Minister know that the minister was withholding personal emails in this case?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, of course, it would be inappropriate to comment on this matter before the court. The Sub Judice Convention indicates that MPs should refrain from discussing ongoing legal proceedings. Courts are dealing with the handling of evidence, and we respect the judicial independence and the House of Commons rules.
The Honourable Member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, a minister of this Prime Minister's government is withholding personal emails from the lawyers of Mark Norman. In October, the former minister said that the only contact he had with Irving was being copied on a letter, but there would appear to be copious documents that are relevant, and as a result, he's lawyered up to try to work his way out of this cover-up. Yeah. This is all very concerning, and it lies at the feet of this Prime Minister. So once again, when did the Prime Minister learn that his minister was withholding personal documents relevant to the Mark Norman case?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as we all know, these are matters before the court right now. The court is engaged in it, and we know that in Canada, the independence of our judicial system is something that must be a bedrock of our society and indeed of our functioning as as a society and as a parliament. We respect the independence of those courts. We will allow the courts to do the job they need to do.
The honourable member from Milton.
Speaker, it's the end of the month, and in the normal world, families are taking a look at their personal budgets and trying to figure out how they're going to balance their own, because they know, unlike the Prime Minister, that budgets don't balance themselves. And they also know that if they're short this month, they just can't borrow their way out of debt, unlike the Prime Minister, who thinks that the country can. And finally, Canadians know that they will be the ones paying for the mistakes of this government and this Prime Minister. So, at the very least, Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve a clear answer before the election. Will the Prime Minister impose massive tax hikes on these Canadian citizens?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, from the very beginning, our plan has been to lower taxes for the middle class and raise them on the wealthiest 1%. That has been an issue for the Conservatives because we know that they prefer to give tax breaks and advantages to the wealthiest. Well, unfortunately, that approach for 10 years under Stephen Harper didn't work to create any more than anemic growth. And what we've been able to do by investing in Canadians, investing in their communities, is give the lowest unemployment rates in 40 years and see Canadians create 800,000 new jobs. We're going to continue to invest in our communities because our plan is working to grow the economy for the middle class and those working hard to join.
Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, thanks to the former Conservative government's excellent financial stewardship, this government inherited a balanced budget. Today, 80% of Canadian families are paying more taxes because of the Prime Minister's out-of-control spending. And yet, in the last election campaign, he swore he would balance the budget before the end of the first term. So my question is simple. Will the Prime Minister table a plan to balance the budget without any further tax hikes on Canadian taxpayers? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the plan that we presented to Canadians in 2015 involved investing in Canadians, investing in communities, and creating economic growth. This is after 10 years of failure under the Harper Conservatives. We created a strong and growing economy. Canadians created 800,000 new jobs in the last 3 years, and we continue to see the lowest unemployment rates in decades. We will continue to invest in Canadians to create more prosperity for the middle class and those working hard to join it. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, here's the reality. This government spends, spends, and spends on the backs of our children and grandchildren. Who will have to pay for that? Who will have to pay for the failures, mistakes, and the out-of-control spending of the Prime Minister? Well, it's the workers, business owners, and parents of Canada. So I'll repeat my question to the Prime Minister. Yes or no? Will he table a plan to balance the budget without increasing taxes on Canadians? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we did not increase taxes and we will not increase taxes on Canadians. On the contrary, we are the ones who lowered taxes for the middle class. We did so by asking the wealthiest Canadians to pay a little more tax. That's what shocks Conservatives. Because from the very beginning, they have been promoting economic growth by giving more benefits and advantages to the wealthiest in order to create economic growth. But that doesn't work, Mr. Speaker. Trickle-down economics doesn't work in Canada or elsewhere, and that's what they don't understand. We created economic growth by investing in the middle class, and we will continue to do so.
Our New Westminster Burnaby.
Yesterday, the Prime Minister misled Parliament and all Canadians when he said in this House that he has, and I quote, already helped over 1 million Canadians find affordable housing. We checked the CMHC record, and it says only 14,703 new units have been or are even being built. So this government gave away $14 billion in corporate tax write-offs in the mini-budget, but has only built a few new units of housing. Why is the Prime Minister deliberately misstating the facts? When will the government find new affordable housing for Canadians.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve housing that is safe, affordable, and accessible. That is why we have made unprecedented investments in housing across this country since day one, including with our national housing strategy. We have already helped more than almost 1 million Canadians access homes. Our plan is for stable housing and financing now and for the next decade. We know that quality of life, the better opportunities for kids, for families, for everyone relies on housing. That's why we're investing in a national housing strategy.
For New Westminster Burnaby.
Let's be clear, doing routine repairs and maintenance is not finding new housing for Canadians. And that answer shows appalling disrespect for Canadians in Burnaby and everywhere else that are suffering through the worst housing crisis we've ever had. Canadian families are struggling under the worst family debt crisis in our history and in all the industrialized world. 46% of Canadians are $200 away from financial insolvency in any given month. Why doesn't this government build affordable housing? Why doesn't this Prime Minister start to care as much about Canadians as he does about Bay Street billionaires?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would suggest that the NDP be careful about maligning the idea of repairing and refurbishing existing housing stocks. Far too many Canadians live in housing that is unacceptable, and the investments we've made that have helped rebuild, refurbish, renovate, improve housing for Canadians right across this country is making a real difference. That is part of the money we are flowing to communities, to Canadians, to make sure they have safe and affordable places to live. Yes, Mr. Speaker, there's much more work to do. But, Mr. Speaker, we are doing it with unprecedented investments in housing.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, according to a study, nearly half of Canadians are just $200 away from being unable to cover their monthly expenses. Sophie, one of my constituents, told me how hard it is for her and her mother to get through the month. People are facing crushing personal debt, but the Liberals are focusing on giving big companies billions of dollars in gifts. When will the Liberals start really helping ordinary people instead of helping the richest companies? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, from the very beginning our priority was to invest in the middle class and those working hard to join it. That's why we lowered taxes for the middle class. That's why we delivered the Canada Child Benefit, which is lifting hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty all across the country. We invested in a national housing strategy that has already helped nearly 1 million Canadians find housing. And we will continue to invest in our communities, to invest in Canadians, to help them build a better world for them and for their families. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's list left out the seniors of Canada who are in debt. Paul, a senior in my riding, told me that it's extremely hard for him to make ends meet at the end of the month with a tiny pension, even though he and his wife worked their whole lives. There's also a serious lack of affordable housing for seniors all across the country. So instead of spending billions of dollars on a pipeline and helping out big businesses, why would the Liberals help our seniors instead? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I really appreciate the opportunity to talk about everything that we've done for seniors, including through the National Housing Strategy, because there's an aspect there that focuses on housing for seniors. In addition to that, we brought the age of retirement down to 65 after the Harper Conservatives brought it up to 67. And we increased the guaranteed income supplement for the most vulnerable seniors by nearly $1,000. We're continuing to work to fight the challenges that our seniors face, and we are there for them. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, it's been more than 3 years, and Canadians are still waiting for the Prime Minister to keep his election promise, which was to get to zero deficit by 2019. But that's clearly not the case. 2019 is the year where we have a $30 billion deficit. Now, the Prime Minister is probably the only person in the world who thinks that budgets balance themselves. But Canadians know that they don't. They know that, on the contrary, if you run a deficit, you have to pay for it one day. What is the government's plan to balance the budget? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Canadians had a choice between the Conservatives and the NDP, who promised austerity and cuts at all costs. We knew that after a decade of failed economic policies under the Harper Conservatives, that we had to make the right kind of investments for Canadians. And by doing so, Canadians have created over 800,000 new jobs. We have the lowest unemployment rate in 40 years, and a typical Canadian family is $2,000 better off. We know how to grow the economy. We're not going to take the same approach as a failed Conservative economic plan.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Well, maybe the members should say that to the 80% of Canadian families who are paying more in taxes than they were before the Liberals came to power. I'd like to see all of those Liberal candidates in a few months telling their constituents, well, look at us, we kept our promises. It's not true. Liberals don't keep their promises. Now, Canadians want to know, what is the government's plan to balance the budget? Do they at least have a plan?
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we committed and kept our promise to grow and invest in Canadians, to grow the economy for the middle class and those working hard to join it. We did not take on the same economic plan as the Conservatives because they couldn't manage the economy to help create a more prosperous economy for everyone. All they did was focus on their millionaire friends, but we are focused on Canadians, and we know our plan is working because, Mr. Speaker, when you invest in Canadians, they create the economic success that we're seeing.
Order. I would ask members to listen to both questions and the answers. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Millionaire friends? There's the millionaire friend right in the front row who inherited a big multi-million-dollar family fortune, as he likes to call it. And he says, you've never had it so great, fellow Canadians. Well, for those with family fortunes, that's true. For people who are struggling to pay their bills, who have lost their children's fitness tax credit, their transit tax credit, their textbook and education tax credit, the costs have never been so high. Why won't the Liberals admit, if given another chance, they will raise taxes just like they've already done?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives continue to relay fake information, but the fact is that we actually lowered taxes for the middle-class Canadians. We lowered taxes for small businesses. We increased benefits like the Canada Child Benefit. Mr. Speaker, when will the Conservatives finally tell the truth and say that they're taking their marching orders from Premier Ford, and we're going to see more and more cuts across this country, like cuts to education, cuts to Franco-Ontario language rights? Why won't the Conservatives be honest and tell Canadians the cuts they plan on making?
The member for Carleton.
Well, there's the Liberal election platform. Do to all of Canada what Kathleen Wynne did to Ontario. She doubled the debt. She doubled power rates, driving the poorest people to the food banks, and she lied about her plans to raise taxes after every single election that she won. Does that remind you, anyone? Someone sitting right there in the front. He knows that he will do exactly what the Wynne Liberals do. That he will hide his plan, and he will raise taxes massively, and it will cost Canadians a fortune. Why won't you admit it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Order.
Mr. Speaker, look at our record over the last number of years. We've actually cut taxes. So, Mr. Speaker, they're talking about hypotheticals, but the record shows that we've reduced taxes. We've reduced taxes on the middle-class Canadians. We've reduced taxes for small businesses. Mr. Speaker, it's clear the fact that the member from Carleton is speaking about Ontario, that he just wants to create a nationalized plan of the Premier Ford cuts. That's what the Conservatives' platform is. Mr. Speaker, when are the Conservatives going to be honest with Canadians and tell us what they plan on?
Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, there's the latest defense. Now their plans for higher taxes are hypothetical. In other words, we get to find out about it after the election, when the Prime Minister no longer needs voters, but still needs their money. Mr. Speaker, Canadians without trust funds and family fortunes know what he has failed to realize, that never-ending and ever-growing deficits lead to higher taxes down the road. Why won't he tell the truth about that now instead of hiding it until after the election?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, it's simply not true. A typical Canadian family is $2,000 better off under our plan than under the Harper Conservatives. That's real money in the pockets of everyday Canadians that need it. The Conservatives talk about all their austerity and cuts, and let me talk about the Canada Child Benefit. Over 16,410 children are benefiting in the members' riding alone. Is he going to look those children in the face and take that money from them just to prove a point? Mr. Speaker, we believe in investments. Conservatives believe in...
The Honourable Member Order. Honourable Member for Carleton.
To the contrary, when we created the child care benefit, we did so with a balanced budget and we lowered taxes. By contrast, when they brought in their changes, they did so by raising taxes on those children's parents and bringing up more and more debt for those children to pay down the road. We, on this side of the House, will create a financial environment that is secure for Canadians so that we can keep taxes low. We have a motion before the House. It simply asks the Prime Minister to commit in writing that he will not raise taxes. Will he do?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we've already cut taxes, and the member opposite talks about the Canada Child Benefit, which they taxed. We, on the other hand, made it tax-free. Mr. Speaker, we continue to make the right kinds of investments. We're focused on Canadians, and Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, a typical Canadian family are $2,000 better off. We know across this country, and with the decade under the Harper Conservatives, we know what Conservative cuts look like, and Canadians voted against it.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
We're in year 4 since the Prime Minister issued a mandate letter to the Health Minister directing her to lower prescription drug prices for Canadians. This was important because Canadians pay among the highest drug prices in the world and millions can't afford their medicine. Now, officials at the Patented Medicine Prices Review Board admit that they have abandoned their plan to reduce the prices that drug companies can charge Canadians. Will the Liberals admit that they have folded and betrayed Canadian patients because of pressure from the pharmaceutical industry?
Minister of Health.
Canadians should not have to choose between buying groceries and paying for medication. And that's why this government has taken action. As the government, we have joined the Pan-Canadian Pharmaceutical Alliance, where we're able to bulk purchase drugs with all provinces and territories. And as a result, Mr. Speaker, we have saved billions of dollars. Also in Budget 2018, we were pleased to launch the Advisory Council on the implementation of a national pharmacare program. We expect that report in March or in the spring of this year. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
For Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, the reality is Canadians are choosing between medicine and their rent, Minister. You know, the Liberals promised these reforms in 2016, and they said they'd be in place last year. This is a straight betrayal of a clear promise. But the Liberals also said that these changes were essential to bring in universal pharmacare, that we couldn't have it until prices were reduced. Well, that's not happening. With Eric HoC soon to release his study on pharmacare, can Canadians expect to see the Liberals once again cave into the drug lobby and refuse to bring in universal, comprehensive, and public pharmacare?
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, unlike the NDP, this side of the House wants to have a plan. And that's why that we've introduced the launch of the Advisory Council of a national pharmacare program. We are pleased that this council is being led by Dr. Eric HoC and a group of stellar Canadians to really look at this issue. I'm looking forward to receiving the report in spring of this year with the recommended options and also a path forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Daubignières. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government has totally lost control of the issue of illegal migration to Canada. They've spent another $115 million to deal with illegal migrants at the border. Why? Because of this Prime Minister's mistake when he threw open the doors to migrants in a January 2017 tweet. Mr. Speaker, when will this Prime Minister secure our borders and stop making Canadians pay for his mistakes? The Honourable Minister for Intergovernmental Affairs. Mr. Speaker, the alarmist comments from my colleague continue to ignore reality. The number of border crossings is decreasing. We do understand that Quebec and Montreal are playing a key role in partnership with our government to deal with temporary housing. The partnership with the government of Quebec is very important to us, as is the issue of border security. We will continue to work with our partners to ensure that we do both at once.
A member for Markham Unionville.
Yesterday, Liberal government announced another $114 million for illegal border crossers. Yesterday, Liberal also closed the application window to sponsor parents and grandparents in just 10 minutes. Under this Prime Minister, if you're illegally entering the country, you get immediate entry to Canada and free hotel rooms. If your grandmother trying to legally enter the country, you get the door shut in your face. Why is the Prime Minister making Canadians pay for his mistakes?
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
It's amusing to watch the Conservatives pretend to care about family reunification, because under their watch, parents and grandparents were stuck in a backlog of 167,000 people, and they had to wait 7 to 8 years to reunite with their family members. We've slashed the wait times down, we have ended the backlog, and we've quadrupled the number available for Canadians and permanent residents to reunite with their families. So while the Conservatives are busy dividing Canadians, we're focused on reuniting families, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
What is shameful to watch is this government allow over 40,000 people to illegally enter our country and abuse our asylum system.
Shameful.
What is shameful to watch is this government use language to divide Canadians as opposed to using strong policy to restore order and compassion to our immigration system. They shut the door on parents and grandparents who are trying to legally enter the country yesterday. Why is this Prime Minister trying to make Canadians pay for his immigration mistakes?
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
The facts speak for themselves. This is the Conservative position on parents and grandparents. The Conservatives described parents and grandparents as, quote, a burden on the federal government in terms of financial support. They have described parents and grandparents as a drain on provinces. That is their position. They can run, but they cannot hide from that position. We are responsible for quadrupling the number of spaces that parents and grandparents have to come to Canada. We'll continue to reunite more families. I'm amused by their newfound passion for reuniting families, but when they had the chance, they failed.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Yesterday, the government announced $114 million for people who are illegally entering the country. Hotel rooms, immediate work permits, social welfare payments, and at the same time, they shut the door in 7 minutes for people who are trying to legally enter the country. There are over 9,000 angry comments on the immigration website from people who are saying this is not fair, because it's not. It's not right. Why is the Prime Minister trying to make people pay for his immigration mistakes?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
That suddenly the member opposite has found some sort of light where she's found some enthusiasm for family reunification. But family reunification was never their priority. Families had to wait between 7 to 8 years to join their loved ones. They only had 5,000 spaces to reunite family members. They had a backlog of 167,000 people stuck in that program. They even tried to hit the delete button, where for 2 years under their watch, Canadians couldn't sponsor. We're focused on getting the job done. They'll continue to.
Honorable député de Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière.
Mr. Speaker, it's been a long time since the Liberals have said anything about the U.S. tariffs on steel and aluminum. But recently, a Russian aluminum company managed to get itself taken off the U.S. sanctions list. No more tariffs for them. What do the Liberals have to say to the people here at home? In Jonquière, thousands of families are affected, and thousands of good jobs are at stake. They have a right to know, what have the Liberals done to get rid of the tariffs on steel and aluminum? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I agree with my colleague that the U.S. tariffs on steel and aluminum coming from Canada are unfair and illegal. And Canada is working against those measures on NAFTA panels and on WTO panels. I spoke to Ambassador Lighthizer today about this issue and yesterday too, and we're still working on it.
Mr. Speaker, it's not enough to talk to them. You have to do something now. On Sunday, the U.S. administration lifted sanctions on the Russian aluminum giant Rusal. Meanwhile, Canada is still slapped with Trump's tariffs that are hurting Canadian businesses and jobs. So let me get this straight. Trump is saying Canada is a national security threat, but Russia isn't? Canada's the closest trade and security partner that the U.S. has. Canadian workers are tired of paying the heavy price of losing their jobs because this Liberal government won't stand up for them. What is the plan to remove these devastating tariffs?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, as the member from Essex knows very well, we are not just talking when it comes to the illegal and unjust U.S. tariffs on steel and aluminum. We acted decisively on July 1st by imposing retaliatory tariffs, the highest, strongest retaliatory trade action in Canadian history. This action is having results. In fact, just this week, Kevin Brady said in the U.S. that he did not see how the U.S. could ratify NAFTA while these tariffs were still in place.
For Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, we can all agree that every First Nation child deserves the best start in life. We know that the path forward includes First Nations control of First Nations education and long-term sustainable funding. Can the Minister of Indigenous Services please share with the House the great news from British Columbia that advances this important priority?
The honourable member from Cloverdale, Langley City. Last week, I joined the First Nations Education Steering Committee in the province of British Columbia to celebrate the new BC tripartite education agreement. It will benefit more than 12,000 First Nation students. It will provide important changes, including a more sufficient and sustained funding model for First Nations education and a new $20 million investment for First Nation schools, including for language and culture. It reflects the commitment of all parties to work together and strengthen First Nations control of First Nations education. Thank you.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
When you've inherited a family fortune like the Prime Minister, you never have to worry about paying for anything, including a carbon tax. Yet, as families and seniors struggle every month just to get by, government documents show the carbon tax will be 15 times higher if the Liberals are re-elected. That's up to $5,000 per family of four. Canadian families are already paying for the Prime Minister's mistakes. Why won't he tell Canadians the truth about his plan to raise the carbon tax if he's elected?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, it's really unfortunate that conservative politicians continue to peddle misinformation. We have been clear that we're going to tackle climate change. We're going to do it in a way that it's effective and also affordable. I'm very proud to tell the member opposite that guess what? A family of four will get $307 in Ontario, more than they will pay. That has been our approach. But the question is, does the party opposite understand that climate inaction has a huge cost, that they're passing that cost to their kids, that climate change is real, and that that Canadians deserve a plan? We're going to continue moving forward on our plan to make...
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
The Prime Minister keeps telling Canadians, don't worry, it's okay. But okay for whom? Well, it's okay for him, because he inherited a family fortune, of course. Right. So he's fine. He's fine, everyone. Meanwhile, government document that just revealed that the carbon tax will increase by 15 times after the next election. Now, the Prime Minister won't be honest about this because it's before the election, but it's the Canadians after the election election that we're concerned about. Mr. Speaker, why is the Prime Minister deceiving Canadians by covering up the true cost of the Liberal carbon tax until after the election?
Minister of Environment.
Again, the misinformation that's being spread by Conservative politicians from Premier Ford to the Leader of the Opposition is appalling. Let's be clear. In fact, I am happy to go and point the legislation that we passed that the Conservatives voted against because they want it to be free to pollute, that shows that we are giving all the money back. And guess what? A family in Ontario will get, family of four will get $307 more than they will pay. We are focused on making life affordable. We are also focused on protecting the environment. The party opposite wants to take us back to the Harper days where they didn't protect the
Order. The Honourable Member for Niagara West.
Mr. Speaker, it's been 7 months since the Prime Minister backed down to Donald Trump and agreed to a trade deal that will keep steel and aluminum tariffs in place and continue to hurt our manufacturers. The Liberals have already collected over $839 million in retaliatory tariffs. Wow. They promised to give this money back to our struggling steel and aluminum producers, but almost none has gone out. Why are Canadian businesses continuing to be forced to pay for this Prime Minister's mistakes?
The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we've been very clear about supporting the steel sector and the steel workers. We put forward a $2 billion support package for those steel workers. And just to be specific, Mr. Speaker, $664 million of financial support has been provided to the steel workers and the steel sector, Mr. Speaker. We've invested in Algoma, we've invested in ArcelorMittal, we provided financing through EDC and BDC, and will continue to support the steel workers and the steel sector.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the government has collected almost $1 billion in counter-tariffs, but the Liberals have released only a fraction of the $2 billion in promised support for steel and aluminum. And what's more, everyone knows we produce the greenest steel and aluminum in the world. Another broken promise. Why do companies in the Saguenay and Canada have to keep paying for the Prime Minister's failed bargaining? The Honourable Minister, Mr. Speaker, we've been very clear. Steel is very important to our economy.
$2 billion worth of support for this sector. As I've highlighted, we've provided that support in a meaningful way, particularly to the small and medium-sized businesses that need the financing in terms of being able to compete going forward. We provided $255 million through BDC, $169 million through EDC, and $140 million to the Strategic Innovation Fund. We'll continue to defend the steel workers and the steel sector, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, we're now 3 weeks into the state of emergency in Cat Lake, and the minister has yet to meet with the leadership or visit the community, so I'm not sure if he fully understands the seriousness on the ground. The need for ground heaters, holding tanks, standby generators, 120 emergency units that have to be moved up before the winter road goes out. So yesterday, he told the House that his officials who haven't yet visited the community are expecting a, quote, community-based solution. A community that is facing a total and complete breakdown of social infrastructure? What on earth is he talking about?
Minister of Indigenous Services.
Speaker, I have spoken to the leadership to affirm our commitment to working with them, and indeed we do want it to be a community-led solution because we know that is a solution that will be lasting. I did tell this House that officials would be meeting with the community yesterday or today, but they were unable to make it in due to bad weather, but they will be meeting with them, and they are in constant contact with them, and we are committed to developing not only an interim but a long-term plan of action to take on the housing challenges that we know that they face. Thank you, Mr.
Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I spoke with the chief this morning. He said this government has done, quote, squat. We have houses that are so toxified that 75% of this community needs to be demolished. We just had a child medevaced out to London because of mold contamination. The officials in his department have ignored the crisis at Cat Lake for years, so sending them up to put a Band-Aid solution isn't going to cut it. So what's it going to be? Are we going to see leadership from this minister? more jargon from Indian Affairs or an admission that his department has failed the people of Cat Lake, that he's going to take responsibility and he's going to make sure that action happens? Yes or no?
Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services.
Health and safety of the people in Cat Lake is immensely important. I have spoken to the chief on this issue. I have spoken to members of council on this issue. We will be meeting with leadership to develop an interim and a long-term solution. We have made immense progress. We have, in partnership with the community, we know there is a long way to go, and we will continue forward in a spirit of partnership. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. A new year, a new House of Commons chamber, but the same old Liberal broken record. The Liberals' true colours are showing clearly in Quebec. They pretend they're listening, but they ignore Quebec's demands. The Prime Minister is rejecting the consensus in Quebec around a single tax return and is dead set against making life easier for Quebecers on the pretext of potential tax evasion. What's the real reason for the Prime Minister's latest refusal to listen to Quebec? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Once again, we see the Conservatives. We see how petty their politics is. They obviously have no real intention of respecting the work of our workers in Quebec. Those workers are an economic driver in regions like Shawinigan, the Gaspé, Rimouski, Quebec City, Montreal. These federal workers, Mr. Speaker, meet the needs. They're bilingual. They can respond to all Canadians' inquiries. We are going to continue to work with them. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Wow, did I just hear the minister try to scare Quebecers? We're talking about an administrative arrangement here, a single form instead of two, making the painstaking chore of filing your tax return simpler for Quebecers. Only in Quebec are there two tax returns, but Quebecers don't have two pockets, one for the feds and one for the province. They only get one paycheck and two governments want to take it. Enough's enough, Mr. Speaker. When's the Prime Minister going to finally get it, that Quebecers are not a threat, and give the single tax return the go-ahead? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, it's quite strange to hear the Conservatives opposite. They were in power for 10 years. Why do they not understand how things work at CRA? I can tell you that we are working to put programs in place to combat tax evasion, but tax evasion from the Conservative point of view is something that shouldn't be. We shouldn't touch their wealthy crony friends. We've invested $1 billion. We've hired 1,300 auditors. We've taken every step possible to fight tax evasion, and we're going to continue working on that. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, this government doesn't trust Quebecers. They stubbornly want to make life more costly for Quebecers and also harder for them. The Prime Minister is completely ignoring the consensus in Quebec around a single tax return. I know. The Prime Minister has never done his own taxes. Unlike thousands of Quebecers who can't all afford an accountant to do it for them. Mr. Speaker, why won't the Prime Minister make life easier for Quebecers by allowing a single tax return? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are making unrealistic promises, but I'm happy to tell all Canadians what we've done at Canada Revenue Agency to make life easier for Quebecers and Canadians. We've invested in our call centres. We've simplified the tax return form. We've invested in community volunteer programs. We've encouraged people to file their tax return, and that is with a view to making sure that all Canadians get their fair share. The honourable member for Vimy. Mr. Speaker, as the member for Vimy, I have the good fortune of having many Canadian Armed Forces members and a 22nd Regiment Reserve Unit right in my riding. Every year, several recruits train and get their basic training there.
Join the reserve to get a good paying summer job and hone their leadership skills. Can the Minister of National Defence inform the House on how our government is investing in young Canadians and the Canadian Army Reserves?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member from Vimy for her important question and her hard work for her constituents. That's right, applaud. I was proud to be in Quebec, Mr. Speaker, a few weeks ago to talk about our new full-time summer employment program for members of the reserves. Through this initiative, new recruits will receive guaranteed summer employment, competitive pay, and gain valuable military experience, and all this guaranteed for the first 4 years. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to supporting the reserve members of our Canadian Armed Forces. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Canadians are paying for the Prime Minister's failures on China and national security. Chinese law requires any Chinese company to spy for the government, and Huawei's no exception. The U.S., Australia, New Zealand, and Japan have banned Huawei. The U.S. has threatened to withdraw intelligence sharing if Canada doesn't do the same. Cyber intelligence is the new arms race, and it's escalating. The U.S. has now brought 13 criminal charges against Huawei and is unwavering in its extradition request. When will this Prime Minister ban Huawei?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, as the honourable member should know, the issue of safety and security in the supply chains for new technologies are under very careful examination by the Government of Canada. All Canadians want to take advantage of the world of improvements that can come from the application of 5G technology. At the same time, we want to be absolutely certain that our systems are safe and secure, and Canadians can be confident that the decisions made by the Government of Canada will not in any measure sacrifice safety and security.
For Vancouver East.
This Liberal government continues to devalue the contributions of parents and grandparents. First, it was family reunification based on the luck of the draw. After scrapping that colossal failure, it was right back to the Conservative plan to make families race at breakneck speeds just to submit an application before an arbitrary cap is reached. It took all of 11 minutes yesterday before the door was slammed shut. Now families have to wait another year to even have a shot at submitting an application. Will this Liberal government do what is right and cancel?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Canadians asked us for a more fair system, a system that would treat everyone on a first-come, first-served basis. We have quadrupled the number of spots available for permanent residents and Canadians to sponsor parents and grandparents from 5,000 to 20,000. We've slashed the wait times. It used to take 7 to 8 years to sponsor parents and grandparents. We've listened to Canadians and we continue to improve the program. We're proud of our record and we'll continue to reunite families, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is investing in renewable energy technologies to reduce carbon emissions and create good middle-class jobs for Canadians. Can the Minister of Natural Resources provide this House with an update on solar energy project he recently announced in Suffield, Alberta?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources. Order.
I thank the member for Calgary Centre for his question and for his hard work. Mr. Speaker, last week we announced $15 million worth of investment our government is making in the Suffield solar project in Alberta. This project will create 250 well-paying middle-class jobs during construction and power over 7,000 homes every year. Mr. Speaker, we are delivering on our plan to grow the economy, at the same time protect the environment.
Order. I encourage members to hold their opinions until it's their time to speak, not to speak like member for Calgary Signal Hill, for example. You could do that.
The Honourable Member for Richmond North Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, it's been 7 months since people in my riding have had no answer about the special status of the Liberal member. He announced that he was resigning. In September, he changed his mind. In November, he said on his Facebook page that he would be retiring on January 22nd, and we just learned officially that he was leaving. Unfortunately, people in Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel have been paying for this MP's 7-month absence, and it's only getting longer. So my question is for the Prime Minister, does he intend to call a by-election before the end of this government's term? Because members of that riding will be without an MP for over 17 months otherwise. The Honourable Member, Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, as the member knows, only today did the member in question announce that he's no longer a member. So we will study the situation and move forward in due course appropriately. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, what we want in Quebec is to integrate our new arrivals. We want those who choose Quebec to take part in Quebec society. We want them to make our culture their own. To do that, we have to be able to communicate. In Quebec, there is one official language, and that language is French. Does the minister agree that in order to become a citizen in Quebec, you must have an adequate knowledge of French? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we recognize here the Bloc's divisive tactics. They're trying to make language and culture a point of division. But Quebec is moving forward. Canadians are moving forward. The only people who are not moving forward and never will is the Bloc Québécois. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, I'm losing. I don't know what to say. We know that, member. I had the honor of tabling a bill requiring an adequate knowledge of French to get citizenship in Quebec. Knowledge of French is essential to integrate those who choose to join us, those who choose to be a part of us, those who want to be us. And the government of Quebec gets it. Is this government in favor of legislation requiring an adequate knowledge of French in order to get citizenship in Quebec? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. That's the thing, Mr. Speaker. That's the problem. Because their us is divisive. They want to divide us on the basis of language. Our Quebec includes Anglophones and Francophones and everyone who joins us. They want a better future for their children, and here on this side of the House, we do not divide, we include. Order. Order.
Member for Order. The Honourable Member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Despite selling our oil at discounted prices, the oil and gas industry last year contributed $117 billion to the Canadian economy. That's lots of money, Mr. Speaker. But the number could have been even higher had we had the pipeline capacity to deliver our oil to other markets. We need the Trans Mountain Pipeline now more than ever. CNRL is warning that they will have to lay off workers, and how many other companies will be following suit. My question is to the Minister of Natural Resources. What is the timeline for getting the construction underway on the Trans Mountain Pipeline? Are we close? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians understand that in order to continue to grow our economy and get our resources to non-U.S. markets, pipeline capacity is very, very important. We are moving forward on the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion in a responsible way, in the right way, with meaningful consultation with indigenous communities, at the same time making sure that we are dealing with the impact of tanker traffic on the marine environment. We have 8 teams currently consulting with indigenous communities, and NEB is on track to provide this report on February 22nd, and we are moving forward in the right way on this project, Mr. Speaker.
I would like to draw to the attention of honorable members the presence in the gallery of the recipients of the 2018 Governor General's History Awards. It is a long list, so bear with me, please, and stand as I call the names. Jonathan Chassé, Kara Picard, Léa Baptiste, Pat Watson, Eric Chassé, Thomas Frecker, Jean-François Gosselin, Liesl Gunderman, Maxine Hildebrandt, Paul Patterson, Sarah Pashagumskum, Deborah Dobbins, Jean-Paul Gier, Sergio Gutierrez, Elizabeth Heeman, Bill Weiser. Yeah, I know.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, I think that if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion: that the House denounce the use of the tragedy, images from the tragedy of Lac Mégantic, and require that Netflix withdraw from its books the reference to this tragedy and financially compensate Lac Mégantic for having used these images for entertainment purposes without regard for the victims. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the honourable member have unanimous consent of the House to move the motion?
D'accord.
The House has heard the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Adopté.
Carried.
The honourable member for Carleton is rising on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I think if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for me to table in this House a document entitled Modelling of Pricing and Emissions Reductions. This document from Environment Canada shows the government's plan is to increase the tax to $300 a tonne, not the $50 they admit to, which will mean much higher taxes for Canadians. I depose it here.
Is there unanimous consent for the tabling? No, there is no unanimous consent.
Order. The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, I believe that if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the tabling of the following document. It's page 84 of this document on balancing the budget in 2019-2020. There is no unanimous consent. The Honourable Government House Leader.
January 31st, 2019 shall be an allotted day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Skinnabalkie Valley is rising on a point of order or question privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is just a very brief intervention, as there have been many interventions, as you know, surrounding the case of the now former member from St. Leonard, St. Michel. I wish to point out two brief but important facts, having read through the Hansard records now of our former colleague's intervention. One is that he made many accusations during that speech, many in the ad hominem nature against my personal character. Those I'll leave aside. But very importantly, he accused me of having relied upon the interpretation of a speech he had made previously and relied upon that interpretation to present my facts before the House. It is fine to go after members of Parliament for different points of view on the topics of the day, even sometimes character assassination, as sometimes in this case, but we must leave aside in all times the excellent, nonpartisan, and of the highest quality nature of the interpretation services that happen for all of us here. And to suggest that there's any defense made available to members of Parliament because those interpreters do not do an excellent job on all of our behalfs in what is oftentimes very difficult circumstances. Secondly, and I'll end with this, that despite the insinuations that were made by our now former colleague against myself, this for me was never a personal issue. I have no actual personal interactions with the former MP. This was personal for me, though, with respect to the House of Commons, with respect to the reputation of members of Parliament that we must jealously guard because they are constantly under siege. The fact that we raise the issue of members of Parliament who claimed to be leaving their office and then did not for a number of months, I think is an attempt to hold up and try to maintain what we can of the esteem of Canadians on whose behalf we seek to speak. For me, Mr. Speaker, now that the former member from St. Leonard Michel has resigned his seat, I can do nothing but wish him health in his future, and that quickly the people from St. Leonard Michel will have representation finally again, because they, like all Canadians, deserve no less. Thank you very much.
I thank the honourable member for Skinner-Bulkley Valley for his additional arguments. Particularly, I thank him for recognizing the wonderful work of our interpreters, which members I know all agree with. So I heard the applause, as we often do. Not often enough, though. I am now prepared to rule on the question of privilege raised on December 13, 2018 by the honourable member for Skinner-Bulkley Valley concerning an allegedly misleading statement made in the House by the former member for Saint-Léonard-Saint-Michel. Je remercie la
I want to thank the member for having raised the question, as well as the former member for Saint-Léonard-Saint-Michel and the member for Grand Prairie-Mackenzie for their interventions.
In raising his question of privilege, the member for Skinner-Bulkley Valley stated that on December 11, 2018, in response to another question of privilege, the former member for Saint-Léonard-Saint-Michel had misled the House when he said that he was not collecting his salary as a member of Parliament. He concluded that that statement had to have been incorrect, given that, pursuant to the Parliament of Canada Act, the House of Commons administration has an obligation to pay a salary to all sitting members, and that the former member for Saint-Léonard-Saint-Michel was still a member when he made that statement.
Earlier today, the former member for Saint-Léonard-Saint-Michel reaffirmed that he had no intention of ever pocketing his salary and, in fact, had donated it to a cause of his choosing. He also explained that his statement was made in French, but the English translation, used by the member for Skinner-Bulkley Valley as a basis for the current question of privilege, did not accurately represent his views and led to a misinterpretation of his remarks. I have carefully reviewed the statement made on December 11, 2018, by the former member for Saint-Léonard-Saint-Michel, in which he stated, indeed several times, that he was not collecting a salary. The words spoken at the time, or at least what one could easily understand them to mean, appeared to contradict the established facts. Specifically, the House of Commons administration's legal obligation to pay a salary to all members until such time as they are no longer members of Parliament. Today's statement clarifies what the member intended to say, the former member, rather.
Of misleading the House is always regarded by the chair as a most serious one, for it touches not only on the technical aspects of the charge, but also on the integrity of the member. The chair, of course, is bound to respect the established conventions accepted by the House on such matters. This does not include assuming a role in the interpretation of what members intended to say. As Speaker Parent reminded us at page 9247 of the debates on October 19, 2000, quote, "What I am required to rule on is a more narrow procedural issue, whether a willful attempt has been made to mislead the House. Only on the strongest and clearest evidence can the House or the Speaker take steps to deal with cases of attempts to mislead members," unquote. After a careful review of the precedents and the current case before the House, the Chair cannot find that there is sufficient evidence to establish a prima facie question of privilege. Avant de conclure,
Before I conclude, I would once again encourage members to be more mindful of the need to choose their words carefully to help minimize any confusion, however inadvertent, that could lead to a serious misunderstanding. Of course, this is even more important when the ambiguous statement cannot be readily clarified, as happened in this case. At the same time, I would urge members to be cautious in considering a charge against a fellow member.
All honourable members for their attention. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government orders, business of supply, resuming consideration of a motion standing in the name of M. Poilievre regarding the plan to eliminate the deficit.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought a colleague of mine had a few minutes left and questions and comments, but I'm always happy to take the floor, particularly in this brand new West Block Commons, Mr. Speaker. To start off, I want to echo the comments of many of my colleagues and our leader to thank all the people that have been part of this historic move and renovation of this amazing space. Our Parliament is in session when Canadians send their representatives, and we meet to debate the issues of the day with you moderating the debate, Mr. Speaker, the mace. So while the room may change, the institution is core to our country. And the success we've had as one of the leading countries of the world is rooted in our democracy. And I'll speak about that in depth, Mr. Speaker, because there's actually been an erosion in responsible government under this government. In fact, when it comes to debt, deficit, and taxation, they are actually deviating from the historic responsible government model that Canada's parliamentary democracy enjoys, Mr. Speaker. So I'll get to that later, but the member for Carleton brought a really good motion today because there is no plan with this government. No plan to balance the budget, no plan to withhold more and future tax increases on top of the ones that have already been in place. And there's been broken promises by the Liberal government with respect to their core economic agenda. So this Opposition Day motion raises this as an important national issue, and the House is calling upon the government to do a simple thing. Table a plan to get back to balance, Mr. Speaker, and to do that with a pledge of no future tax increases. Why is that plan a good one and should be simple, Mr. Speaker? Because the Harper government did that amid the worst economic recession since the Great Depression, Mr. Speaker, where we were the only country of stability within the G7 with a balanced budget that was maintained while we lowered taxes on families, seniors, and employers, Mr. Speaker. That was tough to do, particularly when there was global stagnation. We had positive growth, we had balanced budget, and we had lower taxes. You had to have a plan to do that, Mr. Speaker. So before I speak about the plan, let's talk about the promise, because Canadians were in fact misled by this Prime Minister. I've said a few times in the House, Mr. Speaker, what should scare Canadians is that midway through an election, the Prime Minister, then the third party leader, changed his core economic plan in the middle of the election to win votes away from the NDP. He was willing to throw out their economic plan, the most important thing a government does, in order to curry votes. At the beginning of the election, they were the party of Paul Martin, balanced budgets. They quoted David Dodge and all these things about prudent and sound economic management. Midway through, Mr. Speaker, they lied to Canadians. They said we're in a recession, which was not true, Mr. Speaker. So we're going to run modest deficits. That we know is not true, Mr. Speaker, in order to stimulate the economy with infrastructure spending, Mr. Speaker. That itself, as the Parliamentary Budget Officer has shown, is not true as well, Mr. Speaker. So they lied to Canadians about the crisis. We're in a recession. They suggested they were going to have short-term modest deficits based on infrastructure to get the economy moving. All of that has been proven to be untrue, Mr. Speaker. Recall their election pledge to Canadians. We've seen it online. You just have to scroll to see the Prime Minister's comments from various speeches, debates. He said that the Liberal government would run modest deficits, never larger than $10 billion, and that they would be back into balance by 2019. All of that, again, was false, Mr. Speaker. Despite having the best economic times in 25 years because of a booming U.S. economy, we have seen deficits that have been double or more what he promised. Rather than balancing the budget this year in 2019, the Prime Minister and his Finance Minister refused to even give a future date for balance, Mr. Speaker. And we've seen money has not gone out to infrastructure in the GTA, in Whitby, in Pickering, in Brampton. They're waiting, Mr. Speaker. There's actually been a slowdown, and when it comes to spending on affordable housing and other forms of social infrastructure, they've back-end loaded all the funding announcements, so they announce big numbers, but the money won't flow till the mid-2020s, Mr. Speaker. So why this motion today? We want the government to stop its shell game on the economy and to stop relying on Canadian families, seniors, and small businesses as the people they can squeeze and squeeze again for their overspending. How can I say that, Mr. Speaker? Because this government, by its third budget, had increased spending by over 20%. They had increased spending across the board, including hiring of personnel, which is the largest expense for most departments, a 20% increase in spending by this government, increased revenues where their revenue forecasts are out by $5 and $10 billion. So they're bringing in more money because the economy's been doing well. They're spending even more than they're bringing in, Mr. Speaker, and they've increased the spending of the federal government by 20%, and most Canadian families couldn't tell you any positive development from that, Mr. Speaker. More growth in the office towers in Ottawa, and we hear reports in the last week of a majority of Canadians $200 away from bankruptcy, Mr. Speaker, or almost a majority, I believe. These are challenging times in manufacturing in Ontario, the Oshawa area, the GM announcement. Our resource sector in Western Canada for years now have been feeling it, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister and the Finance Minister, who live in a gilded cage, Mr. Speaker, they don't understand the needs of families and seniors and small businesses in my area in Durham. So that's why they say, no problem. We don't need to ever balance the budget, because in their world, budgets do balance themselves. They hire someone to do that. They hire someone to manage the affairs of their trust or their family fortune, as the Prime Minister says it. They need to do a reality check with Canadians. Life is not better, 20% better from their 20% overspending, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are being squeezed, and we all know that the deficits of today, be they $18 billion, $28 billion, these are the numbers we've been in the last few years, Mr. Speaker. The deficits of today are the higher taxes of tomorrow. And when my daughter, who's 12 now, will be in university at the rate that this government could balance the budget, she can guarantee herself that she will have to pay higher taxes then because of their mismanagement now, Mr. Speaker. So the deficit and spending is out of control. In the last budget, they used the word investment 450 plus times in the budget document. You know what investment is in Liberal language? It's spending, Mr. Speaker. You can frame it in more positive sounding language, Mr. Speaker, but it just shows reckless and wanton spending because they always feel they can squeeze Canadians. They can squeeze farmers in terms of transitioning the family farm, succession planning. They can squeeze small businesses and physicians and other people who have retained earnings to try and make sure they can plan for the uncertainties in life, for unemployment, for maternity leave, for their retirement. This government's even talking about re-auctioning wireless spectrum, Madam Speaker. Re-auctioning, essentially expropriating resources so that they can squeeze more money out of it. They actually have Crown agencies right now who have been tasked with trying to raise more revenue. They've got both a spending and a revenue problem. They've raised taxes on people, on small businesses. They're bringing in a nationalized carbon tax. They brought in a payroll tax on small businesses. They cut tax-free savings account that hurt seniors in particular. They've raised new taxes on ride sharing. Your Saturday night, as they say, they raise taxes on alcohol and your Uber ride home. They love the cannabis change, Madam Speaker, because they can tax that too. And you know what they tried to do in contrary fashion to representative government? They tried to put an escalator clause in on the alcohol tax raises, meaning they weren't even going to come back to the legislature before they raised taxes yet again. Dozens of tax increases on Canadians, reckless spending. This is why today we're asking the Prime Minister, it's time for a plan to get back to balance and to lower taxes.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We saw, what the previous government had done. They thought they could cut their way to growth and very quickly realized that that's not how things work. You need to invest like any person who's been in business. I ran a small business for 25 years, and in order to grow that business, I invested in that business, and it grew that business. As my income increased, I was able to increase the level of debt. I was able to invest in that business and therefore bring about even further growth in that business. You can't cut your way to growth. We've invested in Canadians, and that's seen a record 800,000 jobs created in the country and the lowest unemployment rate in over 40 years. What I'm looking to the member opposite is, what are you going to cut? What is your plan? Is you going to cut the tax-free Canada Child benefit? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member, he's to address the questions to the chair and not to the individual members. The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I don't think the member from Hastings would be going back to his riding and talking to many of his small business friends, Madam Speaker, because his government's attempt to tax retained earnings, to tax dividends, to tax the small businesses he claims to come from, caused almost a tax revolt from small business, including throughout Prince Edward, Hastings, Durham, Northumberland. All of those members are very worried, and they should be, because small businesses are seeing less growth. They're seeing higher taxes, more regulation. They're seeing a government whose plan, after a bad deal on NAFTA, is to tax them with Canadian tariffs. In fact, when I go by that members area or throughout Southern Ontario, small businesses have had enough with this government. They see them as a piggy bank they can keep going to fuel the overspending of this Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, on issues that aren't priority. It's about a plan. What's wrong with having a plan?
It's the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
The Conservative government was in power. They upheld a tax system that wasn't working for everyday Canadians. They supported tax havens that we saw benefited the wealthy, CEO stock option loopholes. In the meantime, the government of the day, the Conservative government, ran a deficit of $160 billion, Madam Speaker. And on their pathway to balancing the budget, they upheld a tax system that benefited the rich, and their cuts were on the backs of everyday Canadians. And those that have paid the ultimate sacrifice, Madam Speaker, are veterans. And I have a lot of respect for this member, Madam Speaker, because he's stood up for veterans. He's called for support for veterans. He was the Veterans Affairs Minister. And under the Conservative watch, they fired 1,000 staff at Veterans Affairs. And that's resulted in a backlog, Madam Speaker, that has affected veterans that have had their disability applications unopened, waiting for them to be addressed and in a timely fashion. In this government, of course, the Liberals promised to fix that. But does the member regret cutting the 1,000 staff at Veterans Affairs that has created this enormous backlog and has inhibited veterans from getting the services they rightfully deserve?
Honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll correct the member on both his tax claims and his veteran claims. He talked about the pathway the Harper government had back to balance. We did. After the global recession, we had a very difficult but planned path to get back to balance. And we didn't raise taxes. In fact, our cuts to the GST and raising of the basic personal exemption helped low-income Canadians the most, Madam Speaker. So we, across the board, helped middle class, lower middle class incomes across the board, and small businesses or the hirers. On the veterans front, Madam Speaker, we actually removed most of the paperwork done, created the MyVac account, which that member knows. I had veterans actually say, how do you want to be served as Afghan veterans? You don't go to the offices like the World War II veterans did, Madam Speaker. By the end, we knew where resources needed to be put, so we put about 300 employees back in to some of the claims processing for mental health, Madam Speaker. That got the backlog down under my watch, Madam Speaker, and the member knows that. This government has allowed the backlog to rise back up because there's been no effective hand who understood veterans. They broke their promise on pensions. They were just placating people. I'm hopeful that the new minister, who's much more substantive than the previous two, will bring some truth and a plan to veterans as well, Madam Speaker, because they have the resources to keep the backlog down. They just need to apply it to the employees, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's been a very interesting debate today, and I think a very productive one. The numbers have been very clear. Our government was elected in 2015 on a plan to grow the economy. And Madam Speaker, what you've heard here today is that that very fact is happening. The economy has been growing. Unemployment is at all-time record lows. You know, the opposition really likes to talk about, wants to talk about the deficits and the debt and their fiscal picture. Well, in the last 10 years, they left us with 7.1% unemployment rate. We have now brought it down to 5.6%. Does that sound like an economy that's not growing? All the businesses in my area, they've been having a hard time meeting up with the needs and the demands of hiring more people because of the growth that they've been sharing. And Madam Speaker, I forgot to mention at the beginning of my speech that I will be sharing my time with a member from Winnipeg North. And we all know the member from Winnipeg North will add much needed facts and figures to this debate to shed more light on the debt issue, the GDP. Our debt to GDP ratio is continuing to decline. That is our plan, and that is a plan that has been working. We've been seeing from 2015 through the investments that we've been making, and the member from Durham mentioned that our budget has mentioned investment several times because that has been our key focus. Every budget that we as a government has put out has been thinking about what investments we can make in our country, what investments we can make in Canadians. And that is exactly what Canadians in my area, Bramptonians, want to see. They've been devastated by the cuts of the Doug Ford government. Every time I take a meeting in my constituency, it's an angry commuter because of the cuts to the GO Transit. It's an angry student from my youth council because of the cuts to OSAP. And that is probably what you will expect with the Conservatives if they are in power, because that's what they like to talk about. They want to try to balance the budget at any cost on the backs of Canadians. They'll do it by taking away from healthcare, by taking away from students. And what we have done as a government, well, you've heard, Madam Speaker, that the average Canadian has $2,000 more in their pockets because of the Canada Child Benefit, which is tax-free. The Conservatives, however, tax that benefit, and we have made it tax-free. And because of the middle class tax cut that we have provided. Not to mention 50% more in student grants, making sure that students don't have to repay their loans until they make at least $25,000. These are measures that helps and benefits the average Canadian, the middle class, and those that are working hard to join it. And if we want to talk in particular of those that are working hard to join it, our Canada Workers Benefit will benefit those people that have a job and will incentivize them to keep working by giving them a little bit more so that they can make ends meet. Those are the types of plans that we have put in place, and those are the plans that have been benefiting this country from coast to coast to coast. And that is why we are seeing record-breaking jobs. We're seeing 800,000 jobs created by Canadians in this country. That doesn't happen without investments. We've made the right investments at the right time, and Canadians have been taking that opportunity to grow their business. And you know what else helps Canadians grow their business? The tax cuts that we've provided to small businesses. We've provided many measures that have been helping alleviate the burdens that have been placed on small businesses. Not to mention, not just the tax cut, but the services that have been provided by this government. Innovation Canada has provided an excellent tool to serve small businesses, and so that they can find grants, they can find money through various levels of government and through various different programs. We're making sure that we're listening to people, not just debating them on every step of the way. We're listening to their needs. And what I'm hearing from businesses is that they find it very hard to navigate government. So that's why we've put those types of measures in place, so that they can access the capital, the help that they need to continue to grow. And I believe, Madam Speaker, that is why we're seeing the success that we're seeing in our economy. And it's not just, you don't have to take my word for it, Madam Speaker. Our federal debt to GDP ratio is amongst the lowest in the G7 countries. And that is what keeps our economy growing. The Monetary Fund has commended Canada last year for our AAA rating, for our debt to GDP ratio, and we are looking good. We're in a good financial situation. So despite the Conservatives painting a fake gloom and doom picture, it's quite the contrary, Madam Speaker, and we're seeing that in the actual numbers. In Brampton North alone, the CCB has helped 14,470 families. Over 14,000 families, Madam Speaker. They are better off under our government. I know the Conservatives like to talk about their boutique tax cuts. Well, that is not the best way to help all Canadians. And with these measures, making the Canada Child Benefit accessible to anybody and making it tax-free, we're allowing families to be able to save for university, to pay for those sporting activities, to pay for tutoring and extracurriculars. The City of Brampton also saw major investment in transit from our government. Over $32 million was invested in transit projects, like in order to replace buses and to fix and have the facilities to have these buses stored. So that has been a tremendous help to the City of Brampton. Our transit system, for those that don't know, is one of the fastest growing at 18%. On average in the country, you see a 1% growth, so it's remarkable. We've got one of the youngest cities in the country. We've got one of the fastest growing cities in the country, and just because of that, we've got a fast-growing transit system. So these investments are needed more than ever. And what my fear is the plan that the Conservatives have been tossing around would take away a lot of those measures that Bramptonians so desperately need. And Bramptonians have seen major benefits through all of the trade agreements that have been signed by our government through the hard work of the Foreign Affairs Minister and her team and the Trade Minister. We have now secured access to over 1.5 billion people through CETA, through CPTPP, through the USMCA. All of that gives us larger market share, and that helps grow our economy. It helps businesses to be able to export more efficiently. That is a plan, Madam Speaker, that cares about Canadians, that cares about growing the economy. And not just that, I visited many businesses in my area. I'd like to talk about one. HR Ware is a local family-owned business that sells technology, innovative technology services. They sell HR software across the globe, and agreements like these that have opened up markets for them so that they can hire on more young students coming out of Sheridan College. Hopefully, one day Brampton will be able to say that it has its very own university, but unfortunately, very recently, we had just heard from the Doug Ford government that that was a cut that they were going to put in place as well. They cut a Brampton University from coming to our city. The city that I just mentioned has one of the youngest populations and has a great need, the 9th largest city in the country. So that's what worries me about the Conservatives, who try to hide their plan, but really we know what it is. It's austerity, it's going to be cuts, just like Doug Ford, and that is going to hurt Bramptonians, it's going to hurt Canadians, and we're not going to see the type of growth that is needed in this country when it comes, when you make those types of cuts, Madam Speaker. So, in conclusion, I'd like to say that we need to make sure that we keep investing and keep down this plan, make sure that we re-elect this government so that we can see even more growth in years to come.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member knows that I, too, spend a lot of time in Brampton North, and people in Brampton North are telling me that they are paying for the mistakes of this Prime Minister. Now, that member spoke about the Doug Ford government. She knows, I think, that Ontario is struggling under the crushing debt and deficit that are the legacy of the Kathleen Wynne government. And we want to make sure that things don't get that bad at the national level. We can't let this Prime Minister do to Canada what Kathleen Wynne has done to Ontario. We can't let us get to a situation where people have to pay so much for those major mistakes. And that means limiting the growth of government spending. That means not spending money on things like the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, which is building pipelines in Azerbaijan. That means not giving money to a Texas-based oil company to buy a pipeline here in Canada with no plan to build it. That's what a responsible plan allowing Canadians to get ahead would look like. But I want to ask the member for Brampton North a question that I know is important for her constituents. We know that the application window for parents and grandparents was only open for 7 minutes. While the government is accommodating illegal immigrants, they have no plan to address the crisis at the border. Does she think that 7 minutes is fair to those people in Brampton North who are trying to sponsor people to come to Canada?
The Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Yes. Madam Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to answer my colleague's question. I know that he spends a lot of time in Brampton, so he would know that the immigration needs are great. Bramptonians have been excited ever since this government has come into place because they finally have a government that's been listening to their immigration concerns. The people I have walked through my door are people who had the door shut in their face. They were waiting for their parents to come over 8 to 9 years, some even 10 years that I have in my office right now. We've cut that backlog. We have made it so that our system is efficient. Spousal sponsorship is coming within a year, much less in most circumstances. When I got elected, I had spouses that were waiting to be reunited with each other for over 3 years. They had children. The sorrow that I saw, the tears in their eyes, well, I don't have any of those people walking through my door anymore because it just doesn't happen anymore. And that's the same thing with the parent-grandparent sponsorship. It's fantastic. We've quadrupled the number of people that we're intaking. They were taking 5,000. We took 27.
Allow for other questions. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for North Holland Power River.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her speech. When I talk to constituents in my riding, some of the biggest challenges are housing. We are a small, rural, remote, community-based riding, but the housing crisis continues to grow every day, and it's quite traumatizing for so many seniors, families, and young people in our riding and region. And so I just ask through you, Madam Speaker, this member to please talk about why we can't have a discussion about a more fair tax process. Right now, we have people who are the extreme wealth of this country who are not being taxed anywhere near the same amount that a hardworking Canadian is in this country. So if we're going to address these big issues like finding a house so that people actually have somewhere to live so that they can look forward to prosperity in the future, then we better make sure that we're doing that.
The Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, this gives me a wonderful opportunity to be able to address something that I was left out of my speech. When we came into power, the very first measure that we took when it came to taxes was increasing taxes on the top 1%. Now, that's a government that is concerned that all people in Canada need to pay their fair share. And so, therefore, that is why we took that measure. And then right after increasing it on the top 1%, we decreased it on the middle class. We have a very competitive tax rate in this country. Compared to G7, other G7 nations, a family of 4 in Canada is paying less in tax than other comparable G7 countries. So we do believe that the measures that have been taken in place have been good for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. And also when it comes to housing is a very important issue, and that's why we've invested so much in the National Housing Strategy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Before I go to resuming debate, I just want to remind people that there are a lot of individuals that do want to ask questions on this, and I would ask people to be mindful of their preamble. Given that there's only 5 minutes for questions and comments when someone does the speech, the question and comment should be able to be done within 1 minute to allow at least 3 questions to be posed. Same thing for those who are answering the question. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I know that there was maybe a little bit of disappointment on the other side when members heard that I was going to be splitting the speech. I suspect it's because they were hoping I was going to be delivering a 20-minute speech as opposed to just a 10-minute speech. So I thank them for that vote of confidence. Having said that, Madam Speaker, the Conservatives have a plan. I figured out their plan, and we've seen it today when the introducer of the motion stood on his feet and he started to personally attack the Prime Minister. And that is, in fact, the Conservative plan. Time and time again, and all you have to do is review some of the comments from question period. Review the member that introduced, the Conservative member that introduced this motion. And it was all personal attacks on Canada's Prime Minister. Now, that's fine. As the Conservative Party, the official opposition, wants to focus its attention on personal attacks, this Prime Minister and this government will continue to work diligently to support Canada and the programs that are absolutely essential at advancing our communities in every region of our nation, Madam Speaker. We are not going to lose focus on what's important to Canadians. You see, the days in which I was in opposition when our current Prime Minister entered the Liberal Party leadership race, virtually within hours, the Prime Minister then indicated that he wanted to emphasize and work on improving the conditions of Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it. From day one, that has been a mission of this Prime Minister. And I believe that the policy initiatives that we have seen since the last election being announced from minister after minister and being supported on this side of the House, because time and time again we get resistance from all political parties on the opposition. But these initiatives have done everything focusing on enhancing Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it, Madam Speaker. And we have seen the results. Significant results. 800,000 jobs. It took Stephen Harper almost 10 years to achieve that, Madam Speaker. 800,000 jobs plus. And that's by working with Canadians and other levels of government and small businesses and large businesses alike, Madam Speaker. We have understood that if you really want to see the economy doing better, you need to invest in Canadians. Invest in our infrastructure. One of my Conservative colleagues across the way posed the question, well, at some point you're going to have to go and knock on doors and look in Canadians' eyes, and what are you going to tell them that your government has actually achieved? I'd like to pick up on that particular point, Madam Speaker, because I am very grateful to the residents of Winnipeg North and what they've entrusted me with over the last number of years. And in 2019, to give you a sense of what I'll be telling my constituents during the next election, I'm going to tell them that the first priority was to give tax breaks to Canada's middle class.
Here, here.
That was bill number 2, Madam Speaker. And that gave hundreds of millions of dollars to Canada's middle class into their pockets, while at the same time, Madam Speaker, we increased taxes for Canada's 1% of our wealthiest Canadians, to ask them to pay more of a fair share. We also then, and my colleague is right, the Conservatives voted against both the tax increase on Canada's 1% and the tax break for Canada's middle class. Shortly thereafter, we saw the enhancement of the Canada Child Benefit Program, something in which I have talked about on numerous occasions inside this House. That is something that I am going to be telling the residents of Winnipeg North. Because every month we receive approximately $9 million plus that goes into the community of Winnipeg North to support the children of Winnipeg North, Madam Speaker. And that same principle applies to every member of Parliament inside this House. And that's why it's going to be interesting, you know, when we hear the Conservative Party talk about cuts. And that's what's going to happen, Madam Speaker. Just like Stephen Harper and Doug Ford, you are going to see cuts. Are they going to be telling their constituents that are receiving those benefits that we are going to be taking away a portion or all of those cuts or all of those benefits, Madam Speaker? I would hope not. Madam Speaker, we also increased the guaranteed income supplement to our constituents. Again, the poorest of all of our seniors in Canada, in all regions, are receiving and have received significant increases in their annual income as a direct result of that increase. That is something much like the Canada Child Benefit is lifting tens of thousands of children out of poverty. So is the increase to the Guaranteed Income Supplement, lifting tens of thousands of seniors out of poverty, the poorest of our seniors, Madam Speaker. Winnipeg North has benefited greatly by many of the announcements that this government has put forward. If we take a look at summer students, you know, we have virtually doubled that program. We're hiring tens of thousands of more summer students throughout Canada, Madam Speaker, as a direct result of this Prime Minister and this government recognizing the value of getting our young people the opportunity to gain employment experiences while they're attending school or in between years. And now the program's even been expanded to go beyond that, Madam Speaker. That is the type of progressive financing that we have seen coming from the Minister of Financing to support Canadians, not only in Winnipeg North, but in every riding throughout this country, Madam Speaker, because we recognize by putting money into the pockets of our middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it, and that working class, Madam Speaker, what's happening is that they're spending that money. And by spending that money, they're adding more value to the economy. And that's why, whether it's the Prime Minister or anyone else on the government benches will tell you that if you invest in the middle class, you're also investing in the economy, Madam Speaker. The healthier the middle class, the healthier the economy. Those are some of the policy initiatives that we're seeing locally that deal with the finances. If we take a look at the last few years and take a look at the social planning side, things such as the health care accord. And now where we have a Minister of Health that is diligently trying to put together something that would hopefully lead to a pharmacare program of some form, Madam Speaker. We would like to see and recognize how the government is actually, by working with the provinces and territories, has enhanced the CPP, something in which Stephen Harper refused to do, so that people in the future would have more money to be able to retire with. What about the billions of dollars that have been allocated out to a housing strategy? The NDP like to talk housing, Madam Speaker, but at the end of the day, what we actually announced is tenfold what they talked about in the last federal election. Which brings me back to the point of the last federal election, when you only had one party in this House that genuinely believed that you need to invest in Canadians and in infrastructure, compared to the New Democrats and the Conservatives that were focused on not having any form of a deficit. And it begs the question, what programs would they be cutting, Madam Speaker? And I think that's a legitimate question. And that's why when we ask the Conservatives, when they talk about the price on pollution, it's amazing how, whether it came from ideas from Paris or from across Canada, that people recognize that we need to have a plan. The only party that doesn't seem to believe you need to have a plan is the Conservative Party. This leader is no better than Stephen Harper. There is no plan, Madam Speaker, on the environment. They're very eager to stand up and criticize a plan that we've put in place, Madam Speaker, a plan that has actually been acted on by many provincial governments already, many governments around the world that have actually acted on it. But the Conservatives, they don't have a plan. They don't feel that they should have to share that plan with Canadians. Well, Madam Speaker, on all of those issues, we have seen, I would argue, more action, tangible action, to support Canadians in all regions of this country in the last 3 years than we saw in 10 years of Stephen Harper. And I genuinely believe that to be the case, and I would challenge members opposite to demonstrate what it is. List off those so-called accomplishments of Stephen Harper. I sat in opposition, and there was nothing new that was coming. In fact, you'll recall some of the worst days of Harper's were towards the end, when they started to cut things like veterans services, Madam Speaker. When they had just one intent. And I see my time has already expired, Madam Speaker, and I haven't got yet to talk about the deficit. Hopefully I'll get a chance in a question and answer. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Winnipeg North for his lovely rant. It's funny listening to the hypocrisy of complaining about our side attacking the Prime Minister. That's from a party that cannot admit a single sentence without attacking Stephen Harper. It's quite fascinating. I'm thinking perhaps he should change the name of his riding from Winnipeg North to the member from the riding of pot calling the kettle black. But he rants on and on about all the great work they've done for seniors with the increase in the GIS and everything. And yet the Library of Parliament report shows that poverty rate for seniors has increased every single year under this government. Why has this government failed seniors so badly? Why do they continue to mislead Canadians on the issue?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, the personal attacks, and again, if the Conservatives want to continue to choose to talk about those personal attacks on the Prime Minister, they can do that. We will continue to focus our attention as government on Canadians first and foremost, and making sure that the policies that we are bringing in will have positive outcomes. And we have seen that, Madam Speaker, in things such as I pointed out at the very beginning, 800,000 plus jobs that have been generated. Not to mention the enhancement of many of those different social programs, which goes straight to the core of the question that has been posed when the member said, well, what about seniors? I talked about the increase to the guaranteed income supplement, Madam Speaker. That actually lifted seniors out of poverty. I should have also made reference to the fact that we reduced the age of retirement for old age supplement, Madam Speaker, from 67 to 65. We actually worked with the different provinces to enhance the CPP, something in which the former government didn't want anything to do with. And that will enhance salaries for those that are going to be retiring into the future.
Commentaire, l'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, I couldn't let my colleague get off with the non-answer on the GIS because in his remarks, he said that the GIS had been increased significantly and that many, many seniors had been lifted out of poverty, thousands. And so my question comes to this, because seniors are coming into my riding to say that their income is not increasing, that they're facing an unstable situation year in, year out. What can the honourable member opposite say about the precise increases for the GIS? Because earlier he said, used very generalized statements. He talked about amounts, but could he give us precise amounts, the number of seniors who've been assisted and by how much?
Through the guaranteed income supplement increase that this government put into place, and I'll use the residents of Winnipeg North, the poorest seniors in Winnipeg North will in fact have received a $900 increase in 1 year. And that is a significant percentage of an increase. Now, that very same principle of Winnipeg North actually applies for every constituency in every region of Canada, because this government understands the pressures that are on our seniors, and that's one of the reasons why we work towards dealing with issues like prescribed medications and many others that also affect our seniors.
A brief question, the honourable member from Montcalm. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I can't ask my question without saying to the parliamentary secretary, regardless of whether I agree with him or not, that I have a great deal of admiration for him. He is a great parliamentarian. I think we should make a documentary. He lives in this place. He is a key component of parliamentary democracy in this place. I have to put that out there. Now, we're talking about balancing the budget here. We're talking about expenditures, revenues. I'd like to know from the parliamentary secretary how he can look at taxpayers, how he can look them in the eyes without being ashamed, without having taken action against large banks where they're using the Barbados and tax havens, where they're making billions of dollars in profits each quarter. That money that's not being recovered could have helped people in the healthcare system, for example. How could he have voted against our motion that wanted to make that illegal?
A very brief answer from the parliamentary secretary. The time is up, but I will allow him to answer.
First, Madam Speaker, if I could just thank my colleague and friend for his kind words. It was very thoughtful. One of the issues that we could take a look at on two consecutive budgets where we have seen substantial increases of money allocated, close to around $900 million, maybe a little bit more than that, to invest in Revenue Canada to go after individuals that are trying to avoid paying taxes. There's no doubt there's always room for improvement, but as a government in the last few years, we've almost spent $1 billion in total to try to ensure that people are in fact paying their fair share. And as I say, it's one of the reasons why we put that tax increase on Canada's 1% wealthiest. So between that and going after tax evaders, it's been a very high priority of this government.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I will be splitting my time with the speech with the member from Beauport-Limoilou. So, Madam Speaker, the motion before us today reads as follows: that the Prime Minister broke his promise to eliminate the deficit this year, and that perpetual and growing deficits lead to massive tax increases, that the House call on the Prime Minister to table a plan in Budget 2019 to eliminate the deficit quickly with a written commitment that he will never raise taxes of any kind. This is a very reasonable motion that has been put forward by the Shadow Minister of Finance in our party, the Conservative Party, because it speaks to the responsibility that we have as parliamentarians to be wise stewards of taxpayer dollars. I want to briefly outline why the Prime Minister's broken promise on deficits is so important to Canadians and why they should be concerned about it and why these deficits will undoubtedly lead to higher taxes under this government, and why it's so important for my colleagues across the way, to look away from the Prime Minister and say what is in the best interest of their constituents is to bring the deficit down significantly, to work back to balance, and to not raise taxes on Canadians. So, first of all, let's talk, Madam Speaker, about the Prime Minister's broken promise. In 2015, the Prime Minister made the following promise to Canadians: a balanced budget in 2019, and from the Liberal platform, modest short-term deficits of less than $10 billion in each of the next 2 fiscal years, and a balance sheet with a debt-to-GDP ratio of 27%. So where are we today on those promises? After, of course, the Prime Minister famously said the budget would balance itself. So they had these 3 promises in the 2015 campaign. Their management approach was the budget will balance itself. My colleague has asked many times when the budget will balance itself, and we haven't heard an answer. But this is where we're at today. The Finance Department itself, so the government's own public servants, has said that there will be no balanced budget until at least 2040. At least 2040. That's, 40-some years from now. That is really irresponsible to not even have a target on when we're getting back to balance. The amount of debt, just on the current course that we're in, never mind having to deal with future issues or whatever, is that this Prime Minister will have added an additional $271 billion worth of debt to our country. Of course, this comes on the fact that the Prime Minister, when he came into government in 2015, inherited a balanced budget from the former Conservative government. So, in October, of this year, in time for the 2019 election, or might be earlier, we never know with Liberals, the Liberals have added over $75 billion of debt in that short period of time. So, of course, this is they've clearly broken their promise, and the debt-to-GDP ratio, it will be around 30.5% in October. So they've increased that as well. So why is this so important? Well, first of all, you'll notice that a lot of Liberal cabinet ministers or parliamentary secretaries, when they stand up in question period, they stand up and use something as a success metric that no small business owner, that nobody in a household would use as a success metric. They stand up and say, we have spent X amount of money. So rather than say, like when we ask a question, how are you going to solve this problem? They say, we have spent X amount of money. They don't talk about actually fixing the problem, they just talk about spending money. And that's because Liberals don't understand that spending money is not a metric of success in government. It's something that we need to actually be very wise about when we spend money. So the problem first with this deficit is that Canadians don't really have anything to show for all that debt that the Liberals have incurred on their behalf. I mean, I look in Calgary and I don't see the green line that we committed to in the former government under the context of a balanced budget built. The only infrastructure that's really been built under this government was the then infrastructure minister's office renovations. I think it was about $1 million for his office renovation. I mean, what this government has done is expanded the size of government just for the sake of expanding it, not to help Canadians. So that's a problem. Canadians are spending money and not getting anything out of it. But somebody has to pay for this at some point, which is why this government will absolutely raise taxes on Canadians, because they're seeing this massive debt increase. They're expanding government. They have ever-increasing costs of so many different things without the results. But what's happening is that the economy is not going to be resilient. It's not going to be competitive. And so when the economy constricts or retracts, we actually start seeing what? A decrease in government revenue. So you have the Liberals increasing expenses for no reason and racking up massive deficits, putting in place very negative scenarios for economic growth over time, which means that there's a high probability that government revenue will decrease. So how do you get more money? If you're not going to decrease your expenses and you're not going to increase your revenue through economic growth, it's, well, what's what? It's taxes. So this is people should be concerned about the deficit because they are going to have to pay every single Canadian through increased taxes for this Prime Minister's mistakes. And the mistake is the deficit, this promise that he broke to Canadians. So let's talk about competitiveness for a sec. While our major trading partners to the south and other parts of the world have been trying to put in place competitiveness aspects, so reducing red tape or actually reducing unnecessary regulatory burden, or lowering taxes, we've been increasing those things. So what do we see in Canada? We see talent and capital leaving Canada to invest in more competitive jurisdictions. So that's a problem for the revenue side, which is going to precipitate a need for more taxes, right? So again, that paying for the Prime Minister's failures. But over time, that lack of competitiveness, that actually makes, and these increased deficits, they make our government less able to withstand shocks if we have a major economic incident, as we saw in 2008, which we were able to weather with targeted short-term infrastructure investments and then a return back to balance in 2015. What the Prime Minister has done is at a time, like, he inherited a balanced budget, he inherited a very strong performing economy, and he spent, the campaign narrative was now is a good time to borrow money. But he didn't talk about why or the need to go into deficit at that situation. If we're actually going to be less resilient, the government is going to be less able to spend in the future if we have these massive debts. And why? Because the more debt you have, if you have a credit card bill, you understand this, the more interest payments you have, right? The higher amount of debt you have, the more you pay in interest. And the government of Canada has to pay interest on its debt. So the more that we have to spend, the more taxes that we have to collect, or that the Prime Minister has to collect, to pay down the interest on his deficits means that they can't spend money on things like infrastructure, like the Green Line in my riding of Calgary. So you've got this massive problem that this government has created by their deficits for no reason policy, by adding all of this debt to the Canadian government and to the Canadian people. And it is going to result in higher taxes. And that's why we put forward this motion today, Madam Speaker. It's just for government members to have an opportunity to say, you're right. We need to stop this. And all Canadians shouldn't be in a position where they're having to pay for this Prime Minister's mistakes. Oh, and Madam Speaker, I think we've got a lot of ample evidence now to find out that the budget actually won't balance itself. Thank you.
Member for Whitby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her speech. She mentioned that, we don't have anything to show for the investments that we've made in Canadians, and Canadians are not going to get anything out of it. This is a direct quote from my honourable colleague's speech. I think what Canadians have seen and will see, Madam Speaker, is we have the lowest unemployment in 40 years. We have the strongest growth in the G7 countries. Canadians, with our investments, have been able to, we've been able to create the conditions where 800,000 new jobs have been created by Canadians. This actually helps to build resiliency, Madam Speaker. In addition to that, to help our businesses grow and expand and export, we are the only G7 country with trade agreements with each of the other G7 countries. In fact, we have 14 trade agreements. In terms of competitiveness, LNG, mega projects, the largest investment of $40 billion. We've decreased red tape for small businesses. Canadians could clearly see that our investments are working on their behalf, and this government is working on their behalf as well.
Here. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, I think it's kind of brave for my colleague opposite to stand up and talk about unemployment to a member from Calgary because of the environmental policies and the regulatory policies which do nothing to improve the environment in Canada, but just kill jobs in my riding. In my riding, Madam Speaker, we went from about the natural rate of unemployment to nearly double-digit unemployment under this government, so spare me on unemployment figures and job growth. Seriously, come on. In terms of any of the investments she talked about, there's nothing material there. I mean, Kinder Morgan was prepared to invest $7 billion into the Canadian economy, and this government went and used tax dollars to pay for something that private industry was prepared to invest in, which still is likely not going to see this grow. This has to stop. There is nothing to show for this outside of increased taxes. You know, they've spent hundreds of millions of dollars on people who are illegally crossing the border at upstate New York. And so one of my colleagues was here, made a good point. How many more government positions have been padded on those employment figures? Government doesn't create.
Fortunately, I do have to allow for other questions. I did mention a while ago that we need to keep a little bit short during the questions and comments. Questions and comments, the honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you to the member. First of all, I'd like to thank her for visiting my riding last week. I hope she's spent lots of money supporting the small businesses during her time there. But I have to ask a question, because the Opposition Day notice says a written commitment that they will never raise taxes of any kind. And as the member knows, there's a growing disparity between the really rich in Canada and the rest of us. And I'm wondering if she's saying that that means that we should never raise taxes on the wealthiest Canadians or wealthy corporations. And what does that do for the middle class?
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, under this government here, tax records actually show that the wealthiest Canadians, the ones that have revenue higher than $140,000, pay $4.6 billion less in taxes under this government. So, you know, I'm just looking at it from the perspective of my riding and the people who ask me to fight for them on a daily basis. They know that under both the Liberals and the NDP, they're going to see increased carbon taxes, small business tax increases, payroll taxes, EI premium increases. Everything is tax, 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 tax. Like, nobody in this place outside of the Conservative Party ever stops to ask and say, like, well, why are we spending this money? Why are we forcing Canadians to bear the brunt of our spending here? And that's a principle that we need to get back to. And I think it is fair for the Parliament to consider that request, to say we should have a written commitment to not raise taxes. I mean, that would create certainty. It would create an investment climate for growth. And frankly, Canadians need that news. They need some good news for once after the years of tax and spend politics that they're just tired of under both of these leftist parties.
Order. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The honourable member for Essex, International Trade, the
honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, Health,
and the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, Foreign Affairs. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, I'm very pleased to rise in this new House of Commons. If you look down, you might almost think that you are in the former House of Commons, but then when you lift your gaze, you can see that there are differences. It's a lot more luminous than in the previous House. It's almost a little bit blinding when you look up. In any case, I'm very pleased to be able to speak on behalf of my constituents in this place. Because it's 2019 now, we are slowly but surely heading toward the election campaign. I do intend to be re-elected if my constituents choose to give me that honor once again. But, you know, you never know what fate has in store for you, so I will be working very hard to be re-elected. but certainly I'm savoring the honor of being here and participating in this parliamentary session for the moment. I'd like to inform my constituents of a very important subject. This is a motion that we presented in the House this morning. It was brought forward by the member for Carleton. It's a fairly simple motion which reads as follows. That given the Prime Minister broke his promise to eliminate the deficit this year, and that perpetual and growing deficits lead to massive tax increases, the House call on the Prime Minister to table a plan in Budget 2019 to eliminate the deficit quickly, with a written commitment that he will never raise taxes of any kind. Madam Speaker, to you and also to the citizens listening at home, it may seem paradoxical that we're asking a Prime Minister to promise not to raise taxes. If he is re-elected, or even if he's not, make him promise not to raise taxes before. And I'll be talking about this later in my speech. So why are we asking this of the Prime Minister? Well, because we've seen that the public finances are in disarray. That's the first point. We can also see that the Prime Minister broke a number of key promises that he made to Canadians and Quebecers. Whether we're talking about national projects like balancing the budget this year, which hasn't been done. I mean, we have a deficit of nearly $30 billion. And in the budget that they presented a few months ago, there was an $18 billion deficit. Now, thanks to the Parliamentary Budget Officer and his office, which tries to put pressure on the government to be more accountable, and of course it was created by Mr. Harper. Thanks to the PBO, we learned that the billion was not 18 billion this year, but actually was closer to 29 billion. So they promised to balance the budget. And that was a fairly shameless promise because it was the first time in the history of Canada that government ran deficits this big when they weren't in a state of war and they weren't in a significant economic crisis, as we, the Conservatives, were around 2008. This is also the first time in Canadian history that a government, and I always like to remind my constituents at home that accountability is the key responsibility of the government. That's why we talk about responsible government, accountable government, and that's why we have question period every day. It's not just theater, Question period is really an opportunity for us to ask questions to ministers so that hopefully one day they will actually tell us the truth because we care about accountability. So they broke that promise to balance the budget in 2019. They also broke the promise to change the voting system. Now, this is a very important promise to a lot of people on the left and for a lot of young Canadians. He also broke the promise concerning home delivery for Canada Post. Now, we thought that the 5-point plan to reform Canada Post was a good idea, but I went across the whole country with the committee, along with my colleague for Edmonton, and all of the witnesses were saying, look, we hope that we'll go back to community mailboxes, but all they did was put a moratorium on that. So the Liberal government broke the promise to provide a concrete solution for the Quebec Bridge. That's another example. The Minister for Families and Social Development said that the Quebec Bridge, which is very old and rusty and actually raises safety concerns, I mean, the engineers say that it's not dangerous, but it's shameful to see this historic bridge totally rusted out. They promised that it would be solved by June 30th, 2016, so that's been more than 2 years. They also promised, Madam Speaker, to help the middle class. They kind of followed in Mr. Harper's plan to focus on helping Canadian families. But I can tell you, I've led 3 public consultations in 2018. 3 public consultations. And I'm going to be tabling my report in a month and a half from those consultations, where I suggest that either the leader put this in the platform or that we would somehow deal with other measures that would deal with the labor shortage and also help seniors go back to work without being further penalized. So I'm going door to door every month, and I also have these public consultations. And what I hear very often from constituents who come out to talk to me is that they're just getting by. Their lives have not gotten better in the last 3 years. Quite the contrary. They're facing a lot of difficulties. Difficulties that are the result of the Prime Minister's repeated failures. Now, why should the Prime Minister have to promise not to raise taxes before the election or after the election if he wins again? Well, because we saw what the Prime Minister did over the last 3 years. He tried to tax profits, or rather advantages associated with dental benefits. He tried to tax bonuses for employees. So, for example, if you're a waiter and you're given free meals, he wanted to tax that. They tried to tax small and medium-sized businesses. It was totally catastrophic. They wanted to tax their capital gains and all sorts of channels that they might have used to prepare themselves for the future or to prepare themselves for their retirement so that they could have a better life in the future. They also increased taxes in a very concrete fashion. Now, studies show that 81% of Canadians have to pay more than $800 a year more in taxes because they cut all kinds of tax cuts that we had put in place under Mr. Harper. So for tax credits for textbooks, even for public transport, for sports, for families. So what we've seen is that the Prime Minister and his Liberal team not only cut all sorts of tax credits for families, which meant that their tax burden went up substantially, they also repeatedly tried to increase other taxes. And they also increased payroll taxes. So whether we're talking about pension plan contribution increases or other things that you see on your pay stub. So these are all of these different ways that taxes are increasing for Canadians. We don't trust the Prime Minister to tell us that there won't be any tax increases after he's reelected. We know that he'll increase taxes because there have been so many failures. Economic ones with the deficit. We're looking at $30 billion after 3.5 years. Or failures in terms of immigration. They haven't managed to handle border crossings. Quebec is asking for $300 million to compensate for all the money they've spent welcoming refugees. Then there's also all of these issues with international relations and infrastructure. How is it that Mr. Trudeau still is not able to confirm to my constituents and the members of citizens of Quebec that he will help people in Quebec build the third link? Now, if you look around the world, there are all of these huge infrastructure projects happening. But for the last 3 years, the Liberal government hasn't been able to disperse more than a small amount of the money for infrastructure. So we want the Prime Minister to say on paper that he will not increase taxes if re-elected. Questions and comments?
For Hastings, Lennox, and Addington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In my riding, I've knocked on thousands upon thousands of doors, and I have seen what occurred under the last government and the cuts that happened and the adverse impacts that it had on so many of the residents and constituents in my riding. And then after the election, I've continued to knock on thousands upon thousands of doors, and have been in touch with my constituents and seen the incredible differences that the tax-free Canada Child Benefit has made, increase to the guaranteed income supplement, the reductions in taxes to the middle class and to small businesses, and the fact that this money is not only benefiting them, it is money that is in their pockets that is now being spent locally in our small rural communities, making such a huge impact in our rural communities. The question for the member is, what is his plan? Sorry, through you, Madam Speaker, what is their plan, and what are they going to cut? Are you going to cut the Canada Child Benefit? Once again, I apologize, through you, Madam Speaker, are they going to cut the Canada Child Benefit that is making such a big difference?
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou.
We'll do like as we did before. We will have a responsible management of our finance here in Canada. We will never cut services to Canadians. We will cut and stop of the increasement of money flowing to the bureaucrats, Madam Speaker. We have never seen in the history of Canada so much money being spent on deficit by a government with so little results for Canadians individually speaking, Madam Speaker. We gave them a surplus of $3 billion while having a child benefit measures, while having one of the best OCDE numbers of economic development, and being the first countries of getting out of the financial crisis of 2008.
Questions and comments?
Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd just like to clarify with my colleague. He seemed to insinuate earlier that the motion is calling on the government not to raise taxes. But it clearly says here that this is actually talking about a long-term ban, an indefinite ban on raising taxes. So does he think it's responsible for members of Parliament in 2019 to take a make a long-term promise, indefinite promise, to never increase any tax, regardless of what it is or whether it affects big corporations or poor people? Does he think that's responsible in 2019 to vote for a motion that indefinitely bans tax increases?
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Madam Speaker, I go door to door every month, and what I can tell you is that Quebecers are sick and tired of their taxes going up and up and up constantly. The cost of living is rising. I think I'm expecting much more important things. When you look at the state of international relations with China, South America, Southeast Asia, Europe, you see countries that have forward-looking plans for the future, how they're going to deal with the 21st century's challenges. But our government is barely able to put to paper a plan to balance the books. How are we supposed to deal with the greatest challenges of this century when they can't even come up with a plan to return to balanced budgets? I am sure that if the NDP member were to do a poll in his riding, he would find that people were in favor of no more tax increases. That's what's fundamental.
The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's awful funny that the member wants to find out what people in our ridings think, and I can say certainly in my riding, the Conservatives have been an abysmal failure on their financial record. Lowering corporate tax rates did nothing. They caused dead money to be invested elsewhere. They created unemployment. And austerity is directly linked to increasing austerity. They have a fundamentally flawed economic record. And I would like to know, instead of talking just about austerity, why don't we ever hear how you're going to increase revenues? We know what happened with seniors and veterans, especially when it was cut severely. Are you going to...
I'm sorry that I did allow the member more time than what was allotted in that small amount. She did take a whole minute. So I will, and we didn't have that much time left, so I will allow the member to respond. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou.
know in which world she lives. Maybe she should cross the floor because she seems to be attracted to the way that they manage the economy on the liberal benches. But, Madam Speaker, I just want to speak about the veterans file. To the contrary, my colleague who was the minister before the last election did an amazing job on making sure that we have no new benefits. There were dozens of new benefits given to the veterans under the Conservative government. And that's the truth, Madam Speaker. And it's just outrageous to see them still lying like that on the back on veterans.
I would just remind members to be careful on some of the words that they are using. The word lying, fibbing, and traitors are not words that should be used here in the House. I think that we know that members have different opinions, and I think we have to be respectful of those opinions. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will be splitting my time with the member for Sherbrooke. Madam Speaker, I would like to begin by acknowledging that this new chamber stands on unceded Algonquin territory. It is an honor that carries the heavy responsibility of working towards reconciliation with the Indigenous peoples to whom this land was originally entrusted and to whom it still belongs. I would also like to thank my colleague, the MP for Abitibi Bay James, Nunavik Ayu, for his heroic and tireless efforts in fighting for the right to speak and hear Indigenous languages in this House. We are so grateful for him, his courageous spirit, and all he has accomplished in this House. That's right. Today, we are debating the Conservative motion calling on the Prime Minister to table a budget focused on eliminating the deficit and not to ever raise taxes again. It probably comes as no surprise to you, Madam Speaker, that New Democrats will not be voting in favor of this motion. And before the members opposite begin screaming about the tax and spend policies of the NDP, I would like to remind this House that New Democrat governments across this country have consistently delivered balanced budgets, and more often than any other party. New Democrats understand the value of taxation as the means to provide equal access to services for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. New Democrats understand that taxes fuel social democracy, the values upon which this nation was founded. Oliver Wendell Holmes Jr. said that taxes are the way we pay for civilization. Canadians for Tax Fairness point out that taxes put out fires, keep our streets safe, provide our children with education, provide our families with health care, ensure our food and water are safe, create legal safeguards for businesses and employees, provide parks. In other words, provide us benefits every hour of the day, every day of the year. The average Canadian household receives about $41,000 in public services each year, a tremendous bargain for the vast majority of Canadians. Past generations paid taxes for what we have today: schools, hospitals, courts of law, roads, public transit. Our taxes allow us to pass along those benefits to future generations, our children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. If we ignore, shortchange, or postpone funding for social, economic, and environmental problems today, the solutions become more expensive in future. Public sector employees work hard, often in difficult circumstances, to keep government running and provide the public services we need. We need to attract and retain hard-working public employees and pay them fair compensation. Taxes can provide a counterbalance to the power elite by softening extreme disparities in wealth, power, and benefits. They ensure that Canada can build and maintain the necessary infrastructure, safe water supplies and sanitation, education, healthcare, and transportation systems to attract investment and businesses that thrive in a competitive global economy. And, Madam Speaker, all businesses, all have benefited and prospered because of the infrastructure provided by civil society. So, Madam Speaker, rather than trying to force a promise from this or any other government to never raise taxes again, we would do better to discuss the ways in which the tax dollar entrusted to us can be spent wisely with the needs of Canadians at the forefront. Neither Conservatives nor Liberals have been able to accomplish that. In fact, I would say neither party has had any real interest in accomplishing that. New Democrats understand that this Conservative motion is nothing more than posturing in advance of the next federal election. Conservatives under Stephen Harper ran 6 deficits between 2008 and 2014. In fact, Madam Speaker, the Conservatives slashed the corporate income tax rate by 1/3, from 22% to 15% over a 6-year period. But only corporate taxes. Individual citizens paid dearly for this corporate tax break, and they continue to pay so corporations like General Motors can reap huge profits without any responsibility to the community and people who made those profits possible. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has said these corporate tax giveaways cost the government $12 billion annually. But these drastic cuts have not boosted investment or led to promised job creation. The NDP is convinced that if the government made the wealthy pay its fair share, it could tackle inequality and build an economy that would benefit all Canadians. The Liberals refuse to reverse Harper's corporate tax cuts, and so do the Conservatives, whose so-called efficiencies created an austerity plan that includes reductions in health transfers, cuts in food and transportation safety, imperative safety measures. Certainly, they've done this kind of cutting when in government. Madam Speaker, history shows us that neither the Conservatives nor the Liberals have the best interests of Canadians at heart. If they did, women would not have to continue to fight for pay equity after decades of being paid less than men doing equivalent work. If they cared to make it a priority, they would have a fully funded, comprehensive healthcare system that includes pharmacare and fully funded home care with wage parity for healthcare workers. If they cared, we would have universal and accessible childcare programs. If they cared, we would have legislation that protects workers when factories move offshore or prevents companies that go bankrupt from stealing workers' wages invested as pension dollars in order to pay corporate bonuses to those who already have more than their share. If they cared, we would have a national housing strategy that actually provides affordable housing for every Canadian who needs it. And if they truly cared, we would have a strategy for poverty elimination and would have met Campaign 2000's goals to raise every child out of poverty by the year 2000. Yet here we are, Madam Speaker, it's 2019, and food bank use is higher than it's ever been because families must make choices between paying the rent and buying groceries. And it is our shame in a country as rich as this. The tragic irony is we know from the experience of other governments that if we were to provide these public services for Canadians, the country would prosper. Just as a rising tide raises all ships, every Canadian, rich or poor, would benefit because we would not have to pay poverty's tab in increased costs of health care, education, and the justice system. In 2011, the cost of poverty to our economy was $24 billion. And you can be assured, Madam Speaker, that cost has increased in the 8 years since. By contrast, Quebec's universal daycare program resulted in an increased GDP for the province because more women have been able to enter the workforce and contribute their tax dollars to the public good. February 2nd is Groundhog Day, Madam. And in the same theme as that famous Bill Murray movie, we find ourselves recycling the same old bogus arguments over and over again in this House. Whether it's the white cats or the black cats in power, the story always ends the same and Canadians end up losing. Are our memories so short in this House that we forget Paul Martin's slashing of healthcare transfers to the provinces to pay his deficit? And our healthcare system has yet to recover. Canadians have suffered for it. Canadians are paying out-of-pocket expenses for life-saving drugs and medical procedures that used to be covered. And of course, we're plagued with creeping P3 agreements that erode the democracy of a fully funded public health care system. This Prime Minister has stated Paul Martin made the right decision, but have us believe that he would not do the same thing. Yet he has done nothing to restore funding slashed by his Liberal predecessors, to health care, to employment insurance, to funding for our public broadcaster. The solution is obvious if only there was political will. If the government ensured that super wealthy corporations and individuals paid their fair share of taxes, we could tackle inequality and build an economy that benefits all Canadians. Instead of recovering this lost tax revenue and applying it to better healthcare, community infrastructure, and other urgent priorities like veterans, senior care, and housing, the Liberals refuse to close tax loopholes. This Conservative motion is about the deficit, and New Democrats are asking, what does a $19 billion deficit buy? Billions in gifts to Bay Street, like the tax incentive to purchase corporate jets and limousines? And let's not delude ourselves, Madam Speaker, that the Conservatives are any different. Stephen Harper implemented the G7's lowest corporate tax rate, but the promised community investment spin-offs have never materialized. Instead, Canadian corporations have stashed away $200 billion in offshore tax havens. They close factories and lay off workers, claiming lost profit at the same time as paying bonuses to executives and shareholders. Wouldn't it be refreshing if we could focus on what's really important for Canadians rather than this ridiculous race to the bottom that always ends up with cut services and Canadians who continue to lose and pay with their hard-earned dollars and their hard-earned
questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And you know, I'm sure there must be some regret that's on the other side of the House. At times, you know, we have seen very progressive measures by this government over the last 3 years, and there has been a consistency coming from the New Democratic Party to vote against some of those progressive measures. Many of my colleagues have talked about those already today, issues such as the Canada Child Benefit, the increases to the Guaranteed Income Supplement, the National Housing Strategy, which is tenfold what the New Democrats had talked about in the last election, and yet they continuously stand up and vote. And I am sure that there's got to be some remorse just listening to the speech. I want to ask my question in regards to the NDP answer to all problems seems to be to tax corporations. I was in the Manitoba legislature for a number of years, and I just want to cite these years: 2003, 2004, 2005, 2006, 2007, 2008, 2009. Every one of those NDP budgets actually had a reduction in the corporate tax. That's 7 times they actually decreased corporate tax, Madam Speaker, and that's an NDP administration. Now, you would think that that would be absolute taboo if you listened to members of the National NDP caucus. I'm wondering if they could explain why it is when the NDP are one party at one level where the NDP are in government, they have no problems in cutting corporate taxes. And at the same time, maybe explain...
I want to stop the member there. I know that he could go on, but I do have others who do want to ask questions. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm sure that there are lots of regrets over there, regrets about broken promises in regard to postal services, to seniors who still live in poverty, to all of those people waiting for that promised after the next election housing strategy. Lots of regret. And in terms of corporations, I'm talking about the tax havens, Madam Speaker. I'm talking about the Bronfmans, who have a cozy relationship with this government and have not paid their share of taxes. What about those loopholes? What about those tax havens? What about bringing that money home so that there can be money for veterans and for children and for families that need it? Remorse? Oh yes, I'm sure they're filled with remorse over there.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg, Elmwood Transcona. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for her speech, and I want to, because I've heard the member for Winnipeg North allude a couple times to the 4 times the number that the NDP announced in the election, but it seems to me that the member, 10 times, pardon me, there we go. While he's playing with numbers, he might as well go higher. See, the thing about the number for the National Housing Strategy that he doesn't say when he mentions the number is that that's a speculative number, contingent upon investment by provincial governments that have not committed to making that investment, and private sector investment that also hasn't committed. And the member is keen to take credit, as is his government, for spending by other people that they haven't announced that they're going to make. And I'm just wondering, because the debate is about budgeting and it's about deficits, what kind of sense it makes to have a government going out and claiming credit for money that other people are purportedly going to spend when they haven't committed to spending it.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe has about a minute to respond.
Great. Well, I thank my colleague for his question, and yeah, they take credit for a lot of things that they never did and they don't intend to do, and housing is most definitely one of them. I remember 1993, Madam Speaker, when Paul Martin cut funding for National Housing Strategy, and we have never recovered. And we're years and years later, and this bunch is talking about, well, maybe some housing after the next election, maybe some housing if we get buy-in from some of the provinces. Yeah. Well, we've got a Doug Ford government in Ontario, Madam Speaker, and I don't expect to see any housing anytime soon, unless there is an NDP government in this country in 2019.
Yeah. Absolutely. Reprise de débat, resuming debate, l'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm pleased to have this opportunity to join the debate this afternoon in the temporary chamber for the first time. Now, once again, unfortunately, we're discussing a Conservative motion, when it was back in the permanent chamber, we had these discussions. They seem to be fixated on two issues, the carbon tax and balancing the budget. So today we're being called upon to vote on a motion which would tie our hands indefinitely when it comes to taxes in this country. If the members of this House adopt the motion, the House would be forced to never increase taxes under any circumstance. So it's quite a restrictive motion and would tie the hands of members of Parliament in perpetuity. Even if my colleague earlier referred to this applying to a future Liberal mandate, the government would be compelled to not ever increasing taxes. Now, maybe there's a good intention behind this. We know in the NDP that there are a great deal of responsibilities, of fiscal responsibilities. We need to just look at the records of many NDP governments in the provinces. And when looking at the other records of other parties, we can see that there's a very positive record when it comes to fiscal responsibility in this country. And so it's part of the discussion that we have to have in this House to talk about balancing the budget, taxation. These are important issues. And they're very important for many observers of politics in Canada as well. People from the business community, the financial community, who are very concerned by these very specific issues. So it's important for our government to be responsible when it comes to the use of public finances, to have a plan for investing or for running a deficit. There needs to be a credible plan for ending the deficit as well. But the problem with the current Liberal government is that there is no plan to balance the budget. And that, of course, is what the Conservative motion aims to denounce. And that could be another discussion, but the Conservatives are going much farther here in this case. They're trying to divide the House by calling for a ban on ever raising taxes of any kind in Canada. And as I said, and as my colleague said, it's irresponsible to be voting on a motion like this in 2019, to tie our hands forever. Now, the Conservatives like rhetoric. They like to pretend that they're perfect, that they've never run a deficit, but history has shown us that although they talk about balancing budgets, in practice, the opposite is true. Now, earlier, my Conservative colleague talked about deficits resulting in a requirement to increase taxes, and that meant paying higher interest rates each year. Interest rates are high, and they do increase over time. So increase as the debt goes up, so do the interest payments. And that affects global finances, not just Canada. Paying down interest on the debt goes to many executives at the banks. It ends up in their pockets. But inevitably, what the Conservatives forgot to say is that they added $150 billion to the debt during their 10 years in power, the last years of the Conservative government. So they, too, increased the debt by $150 billion. So I would have liked to have asked her a question. I would have asked her what that represented in terms of payments, how much interest was paid because of that, because of the amount that they added to the public debt, because they say a lot of lovely things, but they don't take action when it comes time. They don't translate their words into action. And that's when we see the real face of the Conservatives. They ask others to do what they talk about, but they don't do it themselves. And the Liberals in all of that, well, we know that in the mandate letter for the Minister of Finance, the first thing it says, it's indicate, is a return to a balanced budget by 2019. That's this year, Madam Speaker. So maybe we'll have an answer to the question in the next budget, to this promise. His mandate letter, the first point of it, on it is a return to a balanced budget in 2019. So we'll see if this promise will be added to the very long, unfortunately long, list of broken promises by the Liberal government. Unfortunately, that's simply the reality on the Liberal side. They make promises during the election campaign, and once they were elected, they started doing the opposite. And many Canadians during the next campaign will have to be very cautious, be aware of that reality, that the Liberals, on many occasions, not just the current Liberal Prime Minister, but the Liberals in the past have made comments during the campaign and done the opposite or done nothing or denied what they've said once elected. And balancing the budget or returning to a balanced budget is another part of their Liberal tactics. And we might well see this in the next election campaign. Now, to this motion, we also have to note that, or what in fact concerns Canadians, is a return to Stephen Harper's type of austerity, because it's something that we saw, because in 2011, they started cutting each and every department. Departments were all called upon to cut a percentage. It seems to me that it was 5% of their total budgets, if I'm not mistaken. And the Conservative government imposed those cuts across the board. That was a Conservative approach. It's worrisome for Canadians, because in the election, people will have a choice to make. Voting for the Conservatives will be a return to the cuts they faced, like the ones in my riding, services that, direct services to the public that were cut under the Conservatives. They've already talked about returning to a balanced budget if they're elected, but they've said it won't affect public services, but that is completely false, and Canadians cannot be fooled by those fine words by the Conservatives, because the same thing would happen in 2011, in 2015 as well. There was a reduction in services in Sherbrooke. There's no longer an immigration office, for example. People in Sherbrooke don't have access to an Immigration Canada service office. There are no more citizenship ceremonies in Sherbrooke, nor can people take a citizenship test there. They have to go to Montreal for those services. So this is a reality. This is a result of the Conservative cuts, and they're continued on in 2019 under the Liberals because they haven't remedied the situation. And the same is true for Revenue Canada, Madam Speaker. In the past, prior to 2011 and the cuts implemented, we had in-person services for Canada Revenue Agency. When the Conservatives took power, they ended the frontline services by the CRA. Here's a phone number. They even put a phone in the front entrance to the building. All there is a phone in front of the door. So if you want service, you have to call a number. So that's a reality. That's a result of the cuts that were made by the Conservatives. So we see all these fine words about balancing the budget, and that is simply hiding the fact that there will be a further reduction in services. My colleague was very clear earlier and said that taxes are very important. That might displease the Conservatives, but they seem to forget that taxes enable us to have a fairer, more just society. And as my colleague said earlier, people who pay the least amount of tax are the people who are receiving the largest number of services. Is that the type of country we want to live in? No, we want people to have access to services when they need them and to live a better life. That's why we have taxes. And Conservatives need to realize that tax money is important. This is something that they don't acknowledge as part of their ideology.
The Honourable Member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member from Sherbrooke, and it's very nice to be in the new chamber here. But Madam Speaker, I was listening very careful to the Honourable Member. I agree with some of the observations he made about Conservatives, and he mentioned that we did not have a plan in place. In fact, Madam, our Prime Minister and our leader, when he ran for the leadership, then Canadians gave him a mandate. We had a plan to help the middle class and low-income families. Through our plan, there's over 900,000 seniors that got benefits. And in my riding alone, $8 million going to child care benefit that helps low and middle class families. We have reduced the taxes for small businesses. All that plan is helping the middle class families. When last time I noticed, Madam Speaker, was when NDP supported Conservatives to bring the Liberal government down. The Kyoto was gone, the childcare benefits was gone, and all those, and Kelowna Code was gone. I'm just wondering if the Honourable Member will support the Conservatives now with this legislation for the balance.
Again, I remind the member to keep their preamble short enough to allow for other questions. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and my colleague has raised this point again because the people who took the Conservatives out of power, or the Liberals out of power in 2006, it wasn't the opposition, it was Canadians. People in this House don't determine who governs, it's the people of Canada, and they had decided to vote against the Liberals, so I'd like him to correct his comments. It's not the NDP that kicked the Liberals out. Canadians kicked the Liberals out in 2006, and I hope that he'll realize that at some point.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's interesting following this debate and hear the Liberals try and hide from how much Trudeau's failures are costing Canadians. People know, and the member for Winnipeg North in particular, I know, knows that Canadians are paying for this government's mistakes. I wonder if the Honourable Member can comment on an issue that he and I agree on. There aren't perhaps many, but I think we both agree that the government shouldn't have spent $4.5 billion buying a pipeline. We think they should have built it without buying it. He probably feels differently about the building it piece of it. But certainly the government has no plan to get it built. And the government's been asking our members, well, what areas of spending do you think shouldn't have been made? What areas would you cut? Well, I say the government shouldn't be spending money, giving it to private business. They shouldn't be giving money to the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. Would the member agree with me that these are areas of expenditure that shouldn't happen? And does he think we could get to balanced budget much more quickly if we were willing to take some of these issues on.
L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I don't know where to start if he wants me to list off the poor expenditures by the Liberal government. The $4.5 billion US is a horrific expenditure. It shows that how much improvising they're doing. When it comes time to invest in pipelines, it's like they can open the drawer and dig out $4.5 billion US. But when we ask for money for social housing, well, money's not available. We have to wait because we don't have any leeway to invest. And there's a housing crisis across the country. So when it comes time to support pipelines, the money seems to be there and they can pull it out. But when it comes time to deal with concrete problems Canadians face, they keep telling Canadians to wait until after the election. Well, after 2019, in fact, I think Canadians will see that this government doesn't care about Canadians and their well-being.
Resuming debate, and before I acknowledge the next speaker, I do want to advise him that unfortunately I will have to advise him that I will have to be cutting him off. So he only has a couple of minutes to. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If only I could speak like the member from Winnipeg North, I'm sure I could get 20 minutes of rant in the 2 minutes. I was very pleased to speak on our member from Carleton's motion today, to speak on the Liberal government's failure to balance the budget and to ask that they commit to balancing the budget and not raising new taxes. Now, I want to look at the promise made by the Prime Minister in 2015. He said, the budget is going to balance itself. Now, you probably think that's hilarious. People laughed about that. But I think he was being serious. Why? Because this is a Prime Minister who's never actually had to balance a household budget himself. So, of course, budgets just balance themselves. If only the rest of us could take advantage of such logic. When I go home this Friday, my wife tells me, make sure you go out and shovel the walk. I can just sit and say, hey, the walk will shovel itself. I can go down to my kids and say, clean up your room. And they'll look back, say, hey, the room will clean itself. But unfortunately, reality, the budget does not balance itself. Now, I only have about another minute. What are the consequences of the unbalanced budget and the massive runaway deficits? Kevin Page, the former parliamentary budget officer, and now with the Institute of Fiscal Studies and Democracy, I want to quote from him. As a result, the current federal deficits are entirely structural in nature. They're not needed to address the economy. They haven't been used for infrastructure or for the Liberals' fake housing initiative. Entirely structural in nature, meaning there is no business cycle justification for running these deficits. This points to higher inflation and higher interest rates that would not have happened otherwise. Higher interest rates are going to punish Canadians. Finance Canada itself said younger middle-class Canadians will be hurt most by the rising interest rates. This government states again and again they're for the middle class. Their actions are showing the exact opposite. The government needs to commit to balancing the budget and not raising taxes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It being 5:15, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forth with every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Brassard, moves that, given the Prime Minister broke his promise to eliminate the deficit this year, and that perpetual and growing deficits lead to massive tax increases, the House call on the Prime Minister to table a plan in Budget 2019 to eliminate the deficit quickly, with a written commitment that he will never raise taxes of any kind.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion?
All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. In my view, the nays have it.
Call in the members.
suppose one could say this is how MPs christen a new house. The question is the following one. Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Brassard, move that, given the Prime Minister broke his promise to eliminate the deficit this year, and that perpetual and growing deficits lead to massive tax increases, the House call on the Prime Minister to table a plan in Budget 2019 to eliminate the deficit quickly, with a written commitment that he will never raise taxes of any kind. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Bergen. Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Blenny, Bellechasse, Etchemin-Lévis.
Mr. Blenny, Bellechasse, Etchemin-Lévis.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Bertud.
Mr. Bertud.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormartunda, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Sopuck.
Mr. Sopuck.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Madame Joly.
Madame
Mr.
Joly.
Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Petitpas-Taylor.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentel, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentel, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. McCrimmon.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Sédé.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est Île des Sœurs.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Mr. Chiffquet.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Anna de Sangry.
Mr. Anand Sangari.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Le Métis, Patin, Matapétia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Le Métis, Patin, Matapétia.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Medicino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. De Corsi.
Mr. De Corsi.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Ibard.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant. Mr. Dubourg. Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. DeBruzen.
Ms. DeBruzen.
Ms. DeMoth.
Ms. DeMoth.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Sassy.
Mr. Sassy.
Monsieur Edcoury.
Mr. Elkoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Elson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Resnack.
Mr. Resnack.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Huda.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Senga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton
Mr.
South.
Secan.
Secan.
Mr. Cerbera.
Mr. Cerbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Return to Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwong.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Suite.
Madame Boutin Suite.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Dussault.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. Hardcastle.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Matheson.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir. Yeas pour 82, 82. Nays contre 212, 212.
Declare the motion defeated. La Chambre procédera.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in the Senate amendments to Bill C-57.
La question.
The question is the following one. Ms. McKenna, seconded by Ms. Chager, moved that a message be sent to the Senate to acquaint their honors that in relation to Bill C-57, an act to amend the Federal Sustainable Development Act, the House agrees with Amendments 1 and 3 made by the Senate, respectfully disagrees with Amendment 2 because the amendment seeks to legislate employment matters which are beyond the policy intent of the bill, whose purpose is to make decision-making related to sustainable development more transparent and accountable to Parliament. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould. Mr. Sajjan. Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentel-la-Petite-Nation.
Mr. Lauzon, Argentel-la-Petite-Nation.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. McCrimmon.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur
Ms.
Garneau.
Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île des Sages.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est Île des Sages.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Mr. Chiffquet.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Anna de Sangre.
Mr. Ananda Sangre.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matipédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matipédia.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoda.
Mr. Lamoda.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. De Corsi.
Mr. De Corsi.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Hébert.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ratanzi.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Badaway.
Monsieur Baylis.
Mr. Baylis.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar
Mr.
Chavan.
Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. de Bruzen.
Mr. Bruzen.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Sassy.
Mr. Sassy.
Monsieur Curie.
Monsieur Curie.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Elson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mishimatsky Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar, Mr. Mashpee, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Cedar, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sabera.
Sabera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenveld.
Ms. Vandenveld.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rota.
Ceux qui s'opposent à la motion pour bien se lever.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Monsieur Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse des Etchemins, Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, les Etchemins, Lévis.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Bertod.
Mr. Bertod.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr.
Mr.
Richards.
Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Genera.
Mr. Genera.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Falk-Provencher. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. McGuire. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Yerdega. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Jennis. Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster. Mr. Cooper. Monsieur Généreux. Monsieur Gould. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Waugh. Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West. Mr. Tilson. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. Shields. Mr. Diot. Mr. Leipert. Mr. Vierson. Mr. Weber. Mr. Motz. Mr. Lloyd. Mr. Barrett. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Lauzon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry. Mr. Sopak. Mr. Van Kestern. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Glinsky. Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound. Mr. Trost. Madame Brosseau. Mr. Julian. Mr. Angus. Ms. Kwan. Mr. Cullen. Ms. Ramsey. Mr. Davies. Mr. Massey, Windsor West. Mr. Garrison. Madame Boutin-Sweet. Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River. Madame Sanssouci. Madame Trudel. Monsieur Boulris. Ms. Jolibois. Monsieur Dubé. Monsieur Nantel. Monsieur Choquette. Mr. Rankin. Mr. Duval. Monsieur Dussault. Madame Quash. Ms. Benson. Mr. McGregor. Mr. Johns. Mr. Blakey. Mr. Stetsky. Mr. Cannings. Ms. Hardcastle. Madame Laverdiere. Mr. Christofferson. Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona. Mr. Donnelly. Ms. Matheson. Madame Hughes. Mr. Weir. Monsieur Plamondon. Monsieur Boudria. Monsieur Saint-Marie. Monsieur Thériault. Monsieur Beaulieu. Madame Posé. Monsieur Fortin. Madame Gill. Monsieur Barcelou-Duval. Monsieur Bernier. Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands. Mr. Greywall. No? No?
Yeas pour 165, 165. Nays contre 127, 127.
I declare the motion carried. Just wait a moment.
Encourage honourable members to continue their discussions in the lobbies. I thank members for assisting by saying shh.
I'd like to thank colleagues. I'd like to invite colleagues to take their conversations outside of the House. I'm now prepared to rule on the point of order raised earlier today by the Honourable Member for Montcalm concerning the secret ballot on the designation of Bill C-421. I want to thank the Honourable Member for Montcalm for having raised the question. During his intervention, the member asked that the result of the secret ballot on the designation of Bill C-421, an act to amend the Citizenship Act, adequate knowledge of French in Quebec, be revealed at the same time as the result of the vote itself. In his opinion, the chair cannot simply announce whether Bill C-421 is votable, because it is essential that the number of votes for and against be announced to thwart the government's desire to muzzle members.
As the member himself remarked, I issued a ruling on the same question, November 28, 2017. At the time, it was claimed that the procedure for designating a bill did not have to be the same as the procedure for electing the Speaker. Members will recall that in response, I stated at page 15677 of the debates that, quote, Standing Order 92 does not provide any direction to the chair which would cause it to depart from that now established practice, unquote. J'ai également invité
I also invited the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs to consider the matter if it deemed necessary. Until such time as the House decides to provide new direction on this matter, the Chair will continue to follow the only similar practice that exists in our standing order, that of the election of the Speaker. Therefore, once the voting is completed at the end of tomorrow's sitting, I will be provided only with and announce to the House the final outcome of the vote and nothing more. The table officers will in no way reveal to the Chair or anyone else the number of ballots cast on the designation of Bill C-421. I want to thank the honourable members for their attention.
Comme il est,
it being 6 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, private members' bill, consideration of a bill standing in the name of Ms. Arder, C-419, regarding Credit Card Fairness Act.
Ms. Harder, seconded by Ms. Kuzi, moves that Bill C-419, an act to amend the Bank Act, the Trust and Loan Companies Act, the Insurance Companies Act, and the Cooperative Credit Associations Act, credit cards, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Debate. The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister keeps telling Canadians that everything is okay, that it's all right, that we're growing, that we're prospering as a country. But we have to ask the question, for whom is it okay? And the answer to that is him. Right now, Canada's economy, Canada's situation is okay for the Prime Minister. And why is that? It's because he inherited a family fortune. Now, since being elected in 2015, I've had the opportunity to talk with thousands of Canadians from coast to coast and from every way of life. And what they're telling me is that life is actually getting more and more expensive. It's difficult to make ends meet. It's impossible to get ahead. At the end of the month, we know that nearly half of all Canadians are within $200 of not being able to make their bill payments. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm not talking about fancy things. I'm talking about food on the table or shelter over their heads, within $200 a month of not being able to make that payment. The margins are tight. Canadians are feeling crunched, and they're asking that those of us on this side of the House advocate on their behalf, which is exactly what we will do. Now, while the Liberals are focused on making life more expensive for Canadians by imposing new taxes such as the carbon tax, we on this side of the House will advocate for Canadians to be able to get ahead. Now, that's really what the Credit Card Fairness Act is all about. We've taken the time to listen to Canadians, and we know that they deserve better. Canadians deserve fairness, and they deserve transparency surrounding the use of their credit cards so that they can make financial decisions that will empower their households and help them get ahead. Being able to enjoy financial stability and security starts with having access to information so that households can make the decisions that are in fact right for them as individuals. The Credit Card Fairness Act will assist. As Conservatives, we want to find ourselves on the side of those who dream for a better tomorrow. Those who work hard, those who stretch their limits, those who are trying to build a new life, those who dream of home ownership, those who call Canada their home. While the Prime Minister is concerned with protecting his family wealth and imposing more taxes on everyday Canadians, those of us on this side of the House will continue advocating on behalf of Canadians and protecting their wealth. Conservatives understand that the federal government, regardless of the party in power, has two primary responsibilities. One, to look out for the safety and security of Canadians, and two, to make decisions and put policies in place that will help advance our economic state as a nation and lead to economic prosperity for individual households. Sadly, this government has not done either of these points well, but it's with the second that I will focus my attention today, and that is economic prosperity and well-being. The Prime Minister has proven to Canadians over and over again that he is, in fact, a hypocrite. Now, he ran on an election promise that he would only take a very small deficit over the course of 3 years, and then in the fourth year, he would balance the budget. He promised Canadians that he would balance it by 2019. Mr. Speaker, that's this year. But year after year, the Liberal government has taken on one deficit after another, and this year alone, they took on $21 billion. 21 billion. Now, according to Finance Canada, the budget will not be balanced until at least 2040. That's a long time away, Mr. Speaker. And let's not forget that this debt load doesn't just sit there stagnant. It actually incurs further and further debt to it because of interest rates. Now, we pay that interest. We, Canadians, everyday Canadians who are hardworking, they pay that interest rate. Now, every year the Prime Minister runs deficits, he's actually not just spending our money, but he's borrowing money from the next generation, those who come after us, those who are children right now, who are innocent in this decision-making process of the current Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, that is not just irresponsible, but it's actually cruel. It's cruel to the next generation that has to take that credit card bill from the current Prime Minister and pay it off. Today, my colleagues and I on this side of the House, we put forward a motion, and it said this, Mr. Speaker. It said that given the Prime Minister broke his promise to eliminate the deficit this year, and that perpetual and growing deficits lead to massive tax increases, the House call upon the Prime Minister to table a plan in Budget 2019 to eliminate the deficit quickly with a written commitment that he will never raise taxes of any kind. We just voted on this motion, and the current government voted no. What they are communicating to the Canadian public in making that statement is this. They are saying they will not eliminate the deficit, and they are saying that they do, in fact, plan to raise taxes. Mr. Speaker, why is this important to highlight? Well, because we're going into a very important year. 2019 is, in fact, an election year, and Canadians will have an opportunity to make a choice and to exercise their decision-making process at the ballot box. Now, here's what we know. We know that should the Liberals get another term in government, they will not balance the budget, and we know that they will increase taxes. So we can be assured that the cost of living for every single Canadian across this country will, in fact, go up. Now, again, the Prime Minister continues to tell Canadians, everything's fine, everything's fine. But we have to stop ourselves and ask the very basic question, and that is, for whom is it fine? Because when I talk to Canadians from coast to coast, they're sure not fine. But the Prime Minister, he's fine. He's fine because he's cushioned by his family wealth. Now, he'd like us to all believe him, and so he'll continuously repeat his statement, as if the more times he says it, the more it will become true. But the reality is that's not how things work. The only way that things will get better is with a better government in place. 37 million Canadians deserve better. For them, life is becoming more and more expensive. 33% of Canadians have no money left at the end of the month and are unable to cover their payments. Mr. Speaker, that's atrocious. Things are clearly not getting better. And the unfortunate thing is that under the current government, things are only going to get worse, as they admitted just moments ago, because they're going to impose a carbon tax. And this carbon tax, it starts off small, but it grows very quickly. In fact, government documents show us that after the election, convenient, after the election, the carbon tax will increase by 15 times. 15 times, that's huge. So for a family of 4, that could result in an additional cost of $5,000 per year. I don't know about others, but the majority of Canadians that I talk to, particularly those in my riding, but in other parts of the country, $5,000 a year is a lot of money. It's a lot to put out of their pocketbook. It's a lot to spend on what? What exactly? Because here's the thing, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister continuously tells people that the carbon tax is somehow taking emissions out of the environment, that it's somehow taxing pollution and therefore preventing it from becoming a bigger problem. But yet at the same time, he's allowing the largest emitters in our country to go free. He's letting them off the hook. They don't pay a cent. Meanwhile, those individuals who are driving their children to soccer games, or those individuals who are running small businesses, or those individuals who are heating their homes in the middle of winter, oh my gosh, shame on them, right? How dare they? Well, those individuals, Mr. Speaker, they're going to be paying a massive carbon tax. Meanwhile, this Prime Minister over here continues to sit with a smirk on his face because he's cushioned by his family wealth. I was recently out door knocking, and I had the opportunity to knock on one house where an elderly woman came to her door. And when she saw the button on my jacket, which of course identified who I was, she smiled a little bit, and she invited me in. So I did it. I came into the front entrance of her home, and she ran into the kitchen, and I could hear her shuffling through some papers. And then she returned to the door, and she had her utility bill in her hand. Now, in the province of Alberta, we already face a carbon tax, and so it's only an indication of what's to come for the rest of the country. Now, she came with her utility bill, and in it is a line that says the amount that she's paying for her carbon tax. Mr. Speaker, she circled it for me, and she began to share her story. This is an elderly woman living on a fixed income. And she circled the line, it showed the amount, and she said to me this. She said she has a choice to make, because that line that she circled is the same amount that she budgets per month to go out on a weekly lunch date with friends of hers in the community. And so she faces the choice of letting that go or not being able to fully pay off her bill. Now, at the end of the day, she's going to choose to let go of those lunch opportunities. Now, the party opposite, they're kind of laughing at that. They don't think that's a big deal. But Mr. Speaker, here's why that's a big deal. Because this is an everyday Canadian. This is a woman who is 76 years old, living on a fixed income. And she is forced now to stay in her home. She has become a shut-in, not because she's immobile. No, she's not, Mr. Speaker, but because a carbon tax has been imposed on her, and no longer can she afford to go out and enjoy a coffee and a bowl of soup with her friends. Mr. Speaker, that's not a laughing matter. That's real life. That's Canadian life. Now, I understand that those on this side of the House might not understand that, particularly the Prime Minister with his trust account. And I understand that there are others over there who are in a similar situation, where they have wealth tucked away. But that's not the story of those in my riding, and it's not the story of millions of Canadians across this country. Thank you. So, Mr. Speaker, I would ask this. I would ask that this government would do more to support everyday Canadians. Chances are they're not going to do that. In fact, they just voted to say they won't. So it's up to us on this side of the House. And this is where I come in. Mr. Speaker, I've put forward a private member's bill called the Credit Card Fairness Act. And since being elected in 2015, I've had the opportunity to travel across this country and talk to Canadians. They're the ones that are telling me that life is more expensive, and they're the ones that are telling me that fairness and transparency around credit card use matters. They're the ones that are telling me that their household debt load is significant, and they're the ones that are telling me that they want to be treated fairly. So I'm advocating on their behalf. That's really what this bill is all about. Now, unfortunately, banks engage in a number of deceptive practices that create a debt trap that many Canadians find it really difficult to get out of. Now, sometimes Canadians make unfortunate decisions, and some of that debt is their own doing, and I understand that. But for others, that's not the case. For others, there are in fact changes that can be made to assist them so that they are better served, better empowered to make good decisions, to make the right decisions for them. And so if passed, the Credit Card Fairness Act will do 7 things. 1, those who have made a payment on their bill but didn't quite pay it in full, they won't have to pay interest on the entire thing, just on the amount that didn't get paid. Mr. Speaker, right now that's not the case, and it's not fair. So if an individual has a bill for $3,000, but they've missed their payment by like 2 cents, 2 cents, Mr. Speaker, they don't just pay the interest on the 2 cents that they missed at the end of their billing period. They pay the interest on the entire amount, that $3,000 that they were originally charged. Mr. Speaker, I don't think that's fair. Canadians don't think that's fair. It needs to be changed. Number 2, if a person has a high interest and a low interest debt, the amount that they pay first goes towards the high interest. That's fair. Number 3, it requires banks to disclose exactly how much interest the cardholder is being charged on a 12-month cycle. This helps create transparency, it helps create information, it helps people make empowered decisions. Number 4, further transparency is created when marketing materials give all the information up front, rather than withholding it and blinding people to it and then surprising them at the end. Right now, that's often the case, and we want to stop that. Number 5, we want to prohibit banks from being able to increase the interest rates retroactively. In other words, if an individual goes and spends money on their card at 15% interest rate because that's what they signed off on, it's not okay for the bank to then hike the interest rate and send them a bill at 21%. Right now, that happens, and it's not fair to Canadians, and I will advocate on their behalf. Number 6, this private member's bill will require banks to provide an online mechanism by which individuals who hold cards can cancel their card. This is common sense, Mr. Speaker. We, most of us, if not all of us, do our banking online. It's just the way things are nowadays. Most of us have a credit card because we need it for Uber, we need it for our Amazon purchases, we need it to book a hotel room. And so we have a credit card. Sometimes we want to cancel that credit card. We should be able to do that online. Right now, that's not the case. Credit card companies, banks, they make you come in and do it. That's not fair. We're going to change that. Number 7, and my final one, and that is this. We want to legislate that banks must obtain consent before increasing a cardholder's limit. And again, Mr. Speaker, this just simply comes down to basic human decency. If you're going to change the terms of agreement, you better tell the individual holding the card, because it's the right thing to do. Now, Mr. Speaker, I am asking my colleagues on the opposite side of this House to support this bill, but I'm going to take a guess. They're probably not going to. Because, Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we will advocate for everyday average hardworking Canadians every single day of the week. On that side of the House, they'll shelter their wealth and they'll punish Canadians every single day of the week. They just voted on it. They said they're going to hike taxes. They said they have no intention of balancing the budget. That's not okay. We're going to fight for Canadians. They're going to fight against Canadians. We're going to win the next election. There we go.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess I want to start by pointing out the fact that the government in BIA2 introduced consumer protections. It was the largest package of new measures since the FCAC's creation. And I'm just curious that if the member opposite was so concerned about these things, did she involve herself in that process, done with consultations, and why in the last 10 years under the Harper Conservatives was consumer protection not important? How are we supposed to believe that the Conservatives believe that consumer protection of banks is important now when they had 10 years to do something about it and did nothing?
Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, if only that question carried weight. If only it was a good question. Because here's the thing, in 2009, under Minister Jim Flaherty, the late Minister Jim Flaherty, who was the finance minister at the time, 2009, under Prime Minister Stephen Harper, he put forward some of the greatest transformations that this country had seen since the beginning of the Bank Act. So I would encourage the member opposite to go do her research. She can look at those changes that were created in 2019 that advocated on behalf of credit card holders, that advocated on behalf of Canadian consumers, that advocated on behalf of everyday Canadians, because that's what the former government did, and that's what this side of the House will always do.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for putting this bill forward. This is clearly an admission by the Conservative Party that the state is required to intervene on the private sector here with regards to the banks, that they have not been in the best interest of Canadian consumers, and that they cannot be trusted to do this unilaterally, that they need regulation, they need oversight, and they need the state to intervene on their market system because they haven't been able to complete the job fairly for Canadians and for businesses across this country. So I'd ask the member whether or not state intervention is also necessary for the insurance industries, or is it just the banks and this one credit card issue that is actually requiring the intervention to make sure the free market system is operating with some accountability, which is not taking place, and why the member has heard so much from Canadians, and why the member is asking for state intervention on the private sector for this model.
Member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, in traveling across Canada, and I have been to every province, and I've been to Nunavut, insurance hasn't come up. Household debt has come up. The cost of living has come up. The expense of this government has come up. The carbon tax has come up. Being able to afford a house has come up. Those things come up. Those are the things that Canadians are worried about. Being able to pay for their retirement has come up. Living on a fixed income within those limitations has come up. Canadians are concerned about making their next bill payment, Mr. Speaker. That's what they're concerned about. Canadians are concerned about the well-being of their families. They're also concerned about the well-being of their children and the nation that will be inherited. Mr. Speaker, that's what Canadians are concerned about. And Mr. Speaker, this side of the House will continue to advocate for those Canadians and to make sure that they're empowered to achieve their dreams, to make sure that they are given all of the tools necessary, the environment necessary for them to steward their talents, their abilities, their gifts in order to generate wealth and take care of their families without being punished by the government.
Questions and comments. We have time for one more short question and response. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would argue that I'm surprised that insurance didn't come up. But again,
just momentarily, we'll get back to the honourable member. Having a problem with interpretation. Is it working now? Interpretation fonctionne maintenant.
Is the interpretation working?
Is it okay? Okay. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I applaud the member for listening to Canadians about the cost and hearing from the banks and credit cards. I'm surprised I didn't hear about insurance costs, especially if you talk to young people with regards.
Interrupt the honourable member again. We're going to try. I did switch over into French there, and I'm just wondering if we, keeping it on the French channel that members are using now, if we have French interpretation. Is it working there now? No? We'll just see if we can get that operational in the next few minutes. Hopefully before that. We'll just, if we can, I'll just ask the honourable member for Windsor West to put those thoughts on hold momentarily. We'll suspend until we can get the interpretation working, and I appreciate honourable members' patience. Encore, je souhaite pour la patience.
Once again, I will ask members to be patient while we have a brief interruption.
Is it the interpretation working now en français? Interpretation is working now? No? For those that are using the French channel? Right. So French to English, pardon me, English to French is not working, that's my understanding. Okay. Again, we'll suspend momentarily until we can get this corrected. Information when and I'm asking members who are listening on the French channel to let me know if they're getting the French interpretation. Okay. When this happens, there is we pick it up where we left off in terms of the time on the clock. So under private members' business, for example, there's 1 hour for the debate on that. So this interruption will not take that time away from honourable members in terms of debate on the question. And now we'll resume with the honourable member for Windsor West, who is in the process of posing the last question in this 5-minute round to the honourable member for Lethbridge. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know there's great interest of making sure that this is translated both official languages. And I think it is important because this private members bill is about two things, about economic justice and credibility and accountability for consumers, but also the mere fact that during different times, private sector, institutions like the banks in this case, require regulatory oversight by the state. And I'd ask the member if she heard in any of her deliberations whether auto insurance for young people was a concern. I hear that quite a bit, and if she and her party agrees that if auto insurance isn't adjusted by the companies out there, that again, state intervention is necessary to make sure that there's going to be accountability for consumers in Canada.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for his question. I think I've made it quite clear the concerns that Canadians have shared with me as I've travelled across the country, and they largely have to do with affordability and making ends meet. And as I said before, on this side of the House, we're committed to helping Canadians, to empower them, to make sure that we create an environment of economic prosperity where they're able to get ahead.
Avant nous commencer avec la
Before resuming debate, I would like to thank the interpreters and also the people who helped with the technical problems with the system.
Resuming debate, and the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, today's legislation, Bill C-419, proposes a number of amendments to the financial institution statutes in relation to credit cards. These amendments would modify business practices and disclosure requirements for credit cards issued by federally regulated financial institutions, including the way in which interest rates are calculated and applied to balances. This bill is well intended, and our government shares its aim of improving financial protection for hardworking Canadians who use credit cards. In Budget 2018, the government announced its intention to introduce legislation that would strengthen the tools and mandate the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada while advancing consumers' rights and interests in dealing with their financial institutions. With BIA2, the government did exactly that. These amendments have been adopted with the most recent Budget Implementation Act, will lead to better outcomes for Canadians when dealing with their banks. And might I point out that, again, this was one of the most significant consumer protection packages since the FCAC's creation. Together, they will help ensure that banks have internal business practices to further strengthen outcomes for consumers, including ensuring consumers' financial needs assessed when selling them products and services. That the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada has the necessary tools to implement supervisory best practices, including directing banks to comply with their legal obligations and ordering restitution when charges have been improperly collected. That consumers are further empowered and better protected, including that banks provide timely electronic alerts to consumers when they are at risk of incurring fees. We are confident that these amendments to the framework will improve outcomes for Canadians because we grounded the legislation in evidence. The Financial Consumer Agency of Canada, or FCAC, is the federal regulator dedicated to protecting bank consumers. As part of its ongoing work, the agency undertook broad review of bank sales practices and of the best practices for consumer protection in Canada and abroad. Our government's action has also been informed by an important study from the Standing Committee on Finance on consumer protection and bank practices. The consumer protection changes we did respond to issues that were identified as part of these reviews. In contrast to the members opposite suggested bill, the amendments we brought forward were developed in consultation with a wide range of stakeholders, including consumer groups, financial institutions, and officials from provinces and territories. As you all know, consumer protection is an area in which both provincial, territorial governments and the federal government are active. Several provinces, including Quebec, have comprehensive financial consumer protection rules. As such, consulting provinces and territories is crucial before introducing new measures to avoid conflict and duplication. Considering that BIA2 contained a wide range of important amendments, I'd like to at least highlight just a few of the major changes. To start, our government has proposed a series of measures to improve the way financial institutions handle consumer complaints. Under our proposals, these institutions will be required to keep a record of all complaints and will be required to make this information available to the Commissioner of the FCAC to help improve monitoring and oversight. In addition, the Commissioner will assess the complaints handling procedures of banks and ensure banks follow the rules. We know that when Canadians have disputes with their banks, they deserve to have access to a resolution process that is fair and impartial. That is why bank consumers can take any complaint they can't resolve with their bank to an independent body free of charge. With our chances, we will require these bodies to publish a summary. With these changes, we will require these bodies to publish a summary of each final recommendation regarding a complaint, including the reasons for the recommendations. We will also require these bodies to report annually to the Commissioner and the public on their performance. These new reporting requirements will help the agency in its work and ensure that consumers are better protected. Beyond complaints resolution, in cases where it has been found that banks have violated their obligations to consumers, we have proposed to increase the maximum penalty that can be imposed. Under our proposals, if the Commissioner determines that a bank has breached its legal obligations, the maximum penalty that can be imposed will rise from $500,000 per violation to $10 million per violation. Furthermore, when the Commissioner publishes a decision regarding a violation, those notices will include the name of the financial institution. We believe that higher penalties and publicly naming banks will create a stronger incentive for banks to comply. We also introduced new requirement for institutions to establish and implement policies and procedures to ensure products and services offered or sold are appropriate given a customer's circumstances, including their financial needs. We have a new definition of the term undue pressure and enhanced prohibition on institutions. We have enhanced requirement to provide cancellation periods for most ongoing products and services. We've enhanced the requirement that an institution may not impose a charge or penalty on a person unless the institution obtained the person's express consent for the provision of the product or service. And there's a new requirement that the maximum liability for an unauthorized credit card transaction is $50, unless the borrower was grossly negligent in safeguarding the credit card or specified information about the credit card. There are also measures in our recent fall economic statement designed to empower and protect consumers as well, Mr. Speaker. First, we committed to developing a code of conduct for how banks should deliver their services to better meet the needs of seniors, to ensure that seniors can bank with confidence and to respond to the unique needs of Canada's aging population. The FCAC will with support from the Minister of Seniors, will work with financial institutions and seniors groups to create a code of conduct for banks to guide their delivery service to Canadian seniors. Once developed, the agency will take steps to ensure that banks comply with this code of conduct and that seniors, as well as all Canadians, are aware of the rights and obligations under the code. In addition, the agency will undertake a review of the way banks handle complaints, including an assessment of how effective the existing external complaint bodies are at resolving consumer complaints. The results of this review will help our government consider whether further changes to the consumer protection framework are needed. Mr. Speaker, consumers want to know that financial products and services offered by banks meet the highest standards and that the fees they are paying for products and services are fair. For our part, our government is committed to supporting a financial sector that promotes competition and consumer choice and continues to deliver financial stability and economic growth. BIA 2 helps to fulfill this commitment, and we will continue to work with all stakeholders, including consumer groups, to further refine and improve consumer protection in Canada. Mr. Speaker, we know that Canadians work hard every day to build a better life for themselves and their families. In return for that hard work, they expect and deserve a stable financial system that safeguards their savings and their investments. As a government, we take the protection of financial consumers very seriously, and that is why we are continuing our work to increase fairness and transparency and ensure that all Canadians benefit from strong consumer protection standards. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm pleased to rise here on Bill C-419, an act to amend the Bank Act, the Trust and Loans Companies Act, the Insurance Companies Act, and the Cooperative Credit Associations Act as well, too. This is important for consumers, for Canadians. It's long overdue in this chamber, and it's kind of an interesting debate here because Here we have a bill introduced by the Conservatives that is really about state intervention on the banking system, the financial sector of Canada, the Bay Street in particular, that is required because of their behavior. There's many articles and there's many economists that would agree that they require to be reined in, and that's what the Conservatives are advocating right here, that they should have higher regulations, they should have a greater leash on them, and there needs to be some oversight that's different than what we have, and I'll outline those in the bill, which are quite good in many respects, Mr. Speaker, and they mirror some of the other states that have actually around the world intervened on the banking sector as well for this. And so I applaud the Conservatives for coming to the realization that the free market economy, just left by itself, is not adequate to police itself in many states. And I would argue that, the banks in particular require the state intervention because credit cards and the consumer treatment is unbelievably bad in this country. And I would argue as well, Mr. Speaker, that insurance companies as well need greater oversight, and there's other issues, but this one in particular is low-hanging fruit given other democracies and what they're doing to say that basically the free market is requiring a correction here that is very important, not only for the consumers, but our overall health of our economy for other businesses, be them small, medium-sized businesses, whether it be also larger institutions, and the financial sector itself cannot actually be trusted to govern itself, that the Liberals, ironically here, are now advocating for. They have seen time after time this nightmare emerge in the House of Commons, and I, as being in the House here over a number of different election period of times, I've heard this Liberals get up and criticize then Jim Flaherty for bringing in a weak regulatory process that has us here at this moment. So they're defending, ironically, the Conservative mantle. And over here, we have the Conservatives that have come full circle for the realization that the state that they had controls and the reins on did not have the best interests at heart when they basically abandoned all accountability for the financial sector. So they've agreed that what we have said long for many periods of time, and that's part of the foundations of democratic socialism, is that when there needs to be accountability, oversight, and justice when it comes to the environment, for financial matters, and for other businesses, that you just can't let free capitalism go about wandering around, because there will be winners and losers, and the vast majority of them will be losers, and there'll be a fine, small group, in this case, the banking and the financial sector, that will be the winners. And so I applaud the Conservatives for coming full circle on this. Unfortunately, what we've seen is a typical dance that we have here in this hall, is that now the Liberals are on the other side explaining why they can't do anything and leaving it to somebody else to try to figure out. And in the meantime, you have Canadians that are continually victimized. And ironically, Mr. Speaker, this was supposed to be an activist government that has turned into an apologist government. And that's what we just heard, was an apology for Canadians when we are being asked here to support a private member's bill that, Mr. Speaker, is quite basic in many respects in terms of transparency, accountability, good for consumers, good for small and medium-sized businesses, and why we can't come to grips with that. In fact, it lets the Liberals off the hook in many respects, because the Conservatives are saying that you need to intervene with the levers of government because the financial sector in Canada is incapable of controlling itself. That's what we're at right here. The Conservatives are saying, please, we need you, we need the minister, we need the cabinet, we need the government, and then we need the Senate eventually to say to the strong signal as possible as it can be, is that the banks, your time has come up and the free reign that you've had has expired, and you need to join what we have with other nations is a record of accountability for consumers, because some of the things that we have are quite egregious. We have not only just the policies that they've put in place for consumers and what's taking place, but we also have basically a society that's moved to some of the services that they provide that we're quite dependent upon. And Mr. Speaker, I'll throw in a couple of things that show that how important this is for our economy and for our consumers, society, and other businesses, is that we have right now 75.3 million credit cards in circulation in Canada. We have 36.4 million of those those credit cards had balances. And of them, $200 is the average of unpaid balances for them, and they're paying interest rates anywhere from 17 to 40%. And Mr. Speaker, we have households, they spent on an average of almost $550 in interest charges in 2017 just on some of these cards alone. And 42% of Canadians do not pay their balance off every month. And we do have the United States acknowledging this and bringing in new regulations and laws, which ironically we can't get over here in Canada. We can do issues and harmonize our autos and other things like that we have that are very complex, and computer systems and technology and all the differences, but we can't harmonize a piece of plastic for the benefit of consumers. We can't harmonize some of the banking regulatory sector where they have seen in the United States, and we have faced some of the consequences of a financial sector gone wild. And we have this opportunity, and they're taking a pass on it. I don't understand that, Mr. Speaker, especially because they have all the political coverage they need when the Conservatives are saying base rate in the financial sector needs to be reined in because they are incapable of controlling the greed. And that's what it's about, because when you look at the member from Lethbridge's bill here, it identifies some of the things that are most egregious in the credit card policies. And one of the ones, Mr. Speaker, is it calls for a cushioning of the interest rate. So if you pay off your balance, and I think a lot of Canadians can probably relate to this, is that if you go to pay your credit card balance and say it's $400.35, if you just pay $400, you can be charged actually interest on the whole thing. And you could be just a simple accident that you do with a click of a button. When you do it online, you get your bills mixed up, whatever it might be. Or you might be someone like myself who always pays a little bit extra into it just to avoid that, where they actually then get a bump for the revenue going on, and you collect it all up. It's quite a Ponzi scheme in many respects, Mr. Speaker, because all that additional revenue they get for the next month to themselves, when you start to add that up across the board, it's quite significant. So that's one of the things that this addresses, that you would just pay the interest for what you actually owe. And that's a balanced approach, Mr. Speaker. And again, having to actually bring the levers of government in on this is appropriate at this point in time, because I've talked about the fact that so many Canadians are dependent upon using this and are missing out on many interest payments, and life is tough enough out there with the cost of rising energy, the cost of rent, the cost of housing, the cost of energy, all those things. Interest payments from a simple mistake that you might make during a busy life is not fair and not just in terms of what they charge you to what your actual mistake should be. It calls for transparency, Mr. Speaker. Transparency, which is really important. I would argue that's not only important from a social justice element, which is nice to see coming from the Conservatives in this place, that they've endorsed social justice for consumers, is that there's accountability where they actually have to report what actually you paid in interest over that year, and they put that on your monthly statement. Another good idea. Interest rates, you can't actually go retroactive and raise interest rates. Another part of justice is that what you actually purchase and the interest rate at that time becomes what you actually pay out. So later on, if there's adjustments on your card, you don't get weaseled at a second time around by having to pay more for that. And that's a good idea and a fair idea. This isn't, like a backstreet loan shark type thing where you show up for your second meeting and all of a sudden your interest rates are higher. This is something that actually can be done, and it should be done, because it'd be good business practice for everything. Now, there's also the notification that calls for, this is interesting, Mr. Speaker, the legislation here calls for another set of legislation to increasing awareness and accountability for increasing people's credit card rates so people don't get into further financial debt. Again, I know that I only have about 30 seconds here, Mr. Speaker. I want to applaud this. It has every opportunity for the light of day for consumers, a better economy, and it's every political coverage the Liberals should dream about, because the Conservatives are asking, and they're telling us that the Bay Street, the financial sector, and their greed has gone wild, needs intervention, needs some assistance, needs self-correction. That's what we should be here. The Liberals have all that cover. Why aren't they taking it? I don't understand, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm extremely proud to have the opportunity to speak to this bill today. Bill C-419, the Credit Card Fairness Act, which would amend the Bank Act, the Insurance Act, the Cooperative Credit Act, and the Loans Act. And I want to thank the Member of Parliament for Lethbridge for bringing this private member's bill forward. Now, why am I so proud to speak to this today? Well, ultimately, government has a responsibility in protecting the consumer. Once upon a time, from 1967 to 1995, this House and our federal government had a Minister of Consumer and Corporate Affairs. And then, unfortunately, under the government of Jean Chrétien, the Liberal government, that position was eliminated. Now, what was the role of a Minister of Consumer and Corporate Affairs? Well, the role of government, or governing, is to balance the interests of the individual citizen with the interests of corporations and ensure that society is protected and looked after for the well-being of not only the citizens today, but of tomorrow. So the government has a responsibility to protect citizens when they are not able necessarily to protect themselves. And that's what consumer protection is about. And so that's why we have a Bank Act, a Consumer and Insurance Act, a Cooperative Credit Act, to ensure that financial institutions that are holding citizens' money and therefore significant amount of power and influence are not able to take advantage of individual citizens. Now, unfortunately, we no longer have that voice at the cabinet table. We no longer have a minister whose sole responsibility is to keep tabs on those kinds of things and ensure that individual citizens who are not able to go up against these great corporations or great institutions like a bank to have their voice heard. So we have a member of parliament who needs to bring a private member's bill forward simply to address some of the punitive and monopolistic practices of banks around the terms and conditions of credit cards, because these individuals are not able to defend themselves in this manner. So, this bill is about fairness and transparency. So, what exactly is this bill? Well, this bill has 7 key elements. The first one is to mandate that if a cardholder pays more than 95% of his or her outstanding balance before the payment due date, that the bank cannot charge interest on the whole amount. Wow. So you're saying that I can be charged after the due date, not for the balance that I haven't paid after the due date, but for the entire outstanding balance that was on that bill? I can honestly tell you, Mr. Speaker, that I did not know that that could actually happen. I thought that credit cards could only charge the interest on the balance, the amount that I did not pay, not on the amount of the bill, and therefore the amount that I didn't pay plus the amount that I did pay. So this is a critical change because it means that the credit card company would only be able to charge interest on the balance that is outstanding after the due date. Number 2, ensure that if different interest rates apply to different amounts owing in a billing cycle, that the companies must apply the payments to the highest interest rate balances first. Okay, so I have a number of balances, each that can be at different interest rates. I pay off the credit card, but they don't have to say that that goes against the highest rate first right now. They can charge me the highest rate on the entire outstanding balance? Wow. So this will fix that. It means that when you pay a balance, it goes against the highest interest rate first. Okay, that sounds reasonable and fair. Number 3, it would require credit companies to disclose on the monthly statement how much interest the cardholder has paid in the previous 12 months. Well, Mr. Speaker, that just seems like transparency and labeling. Absolutely, the credit card company should be required to tell you how much interest you've paid in the last 12 months. Number 4, it would require credit card advertisements and marketing materials to prominently communicate the annual fee, annual interest rate, and the period of time until the introductory rate ends, along with the interest rates that will apply following that period. That also seems obvious, that a credit card company would have to tell you what the interest rates are when the introductory rate ends and what rate would apply in the following period. I did not know that that was not the case today. So absolutely, I think that that's something that every consumer should have the right to know. Number 5, it would prohibit credit card companies from increasing interest rates retroactively on the cardholder's outstanding balance. Again, I am shocked to say that I didn't think that was even legal. That I can buy something 12 months ago and I can carry a balance on that, but the credit card company can change the interest rate today and can charge me the new interest rate on the balance of the amount that I incurred at that time under the terms and conditions of a lower rate. So absolutely, that seems unreasonable and absolutely should immediately be changed. Number 6, it would require credit card companies to provide cardholders with an online mechanism to cancel their credit cards and or decrease their credit limit. So in order to communicate with the credit card company, you have no choice but to phone them, and yet it's very difficult to get through, and they do that, one could assume, on purpose. And so you pay your bills online. Most of us send emails. Most of us do most of our communication over the internet. And yet to be able to cancel your credit card or decrease your credit limit so that you can manage your finances more effectively, you can only do that in person. And yet this would have it be applicable online. Brilliant. Number 7, last but not least, legislate that credit card companies cannot automatically increase a cardholder's credit limit. Wow. That, again, seems like how could they legally be able to without telling you? So, clearly, this is something we should propose and support. Now, why does this matter? 73 million credit cards, 42% of Canadians don't pay off their debt, and many of them have $200 in balance, and we've found that many people are within $200 each month of insolvency. And what this bill is not, it does not jeopardize the free market. It does not have far-sweeping and exclusive principles, and it is not limited or is not completely addressing all the things that need to be changed in consumer protection. It's just addressing something critical, finite, and long overdue. So my compliments to the member from Lethbridge. A private member's bill is a great deal of work, and often members of Parliament are not given due credit. These are things that governments should do. These are things that ministers of corporate and consumer affairs should address. But in the absence of that, this member of Parliament from Lethbridge went above and beyond to do this very important work for things that, in my personal opinion, should already not be legal, but to regulate it and stand up not only for the consumers in her riding, but for the citizens of this entire nation, because many of us do not have a choice not to have a credit card, because our society is structured where we have no choice but to have a credit card. So we are held hostage by the banks until such time as government federal legislation protects us. So I make a call for all the members in this House to support this very important private member's bill. And once again, I thank the Member of Parliament for Lethbridge for putting this private member's bill forward on behalf of all of us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. There is 9 minutes remaining for the member for Rivière-des-Mille, the honourable member. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's truly a pleasure for me to speak to Bill C-419, an act to amend the Bank Act, the Trust and Loan Companies Act, the Insurance Companies Act, and the Cooperative Credit Associations Act. Perhaps colleagues don't know this, but credit cards are an issue that I studied in depth. So before I spoke today, this has been something that I've been interested in long before today. So there are a number of steps, a number of measures included in this bill that have already been taken. And this is serious. So we've consulted extensively in cooperation with all the provinces and territories. As I was saying, some of the measures set out in this bill are already consumer protection measures that have been provided for in the Bank Act because they were included in Budget Implementation Act number 2, which received royal assent on December 13, 2018. For example, Bill C-419 proposes that banks obtain the consumer's consent before raising their credit limit on their credit card, and that this would have to be done in writing, confirmed in writing when there was a verbal authorization. And that's important. Credit limits should not be raised without the consumer's written consent, and we've already made that change. And that requirement is already provided for in the existing legislation.
This bill also deals with disclosure of public information, including annual interest rates. This requirement is already included in current requirements to disclose the annual interest rates. Now, I'd like to go back to what our colleague said at the outset. This will amend the Bank Act, the Trust and Loan Companies Act, and when Canadians go to their banks, they want to know and in fact be ensured that their private information is protected, that the services meet to the highest standard, and that the fees that they pay are fair. And I think that that's something that is included, and people need to know what's happening with their credit cards. But for over a decade, the Conservative government, the previous government, made no changes or significant changes to protective measures for consumers in Canada, despite significant changes in technology that would have made it possible to make those changes. Following a comprehensive examination of banks and consultations with the provinces and territories, our government took significant steps to promote the rights and interests of Canadians. And it's always important because we always talk about the middle class. And credit cards are a method of payment, and people need to know how to use them. By putting in place a new series of rules to protect Canadians when they go to their banks, their financial institutions, our government has put in place the most significant and important change since the creation of the Financial Consumption Act in 2001. The Conservative members refused to defend consumers in Canada when they took government and have no valid plan to defend them now. The bill, in the name of our colleague, has two series of amendments when it comes to credit cards. The first is designed to limit interest for consumers by reducing the amount of interest due when a person pays back 95% of the balance, by using the lowest rate when they change over a billing cycle, by requiring the Well, I hope that everyone's followed me on that. Now, if someone buys something for a month, the interest rate change over that period of time, well, it's the lowest interest rate that will apply or that would be charged. Now, that's a very significant, important part of this proposal. The Banking Act requires that banks apply payments on using the highest rate at a prorated rate based on the unpaid amount. The second series of amendments will impose new rules for disclosure and commercial practices. This bill would require that lenders tally up the total amount of interest paid over the 12 previous billing periods, and that advertising for credit cards clearly identify rates and fees as applicable. So this would require that a card holder provide their consent prior to any increase, and I mentioned that in my remarks earlier. That's a very important component. It would require that card holders have also an opportunity to make changes online. Now, our government is working hard when it comes to the protection of consumers. As part of ongoing efforts to improve protection for consumers, our government has recently undertaken an important examination and review of consumer protection under the Banking Act and the Financial Consumption Act. That is something that hadn't been done since 2001, and we undertook that review. The measures introduced in the previous Banking Act cover data collected by the two financial agencies, the RCFC. The first one is a comprehensive review of sales and an examination of best practices for oversight and protection of consumers of financial products. The government also drew inspiration from an important study prepared by the Standing Committee on Finance with respect to the protection of consumers. The Finance Committee works very hard, as you know. They meet twice a week, and they produce reports. They make proposals, they agree upon them, and they met with several witnesses. When the Finance Committee prepares a report, or regardless of the committee, the 10 parliamentarians who are members of the committee consider and examine all components of the report to ensure that the proposals being put forth to the minister will improve legislation. And these reports are always agreed upon. Consultations with the provinces and territories on the changes for rules to consumer protection. This bill, in the name of our honourable colleague, opposite, was not the subject of consultations among stakeholders, including the provincial governments and territories, in contrast to what was done with the most recent undertaking we put in place. We consulted the provinces and the territories. I cannot reiterate that enough. These are items that require consultations, witnesses, expert input to ensure that we will be meeting all previous rules and ensuring that we have examined all potential impacts of changes when it comes to technical issues affecting banks and to financial institutions. Well, my time is up, Mr. Speaker. Well, thank you for listening carefully to my remarks. The honourable member will have 1 minute remaining. The next time the matter is before the House. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired. The order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper.
With Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise tonight to address a question that I had months ago about the new NAFTA to the Prime Minister about whether or not we would see debate inside of this House, to have transparency and to be open about what it was that Canadians were signing on to through the Liberals in the renegotiation of the new NAFTA. And, you know, what we know now, Mr. Speaker, is there's great uncertainty that surrounds the ratification. Of course, New Democrats were pleased to see Democrats in the U.S. have success in the new Congress. And I myself have visited Washington, and I can tell you that there's a significant change in the tone and conversations that are taking place around the new NAFTA. And it's quite clear at this time as well that Democrats in the U.S. are looking to reopen the deal, to renegotiate some of the portions around the environment, around labor, and around the high cost of pharmaceuticals and the drug patent extension that happened in the New Deal. It will come as no surprise that New Democrats will welcome the work of Democrats in the United States in an effort to improve the deal, in an effort to see some progressive elements actually come to fruition in this deal, because unfortunately what we've signed on to in the new USMCA is a concessionary deal, Mr. Speaker. So we're hopeful that those efforts will be successful, and of course that the Liberal government here in Canada will be open to improving labor standards, to improving environmental standards, and of course to seeing the cost of drugs being reduced for Canadians and certainly for all people across all three countries who will be impacted by this deal. So the future right now, Mr. Speaker, of the deal is quite uncertain, but I believe that there's a positive path forward, that we'll see improvements made to this deal that I am hopeful that the Liberal government will have wide open arms to on behalf of Canadians, because it's an opportunity not just for us to improve the deal on those three areas that I mentioned, but also to address the still lingering and very, very harmful steel and aluminum tariffs, which we now know in some way Russia has been able to have aluminum tariffs removed and Canada is unable to. So we need to have every opportunity to improve our trading relationship with the United States that we can take at this moment in time. And again, I hope that we will welcome these additions and we will look for improvements in the lives of Canadians. And at the heart of the new NAFTA, of course, are millions of people who work every day for a decent life for their families and communities. 23 years ago, when NAFTA was being originally negotiated by Mulroney Conservatives, they tried desperately to sell Canadian workers on the idea that it was more than just a trade deal. They tried to make the case that the trilateral deal would bring prosperity to everyone across the continent. They claimed it was going to be an equalizer for all. Working people studied NAFTA carefully and began to raise the alarm bells that it would not work. Labor and civil society brought their concerns to the streets over the weak side agreements that they rightly claimed would do nothing to change the inequalities. And of course, Mr. Speaker, we've seen this play out across our country as well. Conservatives pressed on in the original NAFTA, and now in 2018, we can see the impact that this idea that was promoted by them has had on working class people. Successive governments have neglected to address the alarming reality that the NAFTA promise of 1988 has not led to increased standards of living for all. The only benefit has been for those who already held the power and the influence. Income and wealth inequality in Canada today is at a crisis level. And as my colleague rightly pointed out from Burnaby, New Westminster today, 46% of Canadians are $200 away from financial trouble. And working people who will be impacted by the new NAFTA, working people like those in Oshawa, Mr. Speaker, who are fighting for their jobs, despite the fact that Liberals are saying everything has been solved in this new trade agreement, that again is not reaching working people. So today I really rise, and my question to the Liberals today, that if trade deals like the new NAFTA are so good for working people, why are the auto workers in Oshawa fighting for their lives right now with no Liberal representation in sight? I would note that, Mr. Speaker, and all of those workers have noted that as well. If these deals are so good for working people, then why, after signing this deal, does the harm continue to impact working people who are losing their jobs while Mexico is growing?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Throughout negotiations, our government has been committed to transparency, inclusiveness, and openness. We engaged and consulted with a variety of stakeholders from all economic sectors, with labour organisations, women, youth, Indigenous peoples, civil society organisations, and academics. We also worked very closely with our provincial and territorial colleagues and delivered a whole-of-Canada approach to advancing Canadian interests across the table. Mr. Speaker, there has been a lot of praise given to this government for negotiating this deal, and it's thanks to many stakeholders and industries across this country, including the Canadian Labour Congress and Unifor. As the Prime Minister said, we are very grateful.
An awful lot of feedback. I wonder if she might want to just check the earpieces. Volume might be turned up just on the desk next to her, possibly. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, okay. Let's give that a try. Okay. Sorry I don't like to interrupt the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, but just in the interest of getting the sound right. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you. As the Prime Minister said, we're very grateful. Is that better, Mr. Speaker? To Canadian stakeholders that took part in these consultations. Views provided were very helpful in informing Canada's position at the negotiating table and in finding creative solutions to address the unconventional proposals at the table. Jerry Dias and Hassan Youssef have worked closely with us every step of the way to ensure that this deal would be the best possible one for workers, for labour, and for Canadians. And with this close cooperation with stakeholders and labour is why this deal is great for Canadian workers. The member opposite will be happy to know that the enforceable provisions in the new NAFTA that protect labour are the strongest in any Canadian trade agreement to date. The new auto rules of origin will directly secure the future for auto workers in cities such as Windsor and Oshawa. As Jerry Dias of Unifor has said, quote, "This is a much better deal than the deal that was signed 24 years ago," unquote. The new agreement also reinforces the strong economic ties between Canada, Mexico, and the United States, while recognizing the importance of inclusive trade by including key outcomes in areas such as labour, environment, as well as on gender and Indigenous peoples. It preserves Canada's preferential access to the U.S. market while updating and modernizing the old NAFTA agreement in areas such as digital trade, telecommunications, and anti-corruption. Importantly, it means Canadian workers and their families will enjoy greater opportunities than ever before. The member opposite will also be happy to know that with the new agreement, we've sought the strongest labour chapter of any trade agreement that Canada is party to. The agreement's labour chapter aims to level the playing field on labour standards and working conditions in North America and contains commitments to ensure national laws and policies provide protection for fundamental principles and rights at work. The new agreement also contains enforceable provisions that protect women's rights and minority rights, Indigenous rights, and environmental protections that are the strongest in any Canadian trade agreement to date. For the first time in a Canadian trade agreement, the outcome incorporates a general exception that clearly confirms that the government can adopt or maintain measures it deems necessary to fulfill its legal obligations to Indigenous peoples. As Perry Bellegarde said, the provisions addressing Indigenous peoples in the deal make it the most inclusive international trade agreement for Indigenous peoples to date. Through the ratification process, we look forward to bringing the agreement to Parliament. This includes the Standing Committee on International Trade, which was my honour to serve on for 2 years, and with the member opposite, and I look forward to the future for this agreement. Thank you.
Member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to take my opportunity for a reply to say that I'm sure that while the Liberals love to invoke Jerry Dias, the president of Unifor, my former president, I can tell you that right now, this Liberal government has abandoned auto workers in Oshawa. They are not helping them on their jobs. They are not helping them to keep their jobs. So while they like to stand in this House and invoke Labour and act as though they are the party that is standing with Labour in the negotiation of this deal, I can tell you clearly that Unifor members are contacting me every day, that Jerry Dias and I are speaking, that Colin James, who's the president of Unifor Local 222 in Oshawa, where one of your members sits, where Jen Cowie, who's an incredible activist who's out there every single day. Once again, governments of Canada, the Liberals and Conservatives alike, but the Liberals today have left working people to fend for themselves. And there are no workers who are out there in the cold today in GM at GM fighting for their jobs in Oshawa who believe that the Liberal government will ever stand with them. This trade agreement has done nothing to prevent the loss of jobs, and the Liberals have shown that they will not stand with working people when push comes to shove. So the New Democrats will continue to stand with working people, with auto workers in our country, and no one is fooled by the Liberal government.
Parliamentary Secretary.
I'm very happy to stand in this House and state that the Canada-United States-Mexico Agreement preserves key elements of the North American trading relationship and allows for continued regional prosperity and stability. It is most unfortunate that the NDP is opposed to this trade deal and the progress we've made for Canada. What we have moved forward with in North America is historic in terms of labor standards and protecting the rights of workers. The government engaged proactively with over 1,200 Canadian stakeholders in modernizing NAFTA. We will continue to engage directly with a wide array of stakeholders as we move toward ratification and implementation. Canadians know and are largely supportive of our new agreement and have underscored the importance of securing stability and predictability in our commercial relationships with the United States and with Mexico. Mr. Speaker, the new NAFTA deal is good for Canada's economic prosperity and good for middle-class Canadians, and we look forward to bringing this agreement to Parliament. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, seniors play an active role in their communities and contribute much to society. But too many of them fall through the cracks, and families often have a hard time supporting their seniors. Poverty among seniors is increasing, and too many of them have to choose whether to buy food or medicine. Soon, 1 out of 4 Canadians will be 65 or older. That's a quarter of the population. So it's crucial that we have a strong plan for the future, a plan that includes universal public drug insurance, because our seniors can't wait any longer. Seniors worked hard to build our country, but the increase in the cost of living means that many of them can't make ends meet. Unaffordable housing, costly prescription drugs, and inadequate measures, support measures, make life difficult for seniors. Today, over 250,000 seniors live below the poverty line. In a country as rich and prosperous as Canada, that's unacceptable. This is why the NDP is in favor of a national senior strategy, because we believe that seniors should live in dignity. So when will this Prime Minister commit to adopting a national seniors strategy, a strategy that would include a universal drug insurance plan? When will this government really take action? When will this government stop using half measures to help our seniors instead of taking an overall approach? We need a strategy for our seniors. Mr. Speaker, last July, my office was flooded with calls. I'm very happy that the seniors in my riding think of calling me when there's a problem, because we're there to listen. But these seniors were distressed. They were distressed because, once again, the government has let them fall through the cracks. I have a constituent in my riding who's 70 years old. He came to see us because his old age security benefit was much lower than usual, and he hadn't received his guaranteed income supplement either. We did the necessary paperwork to ensure that he would get that money quickly. But in the interim period, he didn't have any money to pay for his medicine or to buy groceries. It's terrible. Last week, there was a senior in my riding who came to my office and told me that he and his wife had worked their entire lives, but now they had such a small pension that they were having a hard time making ends meet at the end of the month. Mr. Paul is 75 years old, and he says he doesn't understand why prescription medicine is so expensive. The Prime Minister rose in this House and told me that the government was doing everything it could for seniors. But the reality on the ground is that our seniors are frequently in soup kitchens because they simply don't have enough money. And some of them have to make the cruel choice between paying the rent or getting the prescription drugs that they need. And that's shameful. Then there's Madame Sénécal, who told me that she wants a decent income for seniors, and she's right. She also asked me to ensure that pensions for people aged 60 to 64 were adequate. Madame Lafleur in Upton also told me how important she thought it was to have a universal drug insurance plan. Madame Leclerc and Mr. Breton also told me that they think that pension payments should be higher, and I think they're right too. Mr. Desmarais, in my writing, told me that he pays so much for his prescription drugs that it just doesn't make any sense. He told me that for a small dose, a 5-millimeter dose of a particular drug, he paid $75. Is that normal? He needs this drug to live, so why is it so expensive? Our seniors need to have the government listen to them. I'm listening to them, at least. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome this opportunity to contribute to tonight's debate on pharmacare and prescription drugs, which play such a vital role in our healthcare system and the well-being of seniors. I'm pleased to address the question for the member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot regarding this issue. Prescription drugs are an increasingly important part of our healthcare system, helping to prevent and cure disease and save lives. However, Canada's drug spending is not producing all of the benefits that it should. Drug spending in Canada has increased significantly since Medicare was first established. Drugs are now the second largest category of spending in healthcare, ahead of physician services. Canada is paying higher prices for prescription drugs than most other developed countries, and these prices limit access to innovative medicines, place a financial burden on patients, and mean fewer resources for other areas of the healthcare system. Since 2000, drug spending has increased faster in Canada than in all other of the comparator countries. 7 other countries against which the Government of Canada benchmarks its prices. At the same time, research and development investment has fallen even further behind. Not only does Canada receive less pharmaceutical research and development investment than any other comparator country, but Canada receives less investment today than it did 30 years ago. Our government is firmly committed to taking action to lower the cost of prescription drugs. However, before we can turn our attention to the idea of a national pharmacare program, we need to get the foundations in place to support the effective management of pharmaceuticals in the country. That is why our government is showing leadership and a real commitment to engaging provinces and territories about making significant improvements to address the issue. This includes reducing the cost of patented drugs through the modernization of the regulations governing the Patented Medicine Prices Review Board. Amendments to the regulations will give the Patented Medicine Prices Review Board the tools and information needed to protect all Canadians from excessive patented drug prices. We've also worked to lower drug costs by forming a united front with our provincial and territorial partners to negotiate with the makers of patented drugs to reduce the price of their products. Federal participation in the Pan-Canadian Pharmaceutical Alliance produced savings for provincial and federal governments of over $1 billion in 2017. Health Canada has also launched the Regulatory Review of Drugs and Devices Initiative. This initiative represents the most significant effort in many years to improve the availability of prescription drugs for Canadians, particularly for drugs used to treat rare diseases. As you know, the availability of medications to treat rare diseases was recently studied at the Standing Committee on Health. On the topic of a national pharmacare program, the House is aware of the Parliamentary Budget Officer's recent report on this issue, as well as the study completed by the Standing Committee on Health, which was presented to the House in April 2018. We welcome this work, and in response, have followed up by committing, through Budget 2018, to the creation of an advisory council on the implementation of national pharmacare, which is chaired by Dr. Eric Hoskins. The Council is engaging with Canadians and provincial, territorial, and Indigenous leaders, as well as experts, stakeholders, and patients. It is also conducting a fiscal, economic, and social assessment of domestic and international pharmacare models, with the aim of reporting back to the federal government this spring on how best to implement a national pharmacare program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary has said that because we pay more, that's why we need to take action. Currently, the National Coalition for Health is on the Hill to tell us that Canada is the only country in the world that has a public healthcare system that does not cover prescription drugs. This means that 1 out of 10 Canadians can't pay for their prescription drugs. I've been told that studies have been done by the Health Committee, by the Parliamentary Budget Officer, but you can't simply welcome those studies. You have to take action, and you need to do it now. The time for consultation is over. There's enough documentation already. We need a public, universal prescription drug plan now. When will this government take action?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the advocacy of my colleague. Canadians are proud of our universal healthcare system, and we all recognize, I think, that the system can be improved. For too many Canadians, our existing patchwork of drug coverage is not working well enough, leading to poorer health for some and higher costs for us all. In response to this, in Budget 2018, our government announced the creation of an advisory council on the implementation of national pharmacare, chaired by Dr. Eric Hoskins. Our government looks forward to receiving the results of the council's work this spring. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking tonight as part of what we call adjournment debate. This is where we have an opportunity to ask a follow-up question going into greater detail about a question that we asked earlier in question period. Today I'm following up on a question that I asked on November 5th of last year, a question about Asia Bibi. The question was as follows. Mr. Speaker, Asia Bibi spent 8 years in solitary confinement in Pakistan in the world's most high-profile blasphemy case. We are excited about her acquittal, but she and her family remain in grave danger. Ministerial permits have been used in the past to help vulnerable victims of false blasphemy charges in Pakistan, such as in the case of Rimshah Masa under the previous government. Will the minister continue this proud Canadian tradition and offer asylum to Asia Bibi and her family? That was my question. And around the same time, I co-signed a letter to the Minister of Immigration and the Minister of Foreign Affairs highlighting the same issue and calling for Asia to be given asylum. I want to recognize the leadership of the member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek, who organized the letter, and note that the letter was also co-signed by members for Peace River Westlock, Yorkton Melville, Medicine Hat Cardston Warner, Scarborough Guildwood, Humber River Black Creek, Lambton Kent Middlesex, Saskatoon University, Langley Aldergrove, Edmonton Manning, Lethbridge, and Kitchener-Conestoga. But the most important advocacy for Asia came from the community, the strong, vocal, and active Pakistani-Canadian community and the Pakistani Christian community in particular. In the years that the Asia Bibi case has been going on, she has also had very strong advocates in Pakistan, people who courageously fought for tolerance and continue to fight for tolerance, pluralism, freedom, and justice. Two prominent politicians, Shahbaz Bhatti and Salman Taseer, gave their lives advocating for freedom and justice. We salute their memory and their courage. Members of both the Bhatti and Taseer family live here in Canada. Shahbaz Bhatti's nephew actually works in my office, so clearly politics runs in the family. A great deal more work needs to be done to advance tolerance in Pakistan and to reform the blasphemy law, but the acquittal and release of Asia Bibi is a powerful step forward that gives all of us great hope. It gives tolerant, freedom-loving Pakistanis hope that their country will move forward. It gives them hope for the realization of Muhammad Ali Jinnah's vision. Jinnah was the founder of Pakistan. He said in 1947, "You are free. You are free to go to your temples. You are free to go to your mosques or to any other place of worship in this state of Pakistan. You may belong to any religion or caste or creed. That has nothing to do with the business of the state." We are starting in the days where there is no discrimination, no distinction between one community and another, no discrimination between one caste or creed and another. We are starting with this fundamental principle that we are all citizens and equal citizens of one state. Mr. Speaker, the release of Asia Bibi is one important step towards the realization of this reality. Mr. Speaker, media reports suggest that the government may have some information to share with respect to this case. So as an update to my original question, could the government share with us any new details about Asia Bibi receiving asylum here in Canada? Thank you.
Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government is seized of the case of Asia Bibi. Together with like-minded countries, we have been and continue to be extremely engaged on this issue. I can assure you and my honourable colleague that the core priority for this government in the present situation is ensuring the safety of Asia Bibi and her family. It's disappointing that the member opposite has decided to introduce this debate and possibly jeopardize those ongoing efforts. The House should be aware that my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, has spoken personally to the member opposite about the delicate discussions that are presently underway on this case. That is why it's unfortunate that the member opposite has decided to bring this matter forward in this manner. As both the Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs has consistently stated, the Government of Canada is deeply engaged on this issue. The Minister of Foreign Affairs has spoken directly to her counterpart, and we are working closely with like-minded friends and allies on this issue. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs has said, Canada is prepared to do everything we can to ensure the safety of Asia Bibi. Mr. Speaker, the case of Asia Bibi has caught the attention of the world. In 2009, she became the first woman to be convicted under Pakistan's blasphemy laws and was sentenced to death. In 2014, she appealed this sentence to the Supreme Court of Pakistan. The Supreme Court heard her case, and on October 31st of last year, she was acquitted. A review of her case by the Supreme Court of Pakistan took place today, January 29, 2019. We are gratified that the Supreme Court has upheld her acquittal and that she has been cleared of all charges. We have urged the government of Pakistan to take all necessary steps to keep her safe and are confident that it will do so. Mr. Speaker, the protection and promotion of human rights, including freedom of religion or belief, is a core priority of this government's foreign policy. Internationally, Canada always advocates strongly for the respect of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, including Article 18, which guarantees the right to freedom of thought, conscience, and religion. We share the concerns of all Canadians regarding any limits on the fundamental human right to freedom of religion or belief. We have raised these concerns with Pakistan, and we will continue to do so. The Government of Canada will maintain its broad engagement with Pakistan on a wide variety of important topics, including human rights and the protection of religious minorities. We will continue to encourage and assist the Government of Pakistan in taking concrete steps to improve the situation for all religious minorities. This government will always stand up for the protection of religious minorities around the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for her words. I will just say I'm surprised by the critical comments she started off with. All I asked is if the government has any updates to share based on media reports. If the answer is no, then fair enough. Those media reports are out there, but if the government doesn't wish to comment on them, that's up to them. I think, again, all of us wish this family the best, and we wish the people of Pakistan the best, and I hope that the outcome will be positive. Thank you.
Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my honourable colleague has said, the government is extremely engaged on the case of Asia Bibi. To this end, the Minister of Foreign Affairs has spoken directly to her counterpart in Pakistan. We are working closely with like-minded friends and allies towards our common goal, which is, of course, to ensure the safety of Asia Bibi and her family. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs has said, Canada is prepared to do everything we can to ensure the safety of Asia Bibi. It remains, however, a very delicate situation, and I would urge all members of the House to remember that we are talking about a woman I think we all look up to. I think we appreciate the genuine concern and compassion of each and every member of the House of Commons, and that we should conduct ourselves accordingly in her best interests. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.